go live. We're going live again. Yeah, we're going live again. Mainly because I want to watch this hearing. I kind of skimmed through a little bit of it. There's some bombshells that drop. At least if you're paying attention, there's bombshells that drop. But I wanted to share it out because, again, I'm going to watch it anyway. So why not watch it with a bunch of cool ass cats? And then if anybody hasn't seen it yet, well, then they get to see it and they get to watch it with a bunch of cool ass cats. Beaver Firearms, what's up, brother man or woman? I don't know just yet. What is up, my brother or sister? We'll get to that apparently sometime. So, out of all you guys coming in, so there's 3 coming now. Live Life, my brother from Alabama, Colt, my brother, and Beaver. How many of you guys have actually watched this Tulsi Gabbard hearing already? And that'll be kind of interesting to see as everybody comes in. Maybe I'll do a poll. Typically don't fucking do that because I'm lazy as shit and just don't do it. But see how many of you guys actually watched the Tulsi Gabbard hearing already? Oh, G23. Okay, I got you now, brother. Because most people, most sane, rational fucking people, don't sit around and watch congressional hearings or confirmation hearings. Colt says he watched a little bit. I skimmed through, going through today, actually. Skimmed through some of it, going about the day through doctor's appointments and all the other BS, running around, yada, yada, and caught some of it. Now, catching just some of it, if you're paying attention, there was some stuff dropped in that hearing. And it's a lot of it kind of shows why in the hell the so-called intel community is so scared of someone like Tulsi getting in there and taking over. They've all got their little fiefdom going, and they don't want anybody disturbing that. And just the couple points that I noticed today, there was some stuff dropped. So tell you what, we will do an intro real fast because
he said, son, if you ain't having fun, just wait a little while. Mama's gonna wash all the way. She thinks mercy's overrated.
yeah, I needed to let that run a little longer, but YouTube is giving me issues. But that is an El Presidente drill. Done by yours truly, the shortest, the fattest. Whatever I am. I don't know. Asshole. Been called plenty of shit. So let's crank up the Gabbard hearing. Well, hold on. I'm going to shrink it this way. I'm actually going to kill my camera, so hopefully this shit plays all right. Afraid of the release of the... Yes, they are, Colt. They are terrified of the release of the Epstein black books. Daniel, what's up, brother man? How are you doing today? Yo. But yeah, these elite people are absolutely terrified of the Epstein logs getting released. I think it comes up in this hearing where Tulsi calls out, oh shit, I can see his fucking face, Democrat, for stopping her from subpoenaing the Epstein logs. Dick Durbin, that's who it is. Dickie Durbin, because he's a dick. But yeah, she calls him out for it. She tried to subpoena the flight logs in the hearing one time, and he cut her off and would not recognize her because he don't want that shit out there, which tells me either he's on those logs or some very important people to him are on those logs, and he's protecting whoever that's actually making him the end all be all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Before we get underway today, I'd like to take a brief moment to recognize the terrible loss of life that occurred just a few miles away from here last night. Our hearts and prayers are with the families and friends who lost loved ones last night, as well as the brave first responders who are still on the scene. I'd like to ask everyone to join us.
Yeah, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates for
prayer
a few,
reflection for the souls lost.
I would bet money there are a hell of a lot of people in Congress right now who are on those flight logs.
Next, I want to remind everyone in attendance here that while you are all welcome to observe today's hearing, I will not allow or tolerate disruptions from the audience. Audience members may not verbally or physically distract from the hearing, including by shouting, standing, raising signs, or making gestures that block the view of other members of the audience or the cameras for those watching on television or online. Anyone who does so will be removed immediately by the Capitol Police and banned from return. Welcome everyone to this hearing on President Trump's nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. Ms. Gabbard, welcome to the Senate Intelligence Committee. I also want to welcome your family in attendance today, including your husband, Abraham, your mother, Carol, and your sister, friend Dobbin. I also want to acknowledge some very special friends of yours.
Yeah, we're gonna watch as much as we can stand to watch right now, Liv.
Both Medal of Honor recipients. Gentlemen, on behalf of the grateful nation, I extend my deepest thanks to you and the heroes with whom you served.
Back feed.
I'm not that our next Attorney General,
is anybody else joining back feed from it?
Apparently, she didn't have enough fun at her own confirmation hearing. Ms. Bondi, welcome and congratulations. And finally, Senator Joni Ernst and former Senator and Chairman of this committee, Richard Burr, will introduce Ms. Gabbard shortly. We look forward to your remarks. I think it's fair to say that Ms. Gabbard's nomination has generated a bit more interest and attention than do most nominees before this committee. But I want to stress that Ms. Gabbard has been and will be treated with the exact same respect, consideration, and professionalism that we extended to every nominee. No more, no less, no better, no worse. That's how we treated CIA Director John Ratcliffe just 2 weeks ago, and how we have treated DNI nominees like Avril Haines and Dan Coates in the past. For instance, Ms. Gabbard has conducted dozens of office meetings with senators. She has completed the committee's standard questionnaire. She has answered 247 questions in writing. This is all in keeping with the committee's customs, precedents, and rules. Before I address the important work ahead at the DNI, please also let me make two observations about some of the
slide, or is it pretty loud
about Ms. Gabbard. First, I'm dismayed by the attacks on Ms. Gabbard's patriotism and her loyalty to our country.
Yeah, let me do this. Let me check something real fast. Let me get rid of a couple things. I'm going to stop the screen share and then get the screen share back up, and hopefully that will take care of any audio issues. Because I know I'm like you guys, man. I can't stand to listen to anything when the audio's fucked up. Matter of fact, there was a set of oral arguments from yesterday it was in the Fourth Circuit on whether or not 18 to 20-year-olds could own firearms. And we just heard Wednesday that one of the circuit courts shot that down and said that they could. Now it was coming up in the Fourth Circuit. playing back through your mic from the speakers. How does it sound now? Because there shouldn't even be another microphone on. I should only have one microphone active right now. Let's start playing this since I reshared it. We'll see how it sounds. You guys let me know whether we're 5 by 5 or not. And if we're not, I'll figure it out.
Country. For instance, Hillary Clinton has smeared Miss Gabbard, calling her an asset of a foreign nation. Let me remind everyone that Miss Gabbard has served in our Army for more than 2 decades. She has multiple combat tours, and she still wears the uniform to this day. She has undergone 5 FBI background checks. I spent more than 2 hours last week reviewing the latest, putting eyes
All right, so we're good
on
now?
more than 300 pages. It's clean as a whistle. It's fine that we have differences of opinions on policies and programs. I suspect some of my Republican colleagues might disagree with some of Mrs. Gabbard's votes in the House of Representatives. Just as I suspect that some of my Democratic colleagues might criticize Ms. Gabbard's statements and actions since she saw the light and left the Democratic Party. But I sincerely hope that no one
That's
today
the big rub.
will impugn Ms. Gabbard's patriotism and integrity.
That's the big rub. And I'm going to let this play as much as I can. But that's the big rub. It's the fact that she left the Democrats and started calling Democrats out for their horse shit. That's the big hatred of Tulsi. It's the same thing with Kennedy. They dared get off that plantation and start thinking for themselves. Once you do that, now you're a fucking enemy of the state.
Second, I can only laugh at some critics who say that Ms. Gabbard has unconventional views. No doubt she has some unconventional views, like her criticism of Barack Obama's regime change interventions in Egypt and Libya. But guess what? I opposed the disastrous interventions in Egypt and Libya as well. Mubarak was a longtime American partner, and Egypt was a linchpin of our security system in the Middle East. Gaddafi had been scared straight after we toppled the Taliban and Saddam Hussein. He turned over his weapons of mass destruction and cooperated against terrorists. In return, we had lifted sanctions and reestablished diplomatic ties. But President Obama intervened to topple both regimes. And what came next? The Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and dangerous chaos in Libya to this day. No one ever mistook Mubarak or Gaddafi as the little sisters of the poor. But let's not kid ourselves. The world is a dangerous place, not a church picnic. Ms. Gabbard understands this, which is why she also saw the problem with regime change interventions in these places. The vast number of governments throughout history and still today are not democratic. We may wish it were different and we can work to improve it, but that's the way the world is. If we only befriended nations that shared our system of government and our social and cultural sensibilities, well, we wouldn't have many friends. In a fallen world, we have to take our friends where we find them. No question, stable democracies make the most stable friends, but what matters in the end is less whether a country is democratic or non-democratic, and more whether the country is pro-American
nice,
or anti-American.
How's the work been going, Live Life?
I'll confess that those views may be somewhat unconventional, but look at where conventional thinking has got us. Maybe Washington could use a little more unconventional thinking. And I'm sure that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence could use more unconventional thinking. Ms. Gabbard, I submit that if confirmed, the measure of your success will largely depend on whether you can return the ODNI to its original size, scope, and mission. When Congress created the ODNI, we intended to put one office in charge to manage the different agencies of the intelligence community. Congress intended the ODNI to be a very lean organization that would use small staffs to execute specific tasks. Congress in no way wanted yet another unruly bureaucracy layered on top of an already bureaucratic intelligence community. Unfortunately, 20 years later, that's exactly what the ODNI. Incredibly, the ODNI now has is now larger than any agencies it was established to manage. It has 15 offices and centers, which have
Okay, hold on, because I'm gonna have to stop this and reshare it because it's telling me it lost audio. Let's look at two things, because the ODNI, just screen share here. This one. All right, so the ODNI is the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, led by the Director of National Intelligence, appointed by the President with the consent of the Senate. So they're basically over all the intelligence collection in the United States, is what that's office actually stands for. And it comes out in this hearing, and it talks about in this hearing when it gets into the intelligence collection in the United States. They're not just collecting intelligence from this person, that person. They are bulk collecting intelligence from everything, everyone in the United States, which is absolutely insane when you think about it, but it's being collected. This is being collected. Got no doubt. I'm not on a watch list. I'm going to be very sad.
100. I promise that's going to change. I intend to get personnel at the ODNI back to their home agencies doing real intelligence work, not bureaucratic make work. I also expect to cap the size of the ODNI. Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, I hope you'll be a partner in these vital efforts. Another example of bureaucratic mission creep and empire building is what's come to be known in the intelligence community as DNI
what's
taxes.
up, my sister? How are you tonight?
The ODNI levies these so-called taxes on other agencies, shifting and directing funds away from the intelligence community's core mission to the whims and fancies of any particular DNI. That practice, which seems to have grown and run rampant under Director Haynes, is also going to stop. Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, you have a lot of work ahead of you. And as chairman of this committee, I'm committed to ensuring that we see
You special?
all the way
I'm
through.
definitely special, Brooke.
At this moment, I'll now
Yellow
recognize
crash
Senator
helmet
Risch
special.
for a brief statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And I want to thank Ms. Gabbard for meeting with me and having the candid conversation we did on the issues. Unfortunately, I have to chair the Foreign Relations Committee. We have our first substantive meeting today on malign influence of China.
Watching the Alabama sheriff live until I
So I'm not
realized
going to
it
be able
was.
to stay for the hearing. I'm not going to get a chance to ask questions. However, we are going to have a closed session immediately following, and the questions I have trespass upon the security of a country, and as a result of that, they
That
need to be
Alabama
done in
sheriff
a
thing
classified
drives me up
setting
a
in any
wall.
event. So if I beg indulgence to be excused to preside over the other committee, good luck. I know you'll do well. Thank you.
You are excused.
I was going to leave whether you excuse me or not, but thank you very much.
I will now recognize the Vice Chairman, Senator Warner, for his opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and particularly thank your comments at the top. I've spent most of the morning at National Airport. I know Senator Moran was there last night. It's a horrible tragedy.
Look, everybody else is throwing their channels out in the chat. Throw yours
The
out too,
victims'
please.
families are still being notified. For those of us who live in this region, you know, it's always kind of complicated. We've got Virginia, DC, Maryland, and a host of local jurisdictions. But last night when this tragedy took place, and I happened to be driving by National on the way home and saw all the first responders rushing to the scene. People came from as far away as.
Now, I'm going to let this play for the most part, but how many of you guys heard about the helicopter and plane crash or collision the other night. I haven't dove into it deep. I know the pilots that were flying the aircraft, the helicopter, were from an air wing that flies a lot of Department of Defense guys around through the DC area, and they're responsible for a lot of flights overseas. More than likely flying under nods. Colt says watched it a lot. Yeah. I didn't know anything about it till the morning after. And yeah, the blame game is definitely strong for this for that accident, Brooke. It is hard right now. And I think it's a combination of a lot of things all coming to head at the same damn time. I don't think it's one thing or the other. And most accidents are that way. It's a combination of a bunch of stuff that finally happens. They all kind of meet at the intersection, and that's when we see stuff like this. Haven't watched since before Thanksgiving. Okay, brother. Lots of conflicting stories. Now there's not giving the third person in the chopper. Yeah, we're gonna find a lot of shit for the next, I don't know, week or so that's gonna be off the wall about that accident. And that's the reason I haven't even tried to do anything on it yet. I will say this, it is very strange the way that accident happened, considering those flights happen along that section of river and along that flight path constantly. Because as I'm looking at it, that flight wing or that air wing is supposed to be the ones who are moving DOD and I will bet are higher up echelon legislators around. They fly in that area all the time. It is common for those flights to go through there. Why in the hell this exact meeting happened? I don't know. I honestly don't. I don't have a whole lot of comments on it besides, what is it, 63 or 68 people lost their lives in an accident? And that's just fucking sad. And it's another one of those things that we've seen in the last little while. I just can't fit into my head. I don't see the reason it should happen. But I'll give you this. There are a lot of traffic accidents that we see every day that I look at and I think never should happen. So whether it's in the air, on the ground, 4 tires, 4 rotors, you name it, I don't know. I don't. And I'm very hesitant to jump on a bunch of bandwagons.
Fairfax County. We had DOD and federal officials
Fucking
there.
cut and paste.
And these first responders, as always, ran towards.
It is always harder on your phone, Brooke.
There'll be a time to figure out what happened and how we rectify it. But today, our thoughts and prayers ought to be with the families and, again, thanking our first responders. Ms. Gabbard, welcome.
G23 says it's easier on the phone.
Congratulations.
Gee, I am a complete chimpanzee with my phone.
National Intelligence.
Luckily, I can
I'd like to
dial
begin by
numbers on
thanking
this
you.
damn thing.
Literally for your decades of public service, both in uniform and as a member of Congress from Hawaii.
Matter of fact, G, I'll tell you this. Hold on, let me make myself bigger here. Oh, the wrong button. So, I got a new phone for Christmas. We had talked about phones right before my birthday. I got it for my birthday. That I was still rolling with an absolutely old ass phone, and I was fine with it, but it was having some serious issues. However, Mom bought me this new phone for my birthday because I don't just go out and grab every new phone. And this one has facial recognition. I have a question for the class out here. Is it normal when you go to do facial recognition if your phone pops up and says, "Holy fuck, you're ugly"? Because I don't know. It could be for everybody, but it definitely happened to me. I just wanted to let everybody know. have a S24 Ultra. I don't even know, G. This is a iPhone 15, something like that.
I applaud your continuing commitment to serve should you be confirmed. Now, the president
My
has
phone
nominated you
reboots.
to be Director of
been there.
National Intelligence.
Mine kept telling me
Most folks
the memory was
Probably don't
full, and there was
understand the
almost nothing
importance of
on
this
it.
position. If confirmed, you would lead 18 agencies.
Hoping for a
of
new
the
owner
IC.
to restart.
You'll also serve as the principal advisor to the president, the National Security Council, and the Homeland Security Council for all intelligence matters related to national security.
It's your
And in this
expected
role,
outcome.
You'll be responsible
Probably
for
so,
over
bro.
$100 billion
Probably so.
between the National Intelligence Program
I just
and
think that
the
phone was
Military
rude.
Intelligence Program, or the NIP and the MIP as we call them here.
I mean, shit.
It's a
at least
position of
tell
great
me I'm
importance and significance to our national security, created
a little.
after one of our worst
I mean, you don't
national
have to
security
be that
failures,
bad about it.
9/11. For that reason, when Congress established this position, thanks in large part to our colleague and our friend Susan Collins, it mandated in law that any individual nominated for this position must have, and I quote, extensive national security expertise. Now, I appreciated you taking the time to meet with me, and as I noted in that office, both before and after, I continue to have significant concerns about your judgment and your qualifications to meet the standards
Could
set
be
by
it,
law.
G.
First, as I noted previously, the
Don't go
DNI
by
was
pagers.
created in part to make sure we had appropriate intelligence sharing, which prior to 9/11, obviously we haven't. But the mission also is to not only share information between the IC, but also with our allies. There's no legal requirement that our allies share intelligence with us. It's all predicated on trust. Trust that our allies will protect
It's
each
all
other's secrets.
predicated on what they have to gain at that
It
particular
appears to me
time.
you have repeatedly excused our adversaries' worst actions, and instead often blamed them on the United States and those very allies. For example, you blame NATO for Russia's
you're right there,
2022 invasion of Ukraine. You rejected the conclusion that Assad used chemical weapons in Syria, despite it being the unanimous assessment of the then Trump administration's DOD, State Department, and IC, as well as the assessment of our European allies. Instead, you blame the United States for supporting terrorist groups in Syria. Now, I don't know if
we
your
did.
intent in making those statements was to defend those dictators, or if you were simply
Hey,
unaware of the
what is up,
intelligence
brother, man? How
and
are
how
you?
your statements would be perceived. In either case, it raises, at least for this senator, serious questions about your judgment. It also leads me to question whether you can develop the trust necessary to give our allies confidence that they can share their most sensitive intelligence with us. Make no mistake about it. If they stop sharing that intelligence, the
Yeah,
United
G.
States will be less
Mine.
safe. We've seen this as recently as this past year, where because of those strong intelligence.
Predictive text. So it's kind of like what's on this phone, where you go to type something, it's predicting the next word. Mine doesn't speak redneck, and it doesn't speak sarcasm very well. So I have to be very careful with what I, just punch on for the next word, because it's normally after you erase a bunch of shit and retype a bunch of shit, because it just doesn't. It doesn't do sarcasm. It doesn't. From hiding under the desk as a kid. It helps with these confirmations. God, I love you, Chess. Oh, man.
Sharing between the United States and Austria. Countless lives were saved.
As long as it's not like Monica Lewinsky hiding under a desk,
at the
brother.
Taylor Swift concert in Vienna. Second, you have been publicly outspoken in your praise and defense of Edward Snowden, someone who betrayed the trust of our nation and jeopardized the security of our country. The truth is, the
Oh,
vast
gee,
majority
I
of the
got to get my
information
phone fluent
he
in cussing.
stole
I
and
got
leaked
to.
before running off to China and Russia, might I add, had nothing to do with Americans' privacy and compromised our most important sources and methods. And in many ways, we're still paying a price for that. And I believe that Edward Snowden's action put our men and women in uniform in places like Iraq and Afghanistan at risk. You have celebrated Snowden as a, quote, brave whistleblower, and actually put forward legislation asking for his pardon.
These staters are
Furthermore,
just
when
worried
given the
about the
opportunity
dirty
to
laundry of the
clarify
government
your
getting aired
position
out.
in pre-hearing questions, you declined. And instead, you expressed, and again, I quote, the DNI has no role in determining whether or not Edward Snowden is a lawful whistleblower. Boy, that is troubling to me in so many ways. Not only do you think that someone who divulged secrets and then ran off to Russia should be celebrated as brave, but you don't
All right,
seem
hold
to
on, G, give me
understand
just
the
a sec.
DNI's role in
I
determining
gotta look.
whistleblower
I gotta find a
determinations.
better mount for this stupid camera, so I have to try to look underneath it to see the freaking tabs, because it sits right on. I'm working off a laptop, guys. It sits right in front of where my normal camera would be, but it blocks off a little bit more space. So when you see me like rubbernecking, I'm really not in a fight trying to like duck, dive, and duck. You get the point. Not playing dodgeball over here. Is that the Wonka thing that you sent me? And where's my volume on that? All right, I got strawberries and snozberries on that clip, G. That's the one you want me to play. We'll roll it. All right, hold on, because it's telling me that freaking I lost audio on that. It seems like every time I try to switch a tab, I don't shut everything down and come back to it, I lose audio. Are we supposed to give you technical support here? Yes, Brooke. Absolutely. Or you can just call me a complete chimpanzee and I'm an idiot. I accept that criticism also. In here, fuck, I ain't done it yet. Let's do this one on this one. Because now let me move over here. Grab that and pin that. These snozberries taste like snozberries. Every time I hear that, all I can think about is Super Troopers. I'm sorry, it came from somewhere else, but all I can think about is Super Troopers. And dude having to eat like a whole bag of mushrooms.
In fact, the DNI
That is a seriously underrated
has a
movie,
significant role in transmitting lawful whistleblower complaints to this committee. They're all laid out right here in the statute. And I would have serious concerns about confirming someone who cannot distinguish between complaints that are made lawfully and those that are made not. In the statute, it says the job of the DNI
Willy
is
Wonka's
to
where it come
protect
from. Oh
intelligence
yeah, okay.
sources and methods from
The original
unauthorized
Willy
disclosure.
Wonka.
That's a quote. I guess I'm asking, what message would it send
With the actual dwarf Oompa Loompa.
to have a DNI who would celebrate the work of a member of the IC or a contractor that would, on their own mission, to decide what's appropriate to leak? I don't understand that. Third,
I understand it
until
completely.
recently, you had a clear and consistent record of opposing FISA 702. I know members on this committee already understand how important this is, but from
Just a quick thought on FISA 702. Our government collects every bit of electronic communication that flows across anything in the United States and has some sort of connection overseas. That's and because they're collecting both. FISA, they can go back in and they can search that at any time to see your text messages. They can see your videos, like what we're doing here, your social media, whole 9 yards. They can search all that. And there have been hundreds of thousands of times where that has been abused. And we live in a world where everything is digital these days, just about. Very few people I know, or there are very, very few people I know that don't have any sort of real social media footprint, don't have phones, all that. They're very few. Even with them, all their shit's collected. In that big pool, that database, if the government wants to, then they can search you by name, social security number, social media accounts, pull up everything you've done and search it. Or they buy your information from a third party, like all the information Google collects. And they can do all that without having to get a warrant. That is the equivalent of walking in my home and making me start my computer up and showing you everything that I've looked at. That, I submit to the class, is completely unconstitutional. The Patriot Act, in and of itself, the Patriot Act as written, is absolutely unconstitutional. And that's coming from someone who, when the original Patriot Act came around, 9/11, all this shit, I was like, hey, government, yeah, you need all these powers. Until you get a little bit past all the emotions, and then you look at the power that gives the government to invade your life at any time. They don't call recording data collecting, yeah. It's absolute bullshit. It's always going to be absolute bullshit. I will guarantee you, if there's not a Fed in this chat right now watching this, this is being logged. And if a Fed wants to go back and watch this later, they will be able to do so. Even if I delete it, it is still going to be there. We all know the internet is forever. It's probably why I will never be able to run for any kind of political office, because I've said some serious shit on here that in a hearing I would not back down on. Zane T, what's up, brother, man? Yeah, it's for our safety. It's for our safety. Yeah. Just give up a little bit more of your privacy. And I realize this is a public forum. I realize this is a public forum. However, when they dig into this, then they start digging into everything else that is unconnected to this political or this public forum, except for me. And you'll see in this hearing as we watch it, they take a hell of a lot of shit Tulsi Gabbard said completely out of context, because they don't show the whole 3 hours of what she said. They break out a little snippet, and then that's what they're using. Matt from Fudbusters, it was the same thing when he testified in front of Congress. They brought out a couple little snippets of some social media posts. One of them, I think, was like fuck the cops or something. Fuck the police. Can't remember exactly what it was. But it was the fact that the police in that case had shot someone and killed them that they shouldn't have shot and killed. And if that's not a fuck the police for everybody around, I don't know what is. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law,
Folks
and
who
it
don't.
damn sure will.
This law
and
is
taken out of
critical
context and everything else.
to our national security. Literally,
Facebook keeps copy
60%
everything, 45 days.
on average of what goes into the president's daily brief, what President Trump will read each day
Oh, absolutely.
in
And then
assessing
you
what's
know what
going on in the
happens?
world.
Our government
comes
buys that
from
information
this
from
important
Facebook,
piece of
and they
law
keep it
that
forever.
allows us to seek out those foreigners abroad for coverage. And it's helped prevent terrorist attacks. It helps us prevent foreign cyber attacks. It helps us on a topic that a lot of folks are looking at, fentanyl trafficking. Now, many in this Congress and many on the committee have
Give
tried
a
to
shit
reform
factor disappears
this
at 60.
legislation to
I'm
better
about
balance security
12
civil
years,
liberties.
brother. And my
However,
give a shit factor is
you have
already pretty
consistently
damn
gone
high.
further. Not only did you vote against reauthorizing 702, you actually introduced legislation to fully repeal the whole thing, calling it again, quote,
Tread,
a
what's up,
blatant
brother man? What
disregard
high
for
horse
our
am I
Fourth
on
Amendment
today? The same
constitutional
horse I'm
rights.
always on. The
Now, I
government's a bunch
understand
of criminals, crooks,
since you've been
lying
nominated
bastards.
BD&I,
Same thing. As
you've
always.
expressed a change of heart.
I pretty well
I think
keep the
that's
team
welcome.
going.
But I have to tell you, as I view this as a job interview, as I try to make my judgment on whether you should be confirmed, I don't find your
And
change
look,
of heart credible. Because the world today is,
Tread, I got to say this for everybody. Just because my horse is a midget donkey doesn't mean you get to tease him like that and say, hi, horse. I mean, I'm surprised the little bastard can carry me around. I mean, he's a little guy. Got a strong ass back, though. You don't get to tease him like that. You're going to piss my donkey off, Tread.
more complex and more dangerous than ever before. And we need serious people with sufficient experience to be able to navigate that complexity.
It is
hope you
absolutely
use this
unconstitutional, Gabe.
To address my concerns and all of the members of this committee. I appreciate again your
Booster
service,
seat.
and I'm looking forward
My
to the
donkey
discussion.
needs one.
Thank
I
you,
look
Mr. Chairman.
tall when I sit on my donkey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Well,
We
tall for a
welcome
hobbit.
back Senator Richard Burr, the former
Hobbits can be
chairman
tall.
of this committee who has emerged from retirement to introduce Ms. Gabbard. Yet still in retirement, he still seems unable to find a pair of socks. Nonetheless, we
Tread,
say thank you and
no
welcome you back,
ball
Senator
light.
Burr.
Some things are very predictable, Mr.
Get you with a rolled up newspaper one day.
Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, members of this distinguished committee. I want to thank you for allowing me to join you today to provide my thoughts and support on behalf of Tulsi Gabbard's nomination to be Director of National Intelligence. This is my first visit back to the
National
Senate
intelligence
in
is an
slightly
actual
over
joke
2
when you
years.
think about it.
Permit me to say, from this side of the dais, you're not as intimidating as I thought when I was on your side of the dais. When I was chairman of this committee, Senator Warner and I stuck to a single refrain with our staff: follow the facts wherever they lead. Today, an anonymous person or group launching a campaign using rumors as sources and accusations as fact can drive the outcome of an election and of public opinion. I know it to be true. Remember, I sat in your chair for the Russia investigation, where we found much of the influence to be the result of fictitious narratives driven by Russia. Now, some of you may be wondering, why do I support Tulsi Gabbard and why am I here to introduce her as a nominee? I've experienced firsthand a coordinated attempt to influence this nominee's support in the United States Senate and with the American people. I was contacted by several national journalists shortly after the president nominated Tulsi, asking me to confirm one of the many rumors circulating about this nominee. I informed each journalist over a 5-week period that the rumors shared with me was simply not true. This narrative was shared from one journalist to the next journalist to the next journalist. I assume today they ran out of journalists. This was a coordinated effort to kill this nomination. Advise and consent is the responsibility of the United States Senate, and I truly believe that each member takes it seriously. All members of this committee were offered the opportunity for individual meetings with Tulsi, and if you chose not to meet with her, it's on you. I've done my homework, and here are the facts. Tulsi Gabbard's historic life began at birth. She's the first American Samoan-born member of Congress, period. She graduated from Hawaii Pacific University with a degree in business administration with a concentration in international business. In 2002, at age 21, Tulsi became the youngest woman in America ever elected as a state representative. That was not enough. In 2003, she joined the Hawaii National Guard.
So Tulsi is Samoan? I didn't know that. Brooke, take it easy. I'm going to be snacking while we're watching this. Right, midget dog who's drinking a Bud Light. He's not a Bud Light, Keystone. I've actually been drinking some Modelo tonight. Tread, remember seeing the dog? You a bad man, Tread. Or Chess. I keep saying that Tread was stuck in my head. You a bad man, Chess.
When deployed, in her re-election, her opponent raised the issue, could you serve the people that elected you if in fact you were deployed? What did Tulsi do? She withdrew from her re-election campaign in order to continue to serve our country in the war on terror. This would not be the first or the last time Tulsi put her country above her career. After multiple deployments and serving in the Hawaii City Council, she was elected to the United States House of.
It's something I got to say, and I should have said it already. I am not a Tulsi fanboy. The only things that make me trust Tulsi a little bit is because the left has such a fit about her. Because anytime the deep state starts squealing about somebody, that is somebody who has the power or a position that can damage the deep state. Her positions on guns in the past and things like that, I have never agreed with. Now, if Tulsi gets in there and she can actually do some serious reforms inside of our intelligence community, that's what I would love to see. I would love to see her burn half of it to the damn ground, as a matter of fact. But I do have to say that I'm not Tulsi fanboying. I don't care how cute she is. But when the deep state gets scared of somebody, that person is probably the one that you want.
Representatives, where she served 4 terms. Throughout her political career, she maintained her military service either in the National Guard or the Army Reserve. Media stories and anonymous rumors have questioned her qualifications, her patriotism, and whether she can be trusted, just to name a few. I refuse to question the qualifications of a woman who's worn the uniform of her nation for 22 years and never taken it off. No fewer than 5 times has the Department of Defense reviewed her security clearance and extended it. Every single time. If Tulsi's guilty of anything, it's that since she was born, her views, opinions, and beliefs have evolved to reflect her life's experiences. Winston Churchill once said, "Those that never change their minds never change anything." She served her city, her state, her country, while winning the support of the people she represented. She's fought in war, and yes, she's tried to stop wars. At the ripe age of 43, Tulsi has the life experiences that match or exceed most members of Congress. Tulsi was serving in uniform 3 years before some of us here today voted to create the Director of National Intelligence. Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, members of the committee, it's my honor to support and to introduce to the committee Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Burr. Now our colleague Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa has taken a few minutes out of her very busy schedule to be here to introduce Ms. Gabbard as well. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Chairman.
Before she gets started, it's been a few years ago, probably getting on close to 10. There were a bunch of members of Congress, including, oh God, what was his name? He was a big Democrat. Him and some other Democrats were put on watch list. It wasn't really a no-fly list, but it was, hey, these people need extra inspection before they get on the plane. And that's kind of where Tulsi stuff ended. How many introductions does she need? Yeah, it should be pretty simple. She's already been a member of Congress. Hey, here's Tulsi. Welcome back. Say what you got to say. But you know this stuff is all theater, man. It is absolutely all theater. And we're going to watch it while I eat pizza.
And Ranking Member Warner. And good morning to my distinguished colleagues. I also do want to take a moment this morning to recognize the lives that were lost in the collision near DCA last night. It is a truly heartbreaking tragedy. My prayers are with the victims' families and their loved ones. So thank you. Duty, honor, service. These are not just words. They are principles that have guided Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard. As a young enlisted soldier in the Hawaii National Guard, Tulsi answered the call to duty upon her deployments to the Middle East. From graduating at the top of her class from the Accelerated Officer Candidate School at the Alabama Military Academy, the first woman to do so, to serving as the youngest member of Hawaii's legislature, she upheld honor while breaking barriers both in uniform and in her civilian leadership roles. And today, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard demonstrates her commitment to service by sitting before this committee, prepared to answer the nation's call yet once again, this time as the next Director of National Intelligence. Tulsi and I share similar backgrounds, both to our nation and to our communities. We've worn the same uniforms, serving in the Army National Guard and Army Reserves, leading battalions and deploying to Iraq and Kuwait. We've both had the privilege of serving in our state legislatures and in Congress, representing the people who shaped our lives and our communities. Tulsi exemplifies what it means to rise above partisanship, putting the needs of the American people over political divisions. She put her own life on the line in combat operations and now has set aside partisan differences as a former Democrat member of Congress to answer the call to serve in a Republican administration. The mainstream media has fought to paint their own picture of Tulsi Gabbard. But let's talk about the real Tulsi Gabbard, the woman and the soldier who I've come to know and respect.
You and me both live life.
And I've known Tulsi for the past decade. Relationships matter. In 2015, then Congresswoman Gabbard met my dear friend Owen, who was a dear friend of mine from Iowa State University. Owen was a wounded special operations warrior who embodies the resilience and strength of our military community. Owen was the subject of an attack in Afghanistan, where he lost his leg and his left eye serving in the war. After this attack, or during this attack, Owen was tossed into the dead pile. Owen, bleeding and in excruciating pain, cried out to his teammates, "I'm not dead." Thankfully, his fellow warfighter attended to Owen. But the road to recovery was long and hard, including a stint at Walter Reed Medical Center. During this
Yeah.
time, Owen met a fellow warrior and patriot, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who became a friend, and today they remain in touch. Owen prides himself in being a very good judge of character. And Tulsi, he speaks volumes of your character. Owen's final message to me before this hearing was, Tulsi has maintained her integrity throughout her career. She's the same gal I met in 2015. She always makes time for our old, broken warriors. And colleagues, I will leave you with this. You know me. I trust Tulsi Gabbard. She will be honest with you. She will listen to your concerns. She will be receptive to your feedback. And rest assured, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard loves this country, a fact proven by her willingness to put her life on the line to defend it. For over 20 years, she has put on the uniform and checked her political views at the door with one mission in mind: to protect and defend our great United States of America. Tulsi, duty.
Yeah. I'll say this right here. I could completely, in any job, put my political views to the side. I will not put my values to the side. I will not put my respect for our natural rights to the side. That ain't happening. Political views, yeah, well, most Republicans see a big one anyway, but yeah, I'm not putting my values to the side.
Honor and service have marked your life. Thank you for your extraordinary dedication to our nation, for embodying the values that make our military the best in the world.
Lightning
and for
Scott,
stepping
what's
up
up,
to
brother?
serve yet once again as President Trump's Director of National Intelligence. Relationships matter. I urge my colleagues to support this nomination. My best wishes to you, Tulsi, and to your family. God bless our country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ernst. I know that Senator Ernst has a busy schedule to include a hearing for Dan Driscoll, the Secretary of Army nominee at the Armed Services Committee. I'm sure Senator Burr has to go on a fishing trip or something.
That is a real
So we will
question,
excuse
Gabe.
both senators from the witness table. Ms. Gabbard, before we move to your opening statement, it is the custom of the committee to ask a series of obligatory questions to all nominees. First, do you swear or affirm to give this committee your full and truthful testimony?
I do.
Second, do you agree to appear before the committee here or in other venues when invited?
Yes.
Third, if confirmed, do you agree to send officials from your office to appear before the committee and designated staff when invited?
Yes.
Fourth, do you agree to provide documents or any materials requested by the committee in order for it to carry out its oversight and legislative responsibilities?
I do.
Fifth, will you ensure that your office and your staff provide such material to the committee when requested?
Yes.
Sixth, do you agree to inform and fully brief to the fullest extent possible all members of this committee on intelligence activities and covert actions rather than only the chairman and the vice chairman?
Yes.
Thank you for those answers, Ms. Gabbard. We now welcome the opportunity, finally, to hear from you in your own words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I too would like to start by offering my prayers and condolences to those who were killed in last night's horrific crash. Senator Warner, Senator Moran, our condolences and prayers are with you and all of your constituents. Again, Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, and all of the members of the committee, it's an honor to be here before you today. I've appreciated the opportunity to meet with so many of you and address your questions and concerns before today's hearing. I know they've gone, but I'm grateful to Senators Burr and Ernst for their trust and their confidence in taking time to join us here today. To my husband, Abraham, my family, friends, fellow veterans, Medal of Honor recipients, and patriots, thank you.
Mike, you having a good night at work so far, brother man? Hopefully so.
For your love and support. I'm honored and grateful to President Trump for his trust and confidence in nominating me to serve our country as the Director of National Intelligence.
Yeah. In case anybody asked, I missed it. Yeah, this was yesterday. Of course, I was working yesterday. I didn't get to stream this. I listened to the hearing for RFK, or no, was this Wednesday? Because Wednesday it was Tulsi up for the hearing, RFK at the same time, another one at the same time, and then Thursday RFK had to come back for the second hearing, which I didn't get to watch that one yet. So yeah, this was 2 days ago. Just say that. But it's just the kind of interesting dumb shit that I like to listen to, and since I got separation issues, I want to be with you guys. I'm streaming it out live because who else am I going to scream at in the middle of this hearing? My wife won't listen to me.
At a time when trust in the intelligence community, unfortunately, is at an all-time low. Chuck Schumer admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you." For too long, faulty, inadequate, or weaponized intelligence have led to costly failures and the undermining of our national security and God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. The most obvious example of one of these failures is our invasion of Iraq based upon a total fabrication or complete failure of intelligence. This disastrous decision led to the deaths of tens of thousands of American soldiers, millions of people in the Middle East.
I try to be pretty
mass
sweet,
migration, destabilization, and undermining of the security and stability of our European
Actually,
allies.
I just don't like to
The
suffer
rise of
alone.
ISIS, strengthening of Al-Qaeda and other Islamist jihadist groups, and strengthening Iran. Here are just a few other examples. The American people elected Donald Trump as their president not once, but twice. And yet the FBI and intelligence agencies were politicized by his opponents to undermine his presidency and falsely portray.
I'm going to stop her statement there for a second. But yeah, that's probably more on target. I just don't want to suffer alone. I'm going to watch this stuff regardless. But it's way more fun to actually be in a chat with you guys, and then I can bitch, rant, and rave about all the stupid shit, and you guys bitch, rant, and rave, and it's like a big fucking therapy session. So basically, there needs to be 2 types of, at least 2 types of mainstreams for Coop. Coop's Clown Show, which that was the first one today, and then Coop Therapy, which a couple of you guys have mentioned before, and this is kind of in the Coop Therapy realm. Dude, I got to get me a dog. I want another shepherd. I really, really do.
Him as a puppet of Putin. Title I of FISA was used illegally to obtain a warrant to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page using a Clinton campaign-funded false dossier as their so-called evidence.
That they knew
Biden
was
campaign
bullshit.
advisor Tony Blinken was the impetus for the 51 former senior intelligence officials' letter dismissing Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation, specifically to help Biden win the election.
You are probably right there,
Former
Chess,
DNI
but it's going to
James
get
Clapper
bad.
lied
Don't
to
worry, it'll
this
be back.
committee in
This
2013,
is like the calm before
denying
the
the
storm.
existence of programs that facilitated the mass collection of millions of Americans' phone and internet records, yet was never held accountable. Under John Brennan's leadership, the CIA abused its power to spy on Congress, to dodge oversight, lied about doing it until he was caught, and yet has never been held responsible.
Yeah, nothing ever happened to him.
Under Biden, the FBI abused its power for political reasons to try to surveil Catholics who attend traditional Latin Mass, labeling them as quote unquote radical traditionalist Catholics. Personally, just 24 hours after I criticized Kamala Harris and her nomination, I was placed on a secret domestic terror watch list called Quiet Skies. Sadly, there are more examples.
That's who.
The bottom line is
that's who
this:
I was thinking
this
about.
must end.
If you guys remember John Lewis, was he a rep or was he a senator? I can't remember offhand. John Lewis. He looked like a bulldog with these big ass jowls, and was always throwing out a bunch of racist horse shit. And by racist horse shit, I mean just calling everybody who was, I don't know, looked like me racist. He was put on a no-fly list. I can't remember how he got there, and I can't remember. There was this big deal where he was put on this no-fly list, and then they had to jump through all these hoops, and I think they finally got him off of it. Now, he was still able to fly during that time, but he was had extra scrutiny. Yeah, it was John Lewis, and there were a couple other members of Congress that were on that list. So Tulsi going on a list, it really don't surprise me. John Lewis still had all the clearances that he had, and I could not stand John Lewis.
President Trump's reelection is a clear mandate from the American people to break this cycle of failure and the weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community and begin to restore trust in those who've been charged with the critical task of securing our nation. If confirmed as DNI, I will do my very best to fulfill this mandate and bring leadership to the intelligence community with a laser-like focus on our essential mission. Ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people.
How do you know yet or not? What is
As the president's principal intelligence advisor, I'll begin by leading by example, checking my own personal views at the door, and committing to delivering intelligence that is collected, analyzed, and reported without bias, prejudice, or political influence. I enlisted in the Army because of the horrific terrorist attack on September 11th. And volunteered to deploy
it don't take
to
much
Iraq
to get
in
on a list, man. I'm
2005, where
sure
I
I'm
served in a
probably on a
medical
few
unit.
right now.
After nearly 22 years in uniform with 3 combat deployments to the Middle East and Africa, I'm now a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, where I serve as a battalion commander of soldiers in Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas. I served in Congress for 8 years on the Homeland Security, Foreign Affairs, and Armed Services committees. And it's my experience in the military and in the halls of Congress that have given me a deep understanding of the complex challenges that our nation faces. In both roles, engaging with world leaders, in both roles, being privy to highly classified intelligence. So I know firsthand how essential, accurate, unbiased, and timely intelligence.
Brother Colt, I am sorry to hear that, man. We had a dog when I was younger that I talked about him before. He was a short hair. He's one of the best dogs that I have ever seen. Ended up with cancer and some other stuff. So, dude, I'm sorry. Hopefully they can treat it. Oh, I had carpal tunnel surgery, brother. Gabriel, if you didn't see some of the stuff the other day, hand is much more better. Got my all my dexterity back as far as movement. Got my strength back. I can actually pull a trigger on a Glock these days, or a Polymer 80. So, yeah, that's getting way better. Well, you know, Gabe, when you can switch hands and pick up 2 strokes, you might be going a little fast. You might sprain something. Just let the crowd know. G knows what I'm talking about. If you weren't on a list in the prior administration, you're part of the problem. You damn right about that. The mask-wearing Muppets aren't on lists.
Intelligence is to the president, to Congress, and to our warfighters. I also know the heavy cost of intelligence failures.
Antifa is on a list that says
Senator
break
Collins,
glass
you
in
led
case
the
of emergency.
creation of
They were there.
ODNI specifically to address those intelligence failures of 9/11 and Iraq's so-called WMDs. The
Yeah,
need
dude,
for the
Nicole,
ODNI under strong
that shit's
leadership
rough, brother.
still
And I'm
exists
serious about
today.
that.
If confirmed, I'll bring
Um,
my experience and fresh eyes
When I
to
lost the
leading the
female shepherd that
intelligence
I had,
community.
dude,
And my
I
day
like
one
to
priorities
broke.
will be
That
to
was
assess
that.
the global threat environment, identify where gaps in our intelligence exist, integrate intelligence elements, increase information sharing, and ensure that unbiased, apolitical,
Slow down and
objective
shorten the
collection and
stroke.
analysis to support the president and policymakers'
Chip,
decision-making.
I'm
occur.
already short stroking it as
I'll
it
work
is.
to end the politicization of the intelligence community and ensure there is a clear mission focus in the
I'm like a
IC
stud
on its
gerbil.
core mission of this unbiased, apolitical collection and analysis of intelligence to secure our nation. I'll work to rebuild trust through transparency and accountability. This is a national security imperative. And I'll work to assess and address efficiencies, redundancies, and effectiveness across ODNI to ensure focus of personnel and resources is on our core mission of national security. In my meetings that I've had with many of you, you expressed bipartisan frustration about recent intelligence failures, as well as the lack of responsiveness to your requests for information. Whether it's the surprise October 7th Hamas terrorist attack, to the sudden takeover of Syria by Islamist extremists, failures to identify the source of COVID, anomalous health incidents, UAPs, drones, and more. If confirmed, I look forward to working with you to address these issues. Ensuring the safety,
Yeah,
security,
Rev
and freedom
Limiter.
of the American people is a mandate of leadership that rises above
It's like an
partisan
AK, man. I need a
politics.
rate reducer.
If confirmed, my commitment to the president, to you, and to the American people is this: I will do my very best to find the truth, no matter
That's
where
like
it
lightning.
leads, and share
Drinks
that
lightning.
truth with President Trump, his advisors, and you in Congress, providing you with that unbiased, timely, and accurate intelligence as you make the tough decisions that'll impact the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. Now,
They
before I
say,
close, I
"Wash
want to
on,
warn the
wash
American
off."
people who are watching
No,
at
wrong
home.
movie.
You may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge
It
my
was wax on,
loyalty
wax
to
off,
and
wasn't it?
my love for our country.
Not whack.
Those
off,
who oppose my
wax
nomination
off.
imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God,
Just saying, you couldn't
my own
understand the dude with an
conscience,
accent. With
and
his
the
accent.
Constitution of the United States. Accusing me of being Trump's
Maybe the
puppet,
Karate Kid
Putin's
really
puppet,
did have Fist of
Assad's
Fury.
puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump and failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet. I have no love for Assad or Gaddafi or any dictator. I just hate Al-Qaeda. I hate that we have leaders who cozy up to Islamist extremists, minimizing them to so-called rebels. As Jake Sullivan said to Hillary Clinton, quote, Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. Well, Syria is now controlled by an Al-Qaeda offshoot, HTS, led by an Islamist jihadist who danced in the streets on 9/11 and who was responsible for the killing of many Americans.
Now, I didn't know about this really until Sean Ryan put the stuff out. We are financing Al Qaeda to the tune of millions of dollars. What, a week? It's either a week or a month. Millions of dollars through all these NGOs that are over there, these nonprofit organizations that are front groups for Al Qaeda and ISIS, and we are funding their asses. You want to know what scared people with this Trump freeze on the federal money? Is all their bank accounts were going to take a fucking hit. So when all these Democrats get up there and they're throwing a fit about this federal funding, and yes, it probably would have hurt some very good causes, but the reason they're pissed is because it hurt their fucking bank account. And if I get Clinton tonight, I'm not suicidal. Not. I'm a little crazy, but not suicidal.
service members. Democrat senators in the past resorted to anti-Christian bigotry against some of President Trump's judicial nominees like Amy Coney Barrett and Brian Boucher. I condemn those
Yeah, they did.
actions as a Democrat in Congress at the time, as religious bigotry must be thoroughly condemned by all of us, no matter the religion.
Hold on, Colt, you know a
Unfor-
ton about Colts. So the Colt wasn't necessarily gas operated, wasn't it? Freaking almost direct blowback. Oh no, I had a chance to have my hands on a Colt earlier today just to look at it, and I didn't do it. But weren't they direct blowback? So they had to have that big ass heavy bolt to basically contain everything to keep it from being a grenade. Which I don't know. It's 45, so it's
Fortunately,
probably more like
there
a
are
nuclear
some
bomb.
Democrat senators who still don't understand the principle of freedom of religion and Article 6 of the Constitution. Quote, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Unfortunately, they're once again using the religious bigotry card, but this time trying to foment religious bigotry against Hindus and Hinduism. If anyone is sincerely interested in knowing more about my own personal spiritual path of Hinduism, I welcome you to go to my account on X, where I'll share more on this topic. If confirmed as
Okay. It can't just be me. It can't. And if it is, I'm going to put a naughty thought in all y'all's head. Her being Hindu, I wonder whether she's into the Kama Sutra. That might have gone a little far, but it's there.
As Director of National Intelligence, I will continue to live by the
If you
oath
don't know
that
what
I have
that is,
sworn
Google
at
it.
least 8 times in my life, both in uniform and as a member of Congress. I will support and defend our God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gabbard. A few reminders before we begin our 5-minute round of questioning. First, a reminder to the audience, once again, I will not tolerate disruptions or disturbances, either in favor of or in opposition to Ms. Gabbard. We all came to hear from Ms. Gabbard, not from you.
All positions.
2 reminders to my colleagues. We'll have a 5-minute round of questions.
She's
Not 5.5,
flexible.
not 6, 5-minute round. We will also have a closed session after this hearing in which you'll have another 5-minute opportunity to ask questions. Second, if any question, as Senator Risch alluded to, begins to approach the line of classified material, my crack staff will advise me and I'll ask you to hold the question. until
Yeah,
we get
she
into a closed
she
setting.
has this hearing, and then
Mr.
right
Chairman,
after
can I just
that,
inquire
she
I was
has
under the
a
understanding
classified hearing.
that if in the open round, because this is the only time the American people will be able to see this judgment, you'd agreed if certain members needed to ask a second round of questions in the public setting, that would be available.
As is our custom, if a member waits until the end of the opening round and has a follow-up question, then we will permit that follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gabbard,
Yeah,
if
you
confirmed,
and
you'll
me
be
both,
entrusted
Colt,
with our nation's most
but
important
not
secrets.
together.
We're all
It wasn't
entrusted
at
with
the
that
same time,
information
guys.
to serve the American people and to keep our country safe. Unfortunately, as you said in your opening statement, we've
We don't
seen
work
too
for
many
the ATF.
instances in recent years of people who were trusted with classified information and went on to abuse and politicize that trust. For example, in October 2020, more than 50 former intelligence officers, many of whom still held a top secret clearance, wrote a letter invoking their credentials to make false claims about Hunter Biden's laptop, likely being Russian disinformation. Do you agree that this was an example of intelligence professionals abusing and
How do these
politicizing
guys
their
hold a
past
security
positions
clearance?
and credentials?
When they retire or they get out.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. And it is an example of what needs to end and why the American people elected President Trump to bring about those necessary reforms.
Thank you. Will you commit that no one who abuses his past position and credentials in this
Yep.
fashion will hold a security clearance in the future?
Yes.
Thank you.
God, I hope
Now,
those
I want to be
photos leak.
fair to my Democratic colleagues. Such abuses aren't just a problem on the left. Also in 2020, President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, published a book in which he revealed sensitive conversations with the president on national security matters, including highly classified information. He didn't submit this book for review and approval to ensure that our national security secrets were protected. Do you agree that John Bolton's actions likewise undermine public trust?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Will you commit that no one who so abuses his past position and risks the exposure of classified information by publishing a book without submitting it for review and getting approval before publication will hold a security clearance again or be trusted with classified information again?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on to the topic of OD&I reform that I mentioned in my opening statement. Congress originally envisioned the OD&I to be a small coordinating agency that directs rather than replicates the now 18 constituent agencies that make up our intelligence community. Over the years, however, the OD&I has strayed from this vision to an organization that now publicly boasts nearly 2,000 people, more than half of whom are not detailed from an intelligence agency, but rather are career OD&I bureaucrats. They've even developed centers that are producing their own analysis. Will you commit today to working with this committee to restoring the OD&I to its original size, scope, and function?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you and the committee as I, if confirmed, assess the current status of who is working in the OD&I and the function that they fulfill to make sure of its effectiveness and elimination of redundancies and bloating.
Thank you. Do you support some of the policy proposals I mentioned in my opening statement?
Oh, we'll
about
catch you later,
capping
brother.
The size
Have
of
a
the
good supper.
OD&I, eliminating OD&I taxes, returning employees back to their home agencies to do real intelligence work?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you as we assess where the OD&I needs to be in order to fulfill its core mission and function.
Thank you. And in your preparation for this hearing and this important responsibility, have you developed any thoughts that explains the mission creep and the empire building that we've seen at the OD&I in recent years?
Yes, Senator, I've had the opportunity to review the history of the OD&I, to speak to Ambassador Negroponte, the first Director of National Intelligence, as well as others who have served in this position. I think there are a number of contributing factors to the creation of centers, or not centers, but offices like the recently eliminated Office of DEI within OD&I, and other areas where I need to go in and assess the replication and the duplication of responsibilities that exist elsewhere and some of the other intelligence elements that OD&I has oversight over.
Thank you. Colleagues, I will lead by example and yield back 1 minute of my time and recognize the Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a first. Ms. Gabbard, let me be clear, at least in my views. I salute your service to our country, but I have serious doubts about your judgment. And those are some of the areas that I want to pursue. First, until you are nominated by the president to be the DNI, you consistently praise the actions of Edward Snowden. Some who, I believe, jeopardized the security of our nation, and then...
Hey, Coop.
How's it going, man?
Good. I'm here to see what all the fuss is about and everything, because I saw you were live, and I'm like, oh, he's reacting to the Tulsi Gabbard Senate Committee, which
yeah. Did you watch it yet?
I watched bits and pieces, but this is the first time I fully sat, and because I've been busy on my own accord. But
oh yeah, man, you've been rocking and rolling.
But now that today is my day off of content creating, I can actually sit and.
Oh, so now you get to suffer with the rest of us.
Yep, I get to suffer with the rest of you for a change. But I'm glad that Pete Hegseth really took it to these clowns, and RFK really made Bernie almost have a heart attack live on air. I'm like,
Bernie liked to stroked his little communist heart out.
Yeah, and it's like Bernie, calm down, man. Your face is really red. You're gonna have a heart attack. he was like this. I'm like, Bernie, are you having a stroke in real time? Because I worry about you now.
He seriously looks like the Crypt Keeper. He's like, ah!
Yeah. So where
Yeah,
are we
this
in
is
this
part.
cube? Where are we in this?
Oh God, how far are we into this? We are almost an hour into this. We're just getting past all the introductions, and now she's starting to get questions, basically.
Okay. And oh
So, and
god,
this
a
dude,
Democrat,
yeah,
a Democrat. Oh, let's see how
yeah.
this
Oh,
goes.
dude, Democrats. I skimmed through it. So Democrats and Republicans are hammering her on the Snowden leaks. Now, I think Snowden did some damage. He did. I think Snowden exposed a lot of the dirty shit our government's doing, and I think he should be absolutely pardoned. But I don't think this government's about to try that because all their dirty laundry got hung out for everybody to see, and they don't like that shit.
Fled to Russia. You even called Edward Snowden, and I quote here, a brave whistleblower. Every member of this committee supports the rights of legal whistleblowers. But Edward Snowden isn't a whistleblower. And in this case, I'm a lot closer to the chairman's
Bernie
words,
didn't like that at all.
where he said Snowden is, quote, an egotistical serial liar and traitor who, quote, deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Ms. Gabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Mr.
Yes.
Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke
Yes.
the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence
Julian
that he released,
Assange,
nor
Eric
the way
Snowden.
in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released.
Now, I have to argue with a little bit of that. If you know the people that you are going to blow the whistle are the complete crooked sons of bitches that are allowing something to happen, are you going to go to those people?
No, because by the time,
No.
because remember, by the time, I mean, look what happened to Seth Rich. Look what happened to
Yeah.
him. Washington has a lot of unsolved murders.
Oh, you're
And-
gonna get Clinton.
And Snowden, if I went there with all that info, by the time I set foot in Washington, D.C., I'm gone. Like, I ain't
Oh, no
leaving.
doubt.
I ain't leaving alive. I would be gone within probably 2 hours. I want to say 2 hours is like the safe.
2 hours
timeframe.
is a way safe estimate.
Like,
What do you have? I have this.
Yep. But Edward, but I feel like with the leaks that Edward Snowden did anybody get killed over it? No, not from what I read.
Oh, and my robot is
Uh-oh. I'm still here, don't worry. You're okay. You're okay. Uh-oh, they don't like us. Oh, there you go. I hear you.
yeah,
I
we're
hear
back.
you. I hear you. I'm like,
We're
uh-oh.
loud, we're proud.
Yeah, they don't like us. Uh-oh. They don't like us. They already don't like us talking.
All of a sudden, Coop's
They're like-
house is a crater.
Yeah.
There was an
It's like,
airplane crash.
it's like, uh-oh. They're becoming truthful. They're becoming truthful. Shut that down.
Oh yeah, YouTube ain't gonna like this worth of shit.
But
will
get
say
I get the game that Tulsi is playing though. I
Yes.
get it because to them she knows what she's doing with this answer. She knows because we all know. We see it. It's like, oh, I don't do this. Oh, Edward Snowden, you're still good. You did the right thing and everything. Don't take what I say on the stand serious. Like,
Yeah,
she's
she knows the political game she's playing right now, and they know it. But this dude is just fighting for his soundbite on MSNBC or CNN. She knows what he's doing. He knows what she's doing.
Information that
We're
exposed
saying, Gabe,
egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government
Excuse me, Mr.
that
Gabbard.
led to serious reforms
Yeah.
that Congress undertook.
Chairman, we got 5 minutes. So I take your answer, and these are your quotes. Brave, please join my bipartisan legislation calling for charges to be dropped against him. Do you disagree that legislation was not appropriate? Do you believe he is brave or not?
Yeah,
Back those words?
once again, Senator, Edward Snowden broke the law. He
Ms. Gabbard,
also
I'm not
released
talking- we
information
agree that Edward Snowden
that
broke the
exposed
law.
the United States
Asking you a question
government's
whether
illegal
your
programs.
legislation and your words are still your beliefs. Yes or no, please?
I'm making myself very clear. Edward
Ma'am.
Snowden broke the law. He released information about the United
All right,
States
ma'am, I've
government's
got other issues to
illegal
raise. Ma'am,
activities.
I
If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets. And I have
Ma'am,
4 immediate steps
asked for
that I
additional
would
time,
take to
Chairman.
prevent another
And
Snowden.
Anime, if anything rubs
Ma'am,
you
I
wrong,
would
scream
simply ask
pause
you-
and I'll pause it and you can say what you want to say.
I don't think you're going to answer. I agree with Tom Cotton. He's a traitor. You for years until you got chosen by President Trump,
Pause it
have
real quick.
celebrated this guy as brave.
Look at that
Called
guy.
the-
Pause.
He's really panicking because
Yeah.
Tulsi's trying to finish. I'm trying to listen to her finish her sentence. It's like, dude, shut up. Let me at least let her finish, and then the answer is right there. The answer is abundantly clear. I will agree that in a way he did break the law. He did break the law, but it was done with good intentions. Because had he not leaked all that stuff, we would still not know what our government is doing behind
Yeah.
the scenes.
It's
So,
like saying,
in a way, I say, yeah, I agree with Tulsi. He did break the law, but on that same side of the coin, we now know what's going on, and it's like, well, you broke the law, but nobody got killed, no one got hurt. We're all still standing. That's a win. That's a win. But now
Yeah,
it's like,
I honestly think in some of the stuff that Snowden put out, that there were some people who actually got killed over. And I'm talking about assets that were overseas that were run by the CIA and other places. I believe that happened. But I'm always going to side with the fact that he exposed what our government was doing to innocent people. So there's multiple ways to do other shit, but you don't get to screw everyday Americans and claim it's the greater good. I'm never going to side on the greater good argument. And that's the argument that a lot of government makes. Well, it's okay to trample on this little guy as long as we get this other dude.
yeah.
Phil, what's happening, brother?
And I agree with Phil. I agree with that.
He always stood for douche.
For him to be pardoned, for his charges to be dropped. I
All right, we're back.
Yep, we're
We're
back.
bad. I think we're back.
contractors to work for. How would we maintain the trust of our Five Eye partners? I find it very troubling. Let me move to 702. I know other members are going to raise this. Remember, the 702 is critical to our national security. 60% of the president's daily brief, 60% of the information President
Yes,
Trump
that's
gets
the way
every
they do it
day
all the time.
in the PDB will come from this. You've had a long history of opposing 702. Many members of Congress have. But one of the things you've actually done that not many have is not to reform it, but you actually said you wanted to repeal it. But now, whether it's confirmation conversion or whatever you call 702 vital, and I'm quoting, because of significant FISA reforms have been enacted since you left Congress. Ms. Gabbard, what are the reforms that have led you to now support 702?
In the short time that I have, Senator, I will just note that my actions in legislation in Congress were done to draw attention to the egregious civil liberties violations that were occurring at that time.
Ms. Gabbard, you
Some
said,
of
Ms.
the-
Gabbard, I ask you a question. Please give me the courtesy of responding. You said the reforms now make you support it. What can you cite? Which reforms?
There are a number of reforms to
In
include
the new
getting
bill,
rid,
in the new law, right?
that all
Right.
of you and your
Gabbard, Ms.
wisdom.
Gabbard, my time is getting short. But I got to just tell you, after the reforms were passed into law in April of 24, you went on Joe Rogan's podcast in May. The bill is now law. And you said, quote, this bill took an already bad problem and made it many, many times worse. Again, in my mind, this is a question of judgment. 702 is critical. I appreciate this late conversion, but I'm not sure I buy it because you've had such a consistent position. Again, I know my colleague's going to raise these, but rather than standing up to dictators like Putin and Assad, you've sometimes amplified his talking points. I mean, I just do not understand how you can blame NATO for Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And when Assad used chemical weapons against his own people, you didn't condemn him. I can go through all the quotes. You actually questioned Americans' intelligence. Now, you mentioned a lot about trust. And one of the things that I'm so proud on this committee is my friend Senator Burr said, we always follow the truth. I say
The
on this
truth.
committee, it's the most
You
valuable
can't
work I
handle
do
the
is that
truth.
we have a bipartisan approach to intelligence. I think we have worked to try to keep the intelligence community and earn their trust, and frankly, earn the trust of the American people. But I respectfully, ma'am, I just don't believe on your judgment and credibility issues that this is the appropriate role that you should take going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gabbard,
Mr.
Edward
Gabbard.
Snowden does stand out as having done particularly grave harm to our national security by revealing top secret information, including sensitive sources and methods.
See, this is where the statists, no matter left or right, actually come together because they believe that the government is all powerful and the government should be able to do what they want regardless of your rights. And you'll see Republicans and Democrats on this end up in the same position.
I mean, we'll see because that Warren guy, he needs to go. He can't even keep himself together through this whole thing.
Oh, dude, you ain't wrong.
That's jeopardizing agents in the field. So let me ask you a question. If confirmed, would you support or recommend a pardon or any kind of clemency for Edward Snowden?
Thank you for the question, Senator Collins. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility would be to ensure the security of our nation's secrets and would not take actions to advocate for any actions related
Muffin
to
Top,
Snowden.
what's up, brother man?
So the answer is no. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Dude, it's an open
In
floor. Jump in if you want. Man.
2020, you introduced the Protect
This
Brave
is definitely another
Whistleblowers Act,
unplanned stream.
which would amend the Espionage Act to make it more difficult to prosecute individuals who
Yeah, they did.
reveal classified information. In particular, the bill would allow individuals to disclose even top secret information as long as it's not done with the specific intent to injure the United States or advantage any foreign nation. Your bill would also have created an affirmative defense if public disclosure of classified information were made for several reasons, one of which was to expose gross waste of funds. I strongly oppose this legislation, which would hamper our ability to prosecute people who give our adversaries classified information. So let me ask you
It is,
this, Ms.
oh
Gabbard, do
man,
you
it's make my head
still
hurt.
support providing individuals who have access to top secret information with the ability to make their own
It's hard to speed up with
decisions
Parkinson's.
regarding whether that information should be publicly disclosed, even though disclosure may cause tremendous harm to our country or our allies?
Senator, we cannot and should not have individual vigilantes within the intelligence community making their own decisions about how and where and when to expose our nation's secrets. The intent of the legislation that you have pointed out was pointed towards ensuring due process for those who are charged under the Espionage Act in a court of law. This is a law that has been abused in some cases and
She
used
ain't
for
got it,
political
Fluff.
purposes.
She lost that gear.
President Obama charged more people under the Espionage Act than all other presidents combined. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my sole focus and goal would be our nation's security, which includes ensuring the security of our nation's secrets. And I would work to make sure that we don't have any disclosures or vigilantes taking it upon themselves. There are numerous legal paths that will protect this information for those who feel they have concerns.
I don't.
And I look forward to working with you and this committee on making sure that those protections are known by every single person in the workforce and effectively implemented.
So you do not support allowing individuals to make their own decisions without authorization to disclose secret information, classified information?
Yes, and I believe we have the legal structure in place for those who have concerns to address them.
As you know, there has been speculation in the press that you met with Hezbollah, a terrorist organization affiliated with Iran. Have you ever knowingly met with any members, leaders, or affiliates?
Well, Chess, you
of
just got to have
Hezbollah?
the money behind you,
No,
man.
and it is an absurd accusation.
Here
Let
come the
me ask you
terrorist
one
questions.
final
Like, oh,
question
you
in the
met
short
with
time
this
we have
guy who's
left.
tied to
With
this.
Hamas, ISIS-K,
Fucking
the
stupid.
Houthis,
What
all
does
the
that have
Iranian
to do?
proxies in Syria and Iraq, Yemen, and Al-Qaeda, all posing general resurgences in the Middle East, Africa, and Central Asia. I'm alarmed at the lack of focus by the IC on this threat to our safety. We don't want to have to call you
I
back
feel
to
all
this
this stuff
room
has been debunked
after a
time after time
terrorist
after time.
attack
But
and ask, how did the IC
you know what they say: if
miss
you tell a
this?
lie long
Great
enough,
power competition, China, Russia, definitely pose threats to our country. But the terrorist threat is arguably the most imminent threat, according to former FBI Director Chris Wray. If confirmed, what would be your strategy to refocus the IC on the terrorist
how about
threat to
focusing
our
on the
country
terrorists that have come
and
into the
to
country the last 4
Americans
years?
abroad?
That'd be
Thank you,
helpful.
Senator. I agree with your assessment, and this speaks to the need for the ODNI to exist, to redirect those resources, identifying the gaps in intelligence so that we are able to get ahead of these threats instead of coming around after the fact and trying to assess why did we not know about this sooner so that we could have taken action to prevent it.
Thank you.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Gabbard.
Thank you.
I am going to try to get 4 questions in, so I'll be brief, and if you can reciprocate, that would be very
Good
much
old Ron
appreciated. We've been
Slobbered and
talking
Wyden.
about Section 702, the Foreign Intelligence
Oh,
Surveillance Act.
God.
I really need to get this guy to say suffering succotash. I really need to get him to do it.
Heck, if you were being confirmed for a position in government, I think you might have a chance.
Yeah, dude, if
Like
you
just
will
like
say
off
suffering
camera,
succotash,
you could probably ask him off camera to say it. I think he wouldn't mind just off camera, but
listen, he'd ask me a question. I'd be like, look, dude, if you can say suffering succotash, I will answer every single question you give me to the best of my abilities, honestly, and as brutally as possible. But you got to say suffering succotash. And if you can't say that, well, I'm going to stonewall the shit out of you. Seriously. I won't
And I
make
believe
that. I
it's
got
critical
no, don't
that
make that
the
joke. No,
DNI
Coop.
support additional reforms to
Bad
protect the
Coop.
privacy of law-abiding Americans. In your written response to committee questions, you wrote, and I quote, "Warrants should generally be required before an agency undertakes a U.S. person query of Section 702. Is this your current position?"
Yes, it is, Senator. And as you'll note in that written response, I noted some exigent circumstances with
agree with
which
that.
there may be other options. But I also want to make a note that a simple warrant requirement is ultimately going to be a policy decision that all of you will make. I would point to history, to some examples.
Time is short. I'm glad you answered in line with your written answer that you support a warrant. Section 702 also involves a huge loophole now that was included recently that could allow the government to force anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router or cable box to secretly participate in the warrantless surveillance program. Do you support, as I do, eliminate?
Does anybody catch that? Anybody that has basically any Wi-Fi device would be forced to be a part of this basically data collection program. Anybody. Is that not terrifying at all?
that is terrifying.
It's one of those things. That's why I said there were some bombshells in this area. Not only they admit that they collect every bit of Americans' data, but now they want every Wi-Fi device to, against your will, be part of this data collection program where they can jump in any Wi-Fi device and start collecting data for anything, for anyone, for any fucking reason. There's going to be a whole lot of fuckers get outed for anime tentacle porn. I'm just saying. I could be guilty.
Eliminating this language?
Senator, I would have to look more into that and assess, if confirmed, what the impacts of the implementation of the existing safeguards are and come back to you in Congress as you look at reauthorization.
It is a massive loophole, and I hope to hear after you've looked at it that you'll be supportive of my efforts. Let me turn now to the question of the Inspector General situation. Can the President of the United States refuse to fund the Inspector General for the intelligence community despite appropriations from Congress? And here I'd like a yes or no.
Senator, I don't know about the legal authorities, but I understand the essential role that the inspectors general play. And if confirmed, look forward to empowering our Inspector General to fulfill their responsibility.
Good, because Congress either has the power of the purse or it doesn't. And I think in your answer to me, you recognize that you have an independent obligation to follow the law. I think that's a constructive answer. Let me turn now to the matter of spying on journalists. You wrote in your response to the committee questions that you support the Biden administration Department of Justice's policy restricting the collection of reporters' records, and you called for the codification of those restrictions. Will you reconfirm that position this morning?
I believe strongly in the First Amendment, which protects a free press.
So you will, in effect, say that you will continue to support the Biden administration policy to protect journalists?
I'm not familiar with the specific Biden administration policy, but I believe strongly in the defense of the First Amendment.
It is a policy that restricts the collection of reporters' records, and you have called for the codification of those records. So I'm going to accept that you're not changing your position, and I appreciate it. I got time, I think, for one more question. While you were in Congress, you introduced legislation.
They just assume. They just assume without reading between the lines here. Now, lately, we have seen a lot more journalists turning against us and trying to like the idiots over at CNN and all the other clown shows. They insult our intelligence like, oh, we can only look at these files, and anybody who looks at these files that release, we tell you what to read and everything. No, we are the American people, and we deserve to know what the hell is going on. And we're all adults here. We're all adults.
Well,
Let the
except for
adult
Phil.
well, we love you, Phil. We love you. We just want we just want the truth. Like, look, just tell us what happened, and that's it. Now
see-
was the thing handled this poorly? Yes, it was. There are certain things that have been handled very poorly, but it's just, and this is why the independent media has exploded and gotten to where it's at right now.
Yes.
Because it's people like us who are just so sick and tired. And it's like, you know what? I may put my life in danger and I may be bankrupt at the end of it all on my deathbed, but it's a chance worth taking. And that's why we go out there every day to expose these people and not only just hold them accountable, but bring the honesty back. Because
Well, see,
journalism used to have a lot of class and a lot of respect back in
you
our
ain't had that in forever.
back in our time.
Yeah.
In our time, it used to be like, this is what happened, this is who did it, and that'd be the end of it. And all the facts are right there. Nowadays, it's just like, oh, they're selective of like what goes on and everything.
Well,
That's because a very, very popular show called 60 Minutes appeared. That was the downfall. It's like,
well,
wait a minute, we can
drill into this for a second. So they wanted to protect the media, meaning mainstream media, right?
Yeah.
There's zero protection for you, me, or anybody else as a citizen who is doing media. We're still part of all the collections. So any of the emails that go back and forth in between CNN and MSNBC where they're lying back and forth, trying to build a narrative, well, that's excluded. But us, all the way down to our bank accounts, that's freely searchable.
Yep. And I tell you, I'm enjoying watching the Democrat Party further crumbled, and I'm just sitting here drinking the tea and everything, and just watching that ice break further and further. I'm like, yep,
Hey, look,
the crash is coming.
they're pushing there, and a bunch of people. Eric Swalwell is one pushing for David Hogg to be the vice president of the Democrat National Convention.
Oh God! Wow! Oh, another clown, another clown who got his fame by.
There's another meeting for the Democrat convention tomorrow, online, and it's free to everybody. I'll try to find the link later and post it in case anybody else wants that little slice of hell. But we'll see whether Davey Hogg gets to be the vice chair of the Democrat National Convention.
I'm surprised Adam Pissler isn't considered. I'm very surprised because that guy is another bag of nuts and bolts and a bundle of sticks. He matches the description. I would not
Very
be
much.
surprised. I'm pretty surprised that his name wasn't considered, given how hard he was cheerleading for them. Like, he threw on the cheerleading outfit throughout that whole campaign and was cheerleading very brutally, worse than anybody I've ever seen. Probably up there with David Hogg. I say he's definitely up there.
They are smart enough. They know they need their cheerleaders in social media. and then they know they need people that are moving up in the ranks. So, like Harry Session, that douchebag, he'll get left in the social media realm. He'll make thousands and thousands, if not millions of dollars, beating the
Oh,
drum and
Harry, my bad.
rats. If Hogg makes it into the chairman of the DNC, well, he'll make millions off of that because there's all the PACs and everything they'll be feeding him. Someone else will take over for Students Demand Action, and they'll get their little slice of the money. Watching these people, man. God, Game of Thrones was easier than watching these people, where brother and sister were nailing each other, and all kings got killed off. I mean, that was a cleaner show than watching American politics.
Yep. Or watching an episode of Matlock.
Yeah.
And prohibiting the government from mandating that Americans' phones or apps include mechanisms to allow the government to bypass encryption or other privacy technology. In your written responses to the committee questions, you reconfirmed your opposition to these mandates. Is that still your?
Okay, we gotta hit that real fast, and then I gotta let this play some. So the government, the federal government, your state governments want access to everything you have electronic. They want access to all your passwords. They want to go through all your firewalls, and they think that ought to be mandated.
over my dead body. Over
There
my
are
dead
people,
body.
Republican and Democrat. There are people voting to make that happen.
Oh, you mean the rhinos and the dinos? I thought I smelled a rhino and a dino somewhere in there.
So,
Because
a cop could,
no patriot American would
Yeah.
sign off on that. No, I wouldn't sign off on that. I know you wouldn't. None of us would.
privacy is dead online. I mean, they're already collecting all this shit. They just want the front door access now instead of the back door access.
Well, like I said, over my dead body. Because who I interact with is on my own accord.
Your position?
Yep.
Yes, these back doors lead down a dangerous path that can undermine
Yeah, they don't want
Americans'
the back
Fourth
door. They
Amendment
want the
rights and
front
civil
door.
liberties.
You are being very helpful by moving so quickly. Let me turn to whistleblowers. You wrote
Like
your
the door,
response,
back door man.
whistleblowers
I'm
must
a
have clear,
back door
protected channels
man.
to report concerns, including the unauthorized transmittal of classified information to appropriate entities such as members of Congress. Do you agree that IC whistleblowers must have a clear path to this committee and that they don't need permission from agencies to talk to us? That's a yes or no.
Senator, the answer is clearly yes. I would like to state a few other actions I would take if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence is number one, make sure that we don't have illegal and unconstitutional programs within the intelligence community, making sure that we enact security clearance reform to limit access to our nation's top secrets, make sure that every single person in the workforce understands their rights as whistleblowers and the legal channels to take, which would include coming directly to you as members of Congress, as well as establishing a direct hotline to myself should they choose to take that path.
One last question, if I might. Would you support the declassification of the committee's full report on the CIA's torture program?
Yes, that needs to come
Senator,
out.
I honest assessment for that answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cornyn.
Welcome, Ms. Gabbard. Congratulations.
Yeah. If people don't fight against that, this is what the government's going to be singing to you.
No, that's what that torture thing, that definitely needs to come out. That needs to be declassified.
Dude, it needs to be spread everywhere.
Because
Everywhere.
there is a lot. There's all the dirty shit from 45 to 60 up till the 80s and well into the early 2000s. How many let me pose the question. How many innocent people were there that got this wrongful treatment who turned out to be completely innocent at the end? There's a lot.
Thousands.
Yes. And I feel for these people because I heard the stories. A lot of people got wrongly accused of things and were illegally tortured for the wrong reasons. They had nothing to do with it. They're like,
Oh,
why are you putting this on me? And that's why I'm strongly advocating for all this to be released so we get a clearer picture of what it is our government is doing behind the scenes, and to make sure that it's the correct people that are getting this treatment and not the average innocent folk like us.
absolutely, Chess, and you too, Anime. Yeah, people don't realize Yuri Bezmenov, we listened to a couple of his lectures on the streams before, and he warned about everything that's happening right now. Welch warned about everything that's happening right now. 1984 was supposed to be a warning. The Democrats picked that shit up and was like, God, this is a good goddamn playbook. And here we are,
Yep,
where you
here we
can
are.
see stuff in real time with your own eyes. You can see it happen in real time, not online, not with a camera. You can see it happen, and you can make a report on it. And you're going to be the lying bastard because no, don't believe this person, even though they saw it happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't believe us, take one look at what's happening to our brothers in the UK.
Oh, dude, it's horrible.
And then get back and then get back to us on that. Because believe me, that's what they want, folks. That's what they want America to be.
When
And
you
I don't
can
want
make a
that.
post online just criticizing someone, say there's a 490-pound chick online in a bikini, and you go, "Damn, bitch, you're fat." If that can get you thrown in jail, and stuff like that, it very much has happened in the UK, where people criticize the government, they criticize the jab, they criticize, this certain group of people, and they are thrown in jail or prison over it, because some of them have actually gone to prison over it.
And
That is,
imagine the embarrassment too. Like all the hardened criminals in prison, they look at you like, "What are you in jail? What are you here for?"
yeah,
Oh, I called Liz Cheney a fat cow and they threw me in here.
dude, that would actually probably make you really popular in jail. But it seriously, conversation would go down. What are you in for? Let me see your paperwork. They'd look at your paperwork and be like, you ain't got nothing violent. You ain't got no sexy stuff. You ain't got no kiddo stuff. You're in here for calling so and so. Yeah. Well, what are you in here? I'm in here for rape. I'm in here for a triple murder. I'm in here for a string of armed robberies. It probably would make you the funny guy in prison. As long as you can come down no kiddo stuff on your paperwork, you'd probably be golden. Yeah, all right. But the fact they could throw you in prison for that shit.
I mean, if people told us this, if people told us this back in the day, we would probably laugh at them. Like,
Yeah.
like that ain't gonna happen. And but unfortunately, we got the reality check. We got the reality check. We see it happen, and it's like, oh damn, they weren't kidding.
No, and it's where we're at right now.
There's
And
a
you're right.
famous.
Back in the day, if we had said that the government would do these things blatantly out in the open, because we knew they did some dirty shit on the side, but if we had said they were going to do this shit blatantly out in the open, people would laugh in your face.
Mhm. I mean, look how many and look how much stuff that they did. They 86 JFK in broad daylight. They 86 Martin Luther
Yeah.
King in broad daylight and RFK in broad daylight. Heck, they even tried to do the same thing to Donald Trump during that rally. And you tell me that these people are not off their rockers.
Dude,
They are
we
so
live in some
desperate right now.
crazy times, brother. Some
They
crazy times.
this is how desperate they're getting, and they're getting sloppier and sloppier by the day.
Oh
Because
yeah,
remember, we didn't see it back in the day because they knew what they were doing, but they were more craftier about it back then. We had
what is
trickles
it?
here. We had trickles here and there, but now here we are, after 2016, that's when it really comes
Well,
crashing down.
we get hurt and we get helped by the same thing in these situations. So, say JFK assassination, there weren't 400 people out there or 1,000 people out there with cell phones videoing it from 1,000 different angles. But we also get hurt by the fact that there are people out there and there are organizations from our government who will take that same information and manipulate it to try to turn the narrative in a different direction. So it's not pure information you're getting. And it's not a lot of it's not pure analysis that you're getting. With the Trump stuff, we saw that there were 97 people that said, oh, there was a second shooter on the first floor. There was a shooter on the water tower. There was this, there was that. But when you looked at the shots, you looked at the trajectories of the shots, anybody who knows anything about ballistics went, there could only be one place that shooter was sitting, and it matches with where that shooter was sitting before they rolled his ass over to search him. People try to say there was a shooter on the first floor. There were no broken windows on the first floor. When you watch the video, the reflections in the glass lasted for seconds and not just like a millisecond. So the frames they were taking up didn't match up to what a muzzle report would match. There's all kinds of things with it. So we have a good thing for us that there are so many citizen journalists out there who will record and disseminate information. But we've got a bad thing going that technology is so good these days that they can manipulate a lot of information. So we kind of ride on this razor's edge, really. When you get down and think about it, we're like on this razor edge of this is the information that is good and pure. This is the information that might contain some good information, but it's so manipulated that it's just going to lead you down the wrong path, I guess is probably the best way I can put that right now.
Exactly. You're not wrong. I'm hoping
9/11.
Oh yeah, I would love for more of that to come out because there's still much we don't know about. There's still much that we don't
Oh
know.
shit! I didn't see Phil come backstage. Phil, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, gents?
Hey, Phil.
Ain't nothing but another night.
Yeah, I tell you, the only way I would ever watch any C-SPAN coverage is via Coop. So you're doing the Lord's work, my friend. Otherwise that shit's
I'm
unbearable.
just putting you through the same pain I'm going through. So.
I got to tell you something though. As my favorite griller when it comes to grilling the libtards, which is not what's happening here, but Josh Hawley of Missouri, Senator Hawley. That guy grills the libtards. He grills the bureaucrats and libs. I would vote that guy in for president had he run, because that's kind of what we need. You know, he's a young guy. He looks like somebody he looks like he came out of a time warp from the 50s. You know, he's got a deep voice. You know what I mean? It's a real throwback. You know, I don't know what kind of shady shit he has in his past, because they all do. But he really sits on the libtards and does not let them score him out of the question. So Ted Cruz does a pretty good job too. But when it comes to really grilling the libs, Howley does the best, I think.
Yeah, Cruz isn't bad. Oh God, what's his name from Texas?
Oh, I know you're talking
Roy.
about. Yeah,
Chip Roy's not
Chip
bad.
Roy, yeah.
Massey's not bad. And there are a few others that have been really solid.
Yeah.
Oh God, what's the black dude from Texas? He's a representative. Has a freaking absolutely beautiful speaking voice.
Oh damn!
I can see his face. I can't think of his name right now. Oh God, he is absolutely hysterical watching him question these people.
Yeah, they would call him they would call him a white supremacist, because anytime a person of color, we love people of color. You're going against the narrative, white supremacist, Nazi, Hitler. Oh, it's so fucking played out, all this shit.
It is.
And all the shit that lost in the election, they're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down it just so they keep the WAD Trump industry alive for the 4 years that they're going to draw this all out.
Like we were talking about earlier, they're trying to make, or they want to, or David Hogg is trying to become
fuck
the
that
vice
fake ass
of the
actor. Jesus
DNC.
Christ. Yeah.
So they're going to put whiny boy, big forehead motherfucker up there. And my forehead matches my proportions. I don't look like a mushroom like he does.
Keep losing, you idiots.
Yeah.
Keep the Harry
keep rolling.
Sissons and the David Hoggs out there, noodle arm little freaks who have no life experience at all, and pretend actors. They're all actors. They're all fucking bad actors. We have enough of those in Hollywood. Do we need more in Washington? No, we don't.
No. That's the problem. We have a serious deficit of people in Washington who are actually honest.
Yeah.
Who will either tell you, yes, I know, no, I don't know,
or at
yeah,
least partially honest. Again, the main job of politicians in Washington is to sell the bullshit. Be convincing when you're selling bullshit. The problem is the last administration was not convincing. It was just 100% bullshit, and enough people saw through it that we put 78-year-old Trump back into the White House. Which again, if Trump was about 20 years younger, I'd be a lot happier with it. But he's a fucking old codger.
Very true.
He's not all there. But he's better than what we had. He's definitely better than what we had before by a long shot.
I will take the old dude with 1 foot in the grave and one on a banana peel who's ready to burn the system down and just be honest for the rest of his life.
Right.
Over the
the fact that he's such a threat to the deep state is more than enough reason to have voted for him. Because look at the libs between the media and the politician and just your dopey friends online. Where? I had one guy fucking I had a guy fucking block me on Facebook after he got so butthurt over they had a benefit concert. A bunch of Illuminati celebrities got together to have a fire fucking concert at the Intuit Dome the other night, and it was all the usual ones: Billie Eilish, fucking Lady Gaga, all the ones who were Kamala Harris bootlickers during the election, Green Day, everybody who sucks. Okay. And this is a guy who I've actually personally known, for long, 10, 15 years, not a close friend or anything, but somebody I know. I saw a post. It was by Channel 11, which is the Fox station here. Oh, the big fire, fucking charity, fucking event, Lady Gaga, and here's how you get tickets. I just simply wrote my answer there was just no. That's all I wrote. And this guy comes in, where Green Day and Red Hot Chili Peppers gonna be there? And I said, dude, you're not selling this. It's still no. And then he got butthurt and then wrote a post about me and said, his big angry Phil is what has he ever done to help anybody? Oh, what a pussy you are. Get that. And then you have a shitty YouTube page which nobody watches. I'm gonna drop my subscription, which he did because I saw one go away during that day. It's like, just how did people get like this over such stupid fucking shit?
Say you buy it on your way out, or don't say nothing at all and just leave.
Yeah. I always knew he was. Look, you could get along with your liberal friends as long as politics doesn't come up. You can still find common ground, which is why I still get along with most of my liberal friends. Look, I fucking work in Hollywood. You have to fucking make a bit somewhere. But to get on there and just throw a hissy fit over fucking Green Day and Billie Eilish, it's like, dude, you're a 40-year-old man. What the fuck is wrong with you? And good fucking riddance. And then I roasted him on his own page, and then he blocked me. So and I said, I told him, well, why don't you call Billy Joel of Billy Joel of Green Day and ask him how he gets the sound out of his vagina?
The chairman's comments about the exploding bureaucracy, not only
because he's got some serious sand in his vagina.
In the office,
seriously.
Of the Director of National
Need a shovel. Need a fucking bulldozer.
This is a critical role.
Shit, a backhoe.
Played, but unfortunately, that role is not made easier or more effective by such a large, unwieldy bureaucracy. Do you believe that the President of the United States should get all of the lawfully collected intelligence that's available in order to inform his judgments as
lawfully collected?
Senator, not only is the answer a strong yes, I would say that it is the Director of National Intelligence responsibility to make sure that the president has access to all the intelligence so that he can make the best informed decisions for our country.
And you will be the one actually briefing him on a daily basis, correct?
That's correct.
And the president's daily brief, and we've heard that that is composed of about 60
60% of it's composed of information gleaned by collection under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I've heard your comments to Senator Wyden and others. You and I talked about the importance of getting dissenting views in front of the president so that we don't have groupthink, which can be very dangerous, particularly in the intelligence
God forbid,
collection
yeah.
areas. And I appreciate your agreeing that presenting the policymakers, including the president, with dissenting views is very important. Are you aware that overwhelmingly the courts that have looked at a challenge to Section 702 based on the Fourth Amendment and any potential warrant requirement have overwhelmingly said that the Fourth Amendment is not implicated by search of lawfully collected intelligence?
I am aware, yes, Senator.
And do you disagree with that?
What I began to say in answer to Senator Wyden's previous question on this issue is, number one, the decision about a warrant requirement will be yours to make,
Well, you
not
will be
mine as the Director of National Intelligence.
You'll be the Director of National Intelligence, and people will be wanting to hear from you about what we should do as policymakers. Admittedly, you're not going to be a policymaker, but you certainly will inform us. And wouldn't you do agree that the courts have overwhelmed?
So again, define lawfully. Is it just what a court upholds? Because courts uphold unlawful shit all the time. And Cornyn, this dude, he's one of the ones who voted for the Safer Communities Act. He's a complete statist. All he cares about is the government's power.
Commonly held that a warrant is not required, correct?
Yes, Senator, I'm aware of the court rulings. What my commitment is to make sure that we uphold the Fourth Amendment rights of Americans,
Is that
protect
the rock
against
behind her?
unlawful seizure and search. There are many different ways to do this. The devil is in the details. There are examples of how even in situations
He's
under
studying for
Title
a new
I where a
role.
warrant is required to surveil a U.S. person.
Title I is different. I agree.
Because
with
he's
you.
such
I
a
agree
good
with you on
actor.
that.
He
But
needs to
my
know.
point,
Yeah.
Senator, if I may just
Misused-
finish.
Excuse me. If that was misused in the case of Carter Page and basically an FBI lawyer lied
Right.
In order to secure that warrant.
Yeah, fluff.
Which is
Imagine
why
that.
there are safe.
What would be necessary to be shown in order to establish probable cause to a judge in order to obtain a warrant?
Again, Senator, that's not for me to say. That would be for you all to decide and for the Attorney General to weigh in on.
Do you know what the elements of probable cause are and whether that's a practical and workable solution?
This is the
It is
center
to
of the
everything
debate,
else.
the high standard of probable cause that's required to get a warrant, and why this will continue to be a conversation, again, with the Attorney General weighing in and all of you in Congress making this policy decision.
The CIA director, John Ratcliffe, said during his testimony before
Again,
this
Phil, if you hit
committee that
anything you want to
he
touch,
believed
just
that a
scream
warrant
pause and
is
we'll pause.
not only
I'm,
required by
I'm
law.
wondering
but
how
is
many teeth he has
actually
left in his mouth.
impractical. Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
I
Maybe
will be in a
Ron
better
Wyden's
position
holding
to
on
make
to
an
him for him.
assessment on the practical implications
No,
of
you can't
this
fix stupid.
if confirmed as DNI. My
No,
commitment
you
remains
can't.
to uphold the Constitution and Americans' Fourth
Stupid is
Amendment
fucking
rights.
broke
Where
forever.
would the warrant be sought? Would it be in
That
the
guy looks
Foreign
asleep back
Intelligence
there behind
Surveillance
him.
Court, or would it be in some other Article 3
He does.
court?
My understanding
oh,
is that
he
it
woke
would
up.
be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court.
Are you aware of
He
the
probably
fact the
heard
Foreign
you.
Intelligence
He's like, huh?
Surveillance Court has
What?
held that a warrant is not required?
I am aware.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Heinrich.
So
Thank you,
because the
Chairman.
Foreign Intelligence
Welcome.
Court says a warrant's not required, it's just not
You
required.
traveled to
Okay,
Syria and
warrant.
Lebanon in January 2017.
Oh God, this shit again.
Bassam Kawam personally paid for that trip, and Bassam and his brother Ilyas accompanied you to both Lebanon and Syria. The Kawam brothers have links to the
Didn't we do
Syrian
this
Social
already? You
Nationalist
fucking libtards.
Party, an ally of
No, you're going to
Hezbollah.
see it at least a couple more
And
times,
in
I
fact,
think.
in 2008, the Syrian Social Nationalist Party.
They should make it so you can't
Bless
ask.
you.
They should make it so you
former
can't
Lebanese
ask the same
Prime Minister
goddamn questions
and
that somebody else
assisted
already
Hezbollah
asked
in
and got an
Beirut.
answer to.
Fluffy,
When did you
hopefully you're not
become
talking
aware
about
of
the
the
dude
links
sits
between the
behind
Kawan
Tulsi,
brothers
but I
and the
can't
Syrian
judge.
Social Nationalist Party?
Senator, thank you for your question. Just a point of clarification. I paid for my own expenses and travel on that trip. I was not aware of any accusations of
Absolutely.
these two Lebanese Americans associations until after the trip occurred.
And that's when you reimbursed? Because
Correct. Correct.
'cause
Not because of, I wanted to make sure that there were no perceived conflicts of interest. I addressed this specific question to these Lebanese Americans who had organized the trip, and they vehemently denied any associations with that group.
There is not
He's
a great
struggling.
deal in the public record about what you
Oh, he's got
and,
talking points written by his
Syrian
staffers.
dictator
He's just going through them.
Bashar al-Assad
He's reading the
discussed for
script.
so long in January of 2017. And I think there's a great
I
deal
do
of
like Hawaii.
interest from the American people about what was discussed in that meeting. So what did you talk about? And did you press Assad
Can
on
we hurry
things
this up?
like
The Cub
Kind of
Scouts
pushing
are
the
coming by.
definition of lay
weapons,
there, buddy.
systematic torture, and the killing of so many Syrians?
Yes, Senator. Upon returning from this trip, I met with people like then Leader Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer, talked to them and answered their questions about the trip. And quite frankly, I was surprised that there was no one from the intelligence community or the State Department who
Wait
reached
till I
out or
get
showed
full
any
bird.
interest whatsoever in my takeaways from that trip. I would have been very happy to have a conversation and give them a back brief. I went with former
just a
Congressman
little
Dennis
lieutenant.
Kucinich, who had been there many times before and who had met with
Colonel.
Assad before. A number of topics were covered and discussed. And to directly answer your question, yes, I asked him tough questions about his own regime's actions, the use of chemical weapons and the brutal tactics that were being used against his own people.
Were you able to extract any concessions from President Assad?
No, and I didn't expect to, but I felt these issues were important to address.
According to your revised trip report, your third meeting in Syria after meeting with Assad and then his wife was with Grand Mufti Ahmad.
Nobody
Badreddin
cares, dude.
Hassoun. Forgive me if I'm not pronouncing that
Move on.
correctly.
Move on already.
In an October 2011
Yeah, they're pretty
speech,
much, of course,
the
trying to
Grand
make her
Mufti
to be
warned
a
the
traitor.
US and
I
Europe
get to
that we
ask
will
these
prepare
questions now.
suicide bombers
The same
who
ones
are
everybody
already
else
in your
already
countries
asked.
if you bomb Syria or Lebanon. What was the goal? Or
They're
what
all
did you
pissed the
accomplish
schools are
by
letting out
meeting
right
with
now, and they have to
Grand
sit in there and do this.
Senator, before going on the trip and during my
Oh, they're
time both
pissed
in
because their
Syria
milk
and
duds are
Lebanon,
melting in their laps
I
right
made it
now
a
instead of
point to
being able to
meet
go
with
off them to
different
you.
religious
Mm.
leaders, both Muslim leaders as well as various Christian and Catholic
It'd
leaders.
be great if
who
somebody
were
just
there,
ripped a big
in the
fart
region.
back there. And
I
everybody
did
can
that
hear.
both
Hey,
in Syria and
don't put
in
that
Lebanon
past goddamn
to hear
like
from
that Peter
them
Griffin
about
fart that
what
made them
their
all run out of
concerns or thoughts
Congress.
were with regard to
Gentlemen,
the war that was
that
being
was a
waged at
fight.
the time.
Were you aware of
Eric Swallows
his
will.
threats regarding
Yeah,
suicide
don't put him
bombers
past
in
Eric
the
Swallows
United
will.
States?
I
Oh,
was
yeah.
not and had not heard that until today.
Who vetted the people
Or
that
Jerry
you
Nadler
met
shitting his
with
pants
on
in the
this,
middle of
trip
the
to
Yeah.
Syria
damn
last
press
time?
conference.
The itinerary was created
Be trusted to fall.
by
Trusted,
former
man.
Congressman Dennis Kucinich, his constituents who he had traveled with to Syria and
I
Lebanon.
wonder
a
how long
number
they had to
of times
fumigate the White House
before.
after Biden left.
Some of the
Oh,
individuals
they're
that I met with
You want
were
you want to talk
local
you want to talk about
officials.
old
Others
you want to talk
came
about
up
old
during the
man
trip,
stink. Holy shit.
that were unexpected.
I wonder
Dude,
how
that
long
old
it took
Coochie
to,
stink
In
from his
complete
probably
hindsight,
just as
would
long as they
you,
did when they had when
would you view
Obama
this
left
trip
the office.
They had to fucking
as,
tent the
good
White
fortune?
House like fucking like
Yes, Senator.
Orkin.
And I believe that leaders, whether you
Fucking
be in
tent the White House.
Congress or the President of the United States,
It was that
can
bad.
benefit greatly by going and
Had to go
engaging, boots on the ground,
Big Mike
learning and
mushroom
listening and
pants
meeting
off.
directly with people,
Oh,
whether
God
they be
almighty.
adversaries or friends.
Last question. Who do you blame?
What happened? They
Who's
got away from me
responsible for the war
again.
in Ukraine?
Putin started the war in Ukraine.
Thank you. Sir Moran, before your questions, I want to extend all of our condolences
Is that the official
in
answer?
particular to you for the loss of life for your fellow Kansans last night in that air crash. Our prayers are with all of your people back home who lost loved ones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So many people here, and
Oh,
throughout the
yeah.
Congress have been very.
Yeah, we
kind,
know nothing about the
expressing
cause.
their
Wink, wink,
condolences,
hint,
and
hint.
I appreciate you
Yeah.
saying this in this setting just now. Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard, you were asked in your questionnaire about your
I
priorities.
wonder how
and
many
you
times Trump
listed,
had to run the drug
Iran and
dog
Hamas
series.
and Hezbollah in North
Probably
Korea.
a lot.
You also
A
mentioned
lot.
Russia. But the only thing you said about Russia in fully explaining why it's a priority is ending the war with
Well,
Russia.
fucking Hunter probably had a drug dog assigned to him
When
just
you
to
talk
find the
about
drugs he
Russia,
wanted.
I think
what
100
are
of them
your
had to go to the
fears
Betty
or
Ford Center
policy
after they were done there.
priorities beyond ending the war? How do you see Russia as a threat to the United States?
Senator, if confirmed as the Director
Russia
of National Intelligence, it
disinformation.
will be
Where?
paramount for me to assess
Yeah.
where our
Russia,
intelligence
Iranian
gaps
Which-
may
disinformation,
exist,
Russia
Which,
so that
disinformation.
I can provide the
Which
President
senator
and
is
all
asking her
of you
questions now?
with the most
I didn't
accurate
see.
full picture of that threat assessment to
I lost
directly
track.
answer your questions.
Now I'm just here being a smart
I
ass
think
at this
that
point.
it is a complex
It's like movie,
environment.
what was it, Mystery
Russia
Theater
remains a
2000?
strategic
I need all of our
competitor.
shadows
There are a number
blue
of
screen.
concerns that have to do
And
with
like
their
throw shit
They
at
get-
it.
nuclear weapons.
They lock you up for farting now?
as
Is that,
well as
you can't
how
do
the
anything in the
decisions
UK.
and
What are you supposed to do
policies
after
that
eating
are
that
being
shitty
made by
food
this
there?
body and
Oh,
by the
dude, I
president
heard some shit about
will
that
impact
today.
our own national security.
Bad enough
which
Bill
is my
Gates is poisoning
foremost
all our
concern.
cows, keeping them from
I want to
farting.
make certain
Goddamn.
that in no way does Russia get a pass in
Fuckers better be
either
lucky
your
they weren't
mind
behind me in the
or
grocery
your
store the
heart,
other day. My stomach was tore up.
or in any
That
policy
was crop
recommendation
dust in
you
every
would
aisle
make
I
or
went
not
down.
make.
Senator, I'm offended by the question because my sole focus,
They've never
commitment,
been to
and
a chili cook-off
responsibility
over here.
is
have they?
about our own nation, our
Yeah.
own security, and the interests of the American people.
Dude,
In
you're in a
carrying
place where
out
the
the
Mexican rides up
responsibilities
on
of
a
the
goat,
Director of
makes the
National
goat into chili,
Intelligence,
and then
if
walks home.
confirmed, no
Yeah.
country, group, or individual
We have
will get a
Mexican food on every
pass
corner.
in
We
my
got the
fulfilling
shits.
that
believe me.
responsibility of providing that full intelligence picture
And it ain't
so that you
Taco
all
Bell.
can make the best
Yeah.
informed policy
That's all right. They'll blame it on
decisions,
climate change. It's
for
fine.
the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. You have my commitment to be completely objective, unbiased, and apolitical. And I hope you understand
a
my
real story I
commitment
saw
to
in
our
LA today is
country's
the rise of
interests.
number of
I
rats is
absolutely
being
do.
blamed on climate
You have
change.
answered
It's
my
like, will you
question in
fucking
the
people
manner in
just
which
shut
I
up
wanted
already?
to hear,
God damn it.
that you will do this in objective manner. Provide
Idiots. Jerry.
Yes, Senator.
Jerry
how
moron.
would the National Intelligence Priority Framework
He
to better
definitely is a
align with
moron.
President Trump's
Finally,
national
fucking your name is your
security
destiny
goals?
with these people.
Senator, this is a discussion, if confirmed, I look forward to having with the
Too
president.
bad we don't
and his
have
national
Alexander
security
Ocasio
advisor.
retard.
Again, based on the threat assessment and based on the president's
His name is your
priorities.
destiny.
He has spoken about a number of different priorities in different parts of the world. I would work with them on that national intelligence priorities framework, which will serve as the foundation for the intelligence elements under ODNI.
Any recommendations that you have in mind to make to President Trump in that regard?
I want to make sure that any recommendations that I make to the president are fully informed. From where I sit now, I don't believe that I can make those recommendations. I take that responsibility
Gabbard, do you like
seriously
midget
and
porn?
wouldn't want to
Yes or no?
shortchange him without first doing the due diligence and work to make sure my recommendations are well-founded.
How will you, Lieutenant Colonel, as the DNI, if confirmed, meet the objectivity and political neutrality requirements to ensure that you're telling the White House what they need to hear
Oh yeah, Mark Dice.
and not what they want to hear?
I always love
follow
Mark
up to that is
Dice's
how will you handle
Brian Stelter
conflicting
impression.
intelligence
Brian
reports
Stelter.
from the various members of
Yeah.
the intelligence community and present a
He
broad
definitely is a
intelligence
moron
picture
because
to the president?
his hair looks like he just
Thank you
placed
for the
penis
question,
in an
Senator.
electrical socket.
I hope that you have confidence in my
Dude, his
ability
penis wouldn't
to,
touch both sides of an
extract
electrical socket.
politics from what my role
Only
will be
touch
as
the
Director
one.
of National Intelligence.
He'd have to try
because
to
it's something I've
helicopter
done
that
for
shit
almost
and put his
22
thumb in
years
the
now,
other end
wearing
of
the
it.
uniform, both
I
serving
thought
in
they
the
all
National
got free
Guard and
blue
the Army
pills
Reserve,
in the Senate.
even while holding political office. There is a brick wall
Man, maybe
between
that's
the
what
two,
fucked Mitch
and I have
McConnell up.
fulfilled that
Or was it the
obligation in
cocaine?
uniform as I will as Director of National Intelligence. If
Well, I
Well,
can't
maybe
imagine any of them.
maybe it was
I can't
the
imagine any of
Obama
them really
I know
got
the
the jab,
president
but maybe he
values
did.
hearing a lot of different views, and I would make sure
Yeah,
that
he got
in,
jabbed. It wasn't a
the
coup.
They all
intelligence
knew
community's
to avoid it.
responsibilities
They
that
got the
dissenting
memo.
views are not only allowed but
They
encouraged,
already knew.
and where
Yeah.
they present themselves make sure that the president and you as policymakers are aware so that you can make your best informed decision.
Would you agree with me that bias and prejudice, if it exists any place, exists in both sides of an issue, both
Actually,
partisan
Fluffy,
sides of
Stelter's come back
this
as a
place called,
correspondent. I think
Washington,
he's on
DC.
there occasionally.
And the goal, the
good
effort.
Lord.
that
Don
you will
Lemon just
make
whines in
is
his
to
car
make
like a
certain that
TikToker.
all the information is
He's
presented
become,
in a
he's become
Stelter
even more.
looks like he ought to be
direct
sitting in a
and,
panel van with milk duds
manner based
melting in his
upon the
lap
facts as known.
at a school playground.
Yes, Senator, I agree, and you have my commitment.
Who says he
This is
hasn't?
essential for the
I
American
ain't
people
saying
and all of
that.
you to have faith and
I ain't
trust
judging.
in the intelligence products
I
that are
am.
being delivered.
One of the greatest challenges is knowing who's
dweeb.
telling us the truth. And we need a DNI. who
Anybody
tells
put
the
an
truth,
ankle monitor on him?
Yes, I have a
Where's
long
his cell
record
phone
of
data?
I don't think
speaking
he could
truth
fit
to
him on those
power and will
cankles he's
continue
got.
that commitment if confirmed in this role.
Thank you, Thank you,
Yeah,
Senator
I
Moran.
hear they
Senator
got
King?
big sizes.
Little fat
Thank you, Mr.
cherub.
Chairman. And Ms. Gabbard, I certainly want to
His ankles
applaud
are
and
bigger
express
than
my
his
appreciation
biceps.
for
I'll
your
bet
service,
money.
both in the military.
I love
and
what
in
Acosta
Congress.
left. He
Pterodactyl arms.
Two very
fucking Jim
challenging
Acosta
jobs.
fucking left because they're gonna fire him anyway. I was talking about we're all about the truth here. Never let fear and lies. It's like that's all you fucking do is fear and lies. Uh-oh, am I okay. Did Coop freeze?
Uh-oh. Give him
Oh,
a
shit.
moment.
You know what
Give
might might help? Let me go into Coop's room. Yeah, I have Coop's room.
Yeah, we're back. We're
there's
back.
Coop.
We're
All
black.
right.
You're back.
You're black. Na.
Of all places for a year and a half.
If anybody doesn't
before he
understand,
came
it's a
to
lethal
Hong
weapon
Kong and then on
reference.
to
He's
Russia.
Why
just
does he-
Did
mad.
you ever?
Why does he
ever
look
meet him or have
like
any contact with him during
um
that period, or
who's that
subsequently with
one?
telephone calls, emails?
He looks like Ted
Like
Turner.
old
He
contact
does.
here
fucking
is long.
retarded.
No, Senator,
Like
not at
his
any time have I had
retarded
contact
cousin.
with Edward Snowden.
After 30 years of
And
Jane Fonda.
You introduced a bill in 2020 that was essentially a pardon. It basically
That's
said
gonna be hell.
It's the
all
wish
charges
version.
should be dropped.
He also
Look
looks
at
like
Ted Turner we have at home.
You had a lot of whereas.
he looks like a cross between Neville
Where did the
Chamberlain and
factual
Ted
basis for
Turner. He looks
those
like a
whereas
cross between the
clauses come
two.
from?
Oh God, like it was a butt
Senator,
baby.
if I recall, in that bill, it
Yes.
came from publicly
Yeah.
available
I can see
information.
that.
I see.
He's an
And,
independent,
were you aware that there was a
like Bernie's an
bipartisan
independent. He's a
committee,
lib.
Report
Yeah.
from the House Intelligence Committee?
In other words, he's too socialist for
2016
even the Democrats to
on
want him.
Yeah,
He's independent.
yeah, they're not leftist enough for him.
I don't recall specifically at that time, but I am aware of that committee's report and executive summary that was reported publicly. I did not have access to the classified report that summary was based on.
Did you
Fluffy said,
read
"Wow,
that
he
report
does."
prior to filing your bill
Yeah.
in 2020?
Senator, I don't recall specifically. I remember reading a lot of materials prior to filing.
What's
that
your
bill.
favorite colorized old movie? that I
The
did?
bipartisan committee report, the first item, Edward Snowden perpetrated the largest and most damaging public release of
I'd
classified
never make it
information
past this.
in U.S.
Because they'd ask
intelligence
me what my
history.
favorite movie
Goes on
is, and
to
I'd
say
say
Snowden
Blazing
caused
Saddles,
tremendous
and they'd be
damage
like, "You
to national
racist."
security, and
Where?
the vast
And I-
majority of the documents he
Yeah,
stole
they have to put
have nothing to do
they have to
with
put
programs
warning
that
labels on that. Whatever
impacting
streaming service has
individual
that movie, they put
privacy.
warning labels on those
But
kind of movies.
you don't
Oh yeah,
recall
I've seen
ever
it.
seeing
This
the
might be
work of that committee.
sensitive to today's
I'm
viewers.
aware of those
Where?
conclusions
Fucking where?
drawn.
You're aware
Edward
now,
Snowden.
Were you aware at the time?
Yes, I was, Senator.
And
Edward Snowden broke the law. There's no question about that. He should not have released all of that information that caused that harm.
How
There's
many
no question
documents-
about that.
How many documents did he release?
I know that he took over 1 million documents. I don't know specifically how many of those million he specifically released.
Well, you stated it very unequivocally today, Snowden broke the law, but you introduced a bill in Congress along with Congressman Matt Gaetz to essentially pardon him.
Yes,
that-
So
you are a
the law
bad
was
man.
more
What happened to
serious
your right
than you
hand?
thought in
Every
2020?
What
I
happened
take
to your
very
right hand? Did you finally
seriously
punch a
upholding our
libtard in the face
Constitution
when you had
and have
enough?
sworn an
Nah,
oath to
carpal
support and
tunnel
defend
I
that
believe it.
Constitution
I
over
would
8
believe it.
times
It wouldn't
in
cause
my
that much
life.
damage.
My statements in the
Nah,
past have
nah,
been
carpal
reflective
tunnel.
of the egregious and illegal programs that were
No, thank
exposed
you.
I got cut
in that
from about
week.
But you
there
ignore
to there,
the vast
somewhere around there.
majority, as the committee found, bipartisan.
They went around there
Devin
and
Nunes
rooted
was the
out with a
chair,
stick.
Adam Schiff was the vice chair. The conclusion was.
I got a really
that
good
the
fucking hat.
vast majority of these things that he released had nothing to do with
with constitutional rights. of
I love
First
your
Amendment,
11
but
herbs and
indeed were
spices, sir.
enormous compromises of our national security. You didn't
Senator,
seem
I
worried
Or at least I
focused on
used to.
raising
not so
concerns
good
around
nowadays.
egregious, illegal, and
Used to be some good
unconstitutional
Yardbird.
programs that our government was conducting that clearly violated Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. I think the most important thing that I hope all of you find to be relevant here is that if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I would
How
take
you
seriously the
define
responsibility to
relative years?
protect our
Is
nation's
you
secrets,
eat a giant
just
horse
as I
cock
have for
and
almost
fuck
20
off.
years of holding a security clearance of some sort myself, either secret or top secret, and have never once violated the responsibility and privilege that comes with holding that clearance, and have a specific action plan
we're
in
in the
place
Senate,
to
we
make
need
sure
the
that there's
retard
not
box
another
up.
Snowden-type leak in the future.
I think
Yeah.
you testified that you never saw the classified version of this
Ding,
report.
ding,
That's
ding,
correct.
retard
On
box.
page
Retard,
22 of the
retard.
report, there's a heading that's not classified. that
Look at those
says,
old cunts back there. Jesus Christ.
What damage did Snowden cause?
I'll be
amazed
showing,
that-
I'll be
And
showing
then
them
there's a
next
lot of
week on
redacted material. Did
turn. What
that
the
not
fuck? I'm sure.
Raise a red flag for you?
Where?
Or do you
Granny
not
glasses
recall
Edward
check
seeing
back
Snowden
there.
broke the law. Like I said, I did not
That,
have
didn't it?
I did not have access to that classified.
Did you seek access to it?
I believe so, yes. This was quite some time ago.
Dude, that dude's sitting to Tulsi's left
But
and
you
our
still
right.
introduced your bill
He
to a
freaking
section.
makes
I
the
take
damn
very
bicep.
seriously
He's
the
gonna come out
protection of
of it.
American civil liberties and our Fourth Amendment
He's gonna be
rights.
like the Hulk back
If
there.
confirmed as
Half of
Director
are
of
fucking
National
asleep.
Intelligence, I'd make sure that there is no further Snowden-type leak in the future, and that those who have concerns have legal channels to raise those concerns so that we don't violate and release our nation's secrets.
There are about 20
Thank you,
countries in the
Senator
world
King.
that don't.
Senator King, time has expired.
Shut up.
Senator Langford.
Tulsi, it's good to see you again. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
That we got a chance to be able to spend together and be able to talk through a lot of these issues. Thanks for your
Thanks for the
service to
time we
country,
were able to
both
spend
in Congress,
together.
though you were in the
Hey.
wrong party at the
Yeah, it
time.
was good time.
And your service to the country
Good
through your service
time.
there, including in my great state in
Republican
Oklahoma.
from
That you had
Oklahoma.
the opportunity to be able to serve there. I want to
Oklahoma,
give an opportunity for you to be able
Oklahoma,
to answer a
Oklahoma.
few things
Shut
on
up,
it, and I
Bruce,
want to set
quick.
some context. There's been a lot of questions about 702 and about Edward Snowden, and it may seem like this is repetitive to be able to come through it, but there are thousands of intelligence employees and folks that they have also taken an oath to the country and the
Fucking Langford.
Constitution.
This dude
They serve our
like
country
that
every
last
day. They're the
border
folks
bill.
that don't have a uniform on, that no one ever says thank you to them, and no one ever buys them lunch because
It's
people
pretty
don't know
much
who
where
they
they
are.
legalize thousands of immigrants coming
But
to the
they
United
every day
States
put their
illegally
lives on the
every
line.
He
They
looks,
work
he
very
looks
hard to
scared
be
in a
able to
$3
protect
bill.
Americans. And when Edward Snowden
He would probably suck
got
on a
mad at his
$3 bill. I'm
employer
just
that he
saying.
didn't get the promotion that he
Definitely do
wanted,
blow
got
through
and
him.
started
denied.
harvesting information, and then found some things that he didn't like on it, and then kept going, and then released them to media and went to China, and then went from China to Russia
China.
and became a
Gotta
Russian
say it like
citizen and continued to be able to layer out intelligence unrelated to the civil liberties of any American, and then said, I have more and I can release them at any time I want. They don't see him as brave.
This guy's talking
They
about
see him as a
releasing
traitor.
way too much.
I want to.
And the concern among so many here, and I think what a lot of the folks in the intelligence community that you'd have the responsibility to oversight is, they want to hear that you also believe the same thing, that not just he broke the law, but that he's a traitor, because they don't want that to ever happen again. And all the sources that they had,
All of
that
you
they
are
trusted and
traitors.
that
Get the
trusted
fuck
them,
out of here.
now their lives were at risk. And
Most of that room are traitors.
all the programs that they had
Colton
that were
losing his
determined
security
lawful
clearance, you
all
got it
collapsed,
right.
and that intelligence then was gone, and the president didn't have access to a lot of information for
Colton is
decisions to make.
another straight up
So
swamp critter.
this is a big deal to everybody here, because it's a big deal to everybody that you'll also oversee in that role as well. And so it's helpful for them to be able to hear your heart on this. So was Edward Snowden a traitor?
Sound like you said hard
Senator,
on.
my heart is with my commitment to our Constitution and our nation's security.
Ours too.
Thank you. I have shown throughout my almost 22 years of service in the military, as well as my time in Congress, how seriously I take the privilege of having access to classified information and our nation's secrets.
This is
And
him
that's why
trying to
I'm
go
committed,
hard
if
on this.
confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to join you in making sure that there is no future Snowden-type leak. And I would do so by taking 4 specific actions. Number 1, again, to make sure that there are no illegal and unconstitutional programs. limiting in a big way those who have access to our nation's top secrets through security clearance reform, making sure that every single person in the workforce knows about the legal whistleblower channels available to them, and making sure that there's a direct line available to me should anyone have concerns. If people choose to step outside of those legal channels to raise any concerns about programs or actions that exist within the intelligence community that are classified, there will be no excuse to do so, and they should be charged and prosecuted under the law.
So follow me down this stream of logic, kids. The very people that are doing the illegal shit get to judge whether or not you can call them on doing illegal shit.
What a deal.
This is what we're talking about, right? Hey, I see this illegal program. You're running it. Can I go tell on you? No. Okay. I need my stupid hammer.
Just
again.
like,
Where's my
just
stupid hammer?
like Clinton was like, oh, make sure we have the stay behind networks and everything. Don't tell Congress about it, or and where did the money go? Hundreds and hundreds of any bank that has access to the money. Can you tell us who they are? No.
No.
That's scary right there. That I remember that hearing clear as day. That was that's what woke me up. That hearing right there with Ben Bernanke and all that. That's what woke me up. I'm like,
it is mind blowing, isn't it? When you actually stop and you listen to it and you hear what's going on and you suddenly wake up, it is fucking mind blowing. So, like these dipshits right now, they are arguing that, hey, the government's doing illegal shit. The person who catches on to them doing illegal shit has to go run to the people doing the illegal shit, knowing the illegal shit will get said persons put in prison, if not put to death, and has to ask permission. It's like the fucking dude at the door asking P. Diddy, can I testify against you?
Please.
I mean,
yeah,
Sure.
seriously. That's where we're at.
Yep.
We're
And,
gonna have to make a
to
law.
this day, Ben Bernanke is still walking. He's still walking
yeah.
around.
Free
And
as
it's
a
like,
bird and rich as fuck.
weren't you supposed to be in jail?
Imagine if all the people that whine about all the dumb shit, like the Starbucks CEO just it's got $95 million this quarter and the workers are suffering. Where? Imagine if they were outraged about things like how much of your money the government wastes.
Yeah.
And what they
Because
wasted
when they
on.
waste money-
Imagine if they actually got wind of some of that stuff. But no, they're woefully ignorant, and they want to stay that way. And the government's all too happy about it.
It is absolutely willful at this point.
Yep.
We walk around with a fucking supercomputer in our pocket all day these days.
Frying our balls, fucking getting spied on. Yeah, what a deal.
I mean, this is the perfect
Damn thing barely works. You barely
because
make a phone call with it.
It
You
goes
can see all
with me
kinds of
everywhere.
titties, but you can't make a phone call.
Yeah. I mean, well, depending on what you're into. I mean, midgets count. Just saying. And that donkey, I'm 100% sure that donkey was above age. I'll say that right now.
I mean, it's an ass. Technically.
At the time when he took America's secrets, released them in public, and then ran to China.
That donkey
and
was
became a
not
Russian
underage.
citizen.
Senator, I'm focused on the future and how we can prevent something like this from happening again.
So
What is the legal
you would
age
have
of
the
a donkey?
responsibility to be able to give counsel to the president.
I don't know.
which
You
is
got to
great
equate it
privilege.
to
You already
human
have this
age.
here,
There's a little
quite
bit of
frankly,
math
and you all have a
involved.
great
Something
We'll
like
need
that.
another Senate
Which
hearing
is
about
very
that one of these
beneficial.
days.
But when President Trump
Somebody will
chose to
know.
take the strike on Soleimani,
Eric Swalwell will
he
know the
was
answer to that
also
one
at the
immediately.
same time going through an impeachment in the House. And you were kind of tough on him at the time about that. You called it a declaration of war. You said that the Soleimani strike will lead to an outcome that will further undermine our national security. As a member of Congress, I also take seriously declaration of war and our responsibility in that. He was acting in a way that he came out and the intelligence gave that Soleimani was in the process of preparing a strike on American citizens and those folks that were in the field at the time. I guess the question that I have is, the ODNI will sit with the president, will provide options to the president and say, here are the options that you could take.
would you have presented a Soleimani strike at that time, looking back at it now in retrospect and saying this is an option you could take and here's how to be able to do it?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It's an important question. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I would make sure that the president has all of the objective analysis and intelligence reporting so that he can make that best informed decision, including all of the options and actions that he has available to him, which should exist alongside an assessment of what the possible repercussions or responses to those actions may be. My own personal views have no place in that assessment and that providing to the president and his advisors with all of those options available.
Thank you, Senator Langford. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to repeat my colleague's question to you. Thank you for being here. To answer.
Well, if you already got the answer to the question, why ask the same goddamn
Was
question?
Edward Snowden a traitor
these
to the
people
United
suck.
States of America?
Senator, I will also repeat my answer. He
He's
broke.
gotta get his
he
kid on
broke the law.
You
MSNBC.
said earlier that
Yeah.
you were offended by a question that my colleague from Kansas asked, which I think was his duty as somebody on this committee
His duty.
to
Duty.
fulfill his responsibility.
Settle down, Swalwell.
to
We don't hear
advise and consent. We are not here to be a rubber
Sit back
stamp
down.
for the President of the United States. So let me ask you again, do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies believe, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, if confirmed
This
as
is when the
Director of
rubber hits
National
the road.
Intelligence,
This is
I
when
will
this is
work
not
with you to make sure
This
that
is
there is
not
not
a
another
moment for
Snowden-like
social
leak.
media. It's not a moment to propagate theories,
Well,
conspiracy
look at him.
theories, or
Look
or,
at
or
him.
attacks on journalism in the United States. This is
She
when
answered
we
this
need to
question already,
answer the
dildo.
questions of the people whose votes you're asking for.
You
Look
know, he
how
sound,
As
you know, he
the
sounds like
so
he
mad.
sounds like Joe
officer
Lieberman. Remember that
of
jack
this
off when they did all those
nation.
video game hearings in the 90s?
As my colleague said, this is not about you. It's about
There's
the
this game where you
people
can
that
pull out
serve the
somebody's
intelligence
spine and
agencies
show it to your
of the United
opponent.
States.
Do you think that's
Is
acceptable
Edward
for
Snowden
children
a
to
traitor
have?
to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer
Oh
when the
my-
stakes are this high.
Oh, somebody found their balls.
Senator, as someone who has
Your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of
Wow.
America?
Are you a faggot? Yes
as
or no?
someone who
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in
This
combat,
time-
I understand how critical our national security
him,
is.
Apparently
Tulsi.
you don't.
Get him. Get
Apparently
him.
you don't. Let me ask you.
He
I'll
raises
do
blood
your
pressure,
best to
please.
put your own
Call him a
words
cub
in
catcher.
front
That'll
of
get him
the
out of there.
Not, fake
His
news,
boyfriend
Oh,
was
he put
probably
the
too
glasses
rough
back
on him
on.
last night.
theories on the internet, but the actual
Bill,
things
he put
that
the
you have
glasses back
said.
on. He put the
Yep.
granny
Granny
glasses.
glasses.
February
Check.
23rd, 2022,
Fucking nut
at the
hugger.
very moment
Pillow biter.
Like the
Russian
Karen
tanks were
Rammer.
rolling across
Rectum
the
raider.
peaceful border of Ukraine for the first time, you tweeted at 11:30
He's making the
PM
symbol.
your time.
Where?
This
We had
war
people
and
fired for
suffering
that.
could have easily been avoided if Biden
Hey,
administration.
wait a second. He
I
did
I
make a
did that
racist symbol,
same
didn't he?
thing at work the other day, and
legitimate,
I still have my
legitimate
job.
security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO.
You want to get the
Did
sand
you
out of your
say
vag
that,
now,
yes
sir?
or no?
You
Someone
done?
I believe
clip
you're
that.
reading my tweets.
You done, you little
Yes, is
faggo?
the answer. A few months later, you said on your podcast, and I quoted it,
Yeah, someone clip
quote,
that. He
but
was doing
this
the asshole
regime
symbol.
change
Or the
war
racist
against
symbol.
Russia.
Will
that
somebody
the
put a
US
dick in
and
his mouth so
NATO
be
are
quiet?
waging
Thank you.
via their proxy in Ukraine.
I
didn't
guarantee
dear.
you he
when
could
Putin
talk his way
invaded
around a
Ukraine.
blowjob.
They had their eyes set
I know,
on
he
this
might need a sword
objective
fight in his mouth.
long
That might-
before
that
that.
might
Did
help.
you say that? Yes or no?
You could be
I believe you're
tonsils.
reading my tweet.
Would still be
There's a
Googling
lot
it.
Answer is
more.
yes.
You're quoting a podcast
We'll have
that
to-
I'm
provided
we'll have
happy
much
to have
more
a
we'll have to take-
conversation with
we'll
the
have to-
chairman
we'll have
about
to
whether
take
I'm
him down to the
taking
horse
anything out of
farm.
context.
Maybe
I
that
don't
would
think
work.
I am. And your answer is yes. Are you aware that
Yeah.
your comments about proxy
It's gonna have to
wars
be something
and
bigger than
Oh,
that midget
Russia's
dog
Colorado.
legitimate-
What happened to that state?
legitimate
Jesus
security
Christ, did they
Hey,
take
Jerome,
that
shut
place
up. Get
over?
over
to
in the
quote
corner.
your own words, are
Oh,
in
good Lord, yeah, they
alignment
did.
with what the Russians have said to justify their invasion of Ukraine.
Are you on the reg, sir?
Yes or
Senator,
no?
I don't pay attention to Russian
men can have
propaganda.
periods,
My
no, apparently.
goal is to
I'll
speak
take
the
that as
truth,
the answer is no.
regardless of whether you
Thank
like it or not.
I'll take it. That's fine. You said you are used to speaking truth to power.
Yes.
I'm shocked to hear you now say that, you know, you are agreeing. Not shocked because I know you said it. You are agreeing
Oh, we
that
smashed
you
the glass
basically
ball.
said that Putin was
Oh, he means
justified
it
in
now.
rolling over the peaceful border of Ukraine, the first time since
Fuck
World
the
War
Ukraine.
II
Stop sending him
that
money.
a free nation had been
Can't see
invaded
his
by
upstairs 'cause
a
he's beating off
totalitarian
on the
state.
podium.
And you were there at 11:30 p.m. that night to say that you were with them,
Sir,
not
your
us.
panties
And
are in
let
a
me tell you
wad.
something
Settle the
you
fuck
say
down.
You don't know because you don't read
Don't
Russian
don't
propaganda.
do it, Birdie.
Russian
Don't
state
Good.
TV
don't
then
do it,
aired
Birdie.
your
Good, maybe I'll have a
comments. Did you know
stroke.
that?
Senator, I think you should also quote the statement that I made criticizing Putin for his invasion
What
of
I would
Ukraine.
say, Mr. Chairman, with the last.
Oh, he put the
it's up to
glasses
all
back
of us.
on. He's
We're
shifting back
the
down to
Senate.
second
We get
gear.
to decide whether we're going to confirm.
He's all fidgeting in the
this
seat, man.
nominee.
He's like, he's
Obviously,
all
we
hot
didn't
and
select
bothered and
this
shit.
nominee. But
Joe
can't
Morris,
we
what's
do
up,
better
brother?
than somebody who
Hey,
doesn't
Joe.
believe in 702? Can't we believe that somebody who can't answer whether Snowden was a traitor 5 times today, who made excuses for Vladimir Putin's invasion
He's-
of
this
Ukraine
many plus
the
this
first
many.
time that
He's fucking Mr. Rudy
I'm
and
aware
Ferris
of
Bueller. He
any
was absent 9
American official has
times.
done that? I'm questioning her judgment.
Bueller.
That's the issue that's at stake.
Bueller.
That
here.
lady is
And as
so
you
wide
said,
awake
and I
now. She's like,
totally
whoa,
agree,
it just got
this is
interesting.
about
I'm
our
awake.
intelligence office.
That's a
I'm
lady.
awake.
Thanks.
You cannot answer. Most of
Lord.
what
Hey,
we
we
do
did
here
learn
is
a
in
lot. You
secret.
can't take a
This is
Corvette,
one
put
of
it in
the
reverse,
very
and roll
few
miles off the
opportunities
odometer.
that you will
Can't-
ever have
Ferris
to have a
Bueller was an
conversation
educational
with this
movie.
panel in
Yeah, it
public.
was.
And the record is going to be
I already knew how
very
to ditch
clear
school,
about the
but
position you took
that's
with
you know,
Oh, I
regard
could
to
ditch
Edward
school like a
Snowden.
motherfucker.
And the record
Yeah.
is going to be very clear about your reaffirmation of the
I knew.
statements you
I
made
learned
in
every
the
bus
middle
line in
of
the
the
city.
night
I knew exactly where to
when
go
Russia
and when.
was invading the free country of
As soon as I
Ukraine.
hopped the
And
fence.
I
Senator
hope we
Bennett,
will
your
take
time-
that in
your time has expired.
consideration when
Senator
we
Bennett.
have this vote.
Your time has
Quiet,
expired.
girlfriend.
I will-
Mhm.
You
I will
shut
note
up
that
now,
during Senator
girl.
Bennett's question and
Yeah,
answer,
don't
there
make
were
me
2
stick this gavel up
disturbances
your
in the
ass. You might
room. The
enjoy it.
first sounded like a cell
Yeah,
phone.
he would definitely.
I would ask
You have to
everyone
whack it
on
back
both
and
sides
forth
of the
there.
dais, if you have not silenced
Maybe
or
do
turned off
some
your cell phone, please do so now.
Freaking rotary
The
with your
second disturbance was the
shoulder.
cries of a small child. We will welcome such disturbances because the cries of an infant
That
are
crying
the
of the
sound of
infants,
answered
buddy.
prayers.
Oh yeah, we welcome
Democrats in the
any
background.
noise that comes from small children. 'Cause
Not
that happens
only
all the
here, but
time
the
here.
answered prayers in church when they cry as well, Mr. Chairman.
They were covering up
First of
from
all,
the Democrats crying back
Thank
there.
you for your service.
We
to
love
our
small
country.
children. That
It-
child was
I
46
think
years old. and
Part of the
having a stroke.
discussion here, as you can see, we feel very, very strongly about FISA 702. We work with it literally every day.
We feel very strong.
As you can also tell, we have some very, very strong.
It's also the
feelings
area
here with
code in Las
regard to
Vegas.
the actions of
Wow.
Edward Snowden.
I'd have
wanna
made
come
that
back
bill
and I'm going to
six-
give you an
what is it,
opportunity to make
867
any corrections or to make
5309.
any other
Yeah.
comments with regard to
Fucking numbers
both of
right there.
those issues that have been brought up here.
Yeah.
It'd have
But
been Jesse's
before I get
girl
into
for
that,
short. for the
Fi-
bill.
I want to go back
FISA
into a little bit of your
702.
previous history as well.
Neat.
You did service Hawaii.
That's a conundrum.
You served as a congressperson for what, 8 years?
Get rid of it.
Yes, Senator.
And during that time, you served on the Armed Services Committee. And during that time
Hey,
period.
what
you
about the
did carry
Patriot Act?
A
Hmm?
TSSCI
How about
clearance.
that? When's that?
You
We
worked your
should
way
get
through
that.
The
up to
Patriot
date.
Act is the
Had an
basis.
opportunity to look at a lot
Isn't the
of.
Patriot Act basically
information.
the basis of
Um,
702?
Can
the
you share
FISA
just a
warrants?
little bit about
Mhm.
the way that you've looked at that, not just as a member of the congressional
And we still
delegation
can't
from
take
Hawaii,
tubes of
but also
toothpaste on the
during the
airplane.
time in-
It's time to get rid of that bullfuck.
Yeah, because what if you're flying back to your home state and you just had sudden jaw
Yeah.
surgery?
Yeah,
It's
they,
like,
well,
I
they had to
need
dream. They
brush
had to
in-
dream up scenarios, which you gotta take your shoes off. And you know what? Depending on the airport and what you fly, the rules change every time in that fucking line. One time I flew flew out of Burbank, you didn't have to take your shit out, your laptop and stuff out. This time, the second time I had to. Then you don't. Then you do. There's no set rules. It's different every fucking place you go. They just make
Well,
shit
one
up.
time I was at band camp and I had to stick up. Never mind. Who's calling? That's Hamilton, Georgia. Hold on. Who the fuck is this? We're gonna screw with someone live on. The Scoop.
Hi, Coop.
Who's this?
Zane.
Oh, Zane. What's up, brother?
Well,
A battalion commander. Talk about that a little bit, please.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. In both of those roles, I had exposure to different sides of how critical our national security is and the unique role that our intelligence community plays in ensuring our national security. My most recent deployment with the military was as part of a joint special operations task force to Djibouti and Somalia, where our mission was to support the Somalis government and military's focus on defeating al-Shabaab, which is al-Qaeda's element there within East Africa.
Djibouti.
One of the things that we came across there that I hadn't known previously, even having served in Congress for 8 years, because it hadn't been focused on, was how al-Shabaab specifically was the biggest funder of al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which again should be of unique concern and interest to our own national security concerns. Being able to engage with world leaders in both capacities, in uniform and as a member of Congress,
Is that
being
guy wearing a
customer of
lei back there?
intelligence in both of those roles gives me a unique perspective, if confirmed as Director
Just
of
get off the
National
plane from
Intelligence, to
Hawaii.
come in with fresh eyes, to come in with some of the frustrations that I experienced as a member of Congress with the lack of information that we received from the intelligence community,
Bunch of
oftentimes
stooges, all
feeling
of
as
them.
though everything we
Get
heard
'em
in
outta
the
here,
brief could have
every
been
one of 'em.
read in the newspaper that
Keep
morning.
Hallie.
And
Keep
the
baby Cruz.
essential oversight role that all of you play here in Congress. You are unable to do so unless you are equipped with that intelligence and information. I'm
Kennedy.
committed to fulfilling that responsibility
Maybe
if
Jim
confirmed
Jordan.
as
Get rid of
Director
the
of
rest of
National
them.
Intelligence.
Okay, now, when you and I first met, I told you that I thought you needed to kind of take a change in the direction that you were going with regard to how you were approaching the private conversations, and that
Hey, McLuhan,
we
what's up,
wanted
man?
you to sit down and meet with some folks who are directly involved in gathering the intelligence and so forth.
Howard
You did
Cosell
that.
wants his
Yes.
toupee
And we
back.
came back and we sat back down again. And what those individuals who I had talked to and I asked you to talk with shared with me that they thought that you were a quick study and that you had the opportunity to look at a number of the issues that this committee considers to be extremely sensitive, and 702 in particular. Now, I've got about a minute left, but I want to give you an opportunity in front of this committee to share your position in your own words about how strong.
What's your favorite
or how
position,
much
Miss
it is
Gabbard?
needed with regard to the continuation of 702.
That's a question I wouldn't mind an
and
answer
your
to.
support for it.
Thank you, Senator. 702 provides a unique security tool and capability that is essential
prefer
for our
doggy or on
national
top?
security. There are a number of areas that we would be blind from a national security perspective without this capability. It also must exist next to having safeguards in place to ensure Americans' civil liberties are protected. As you know, Senator, it is illegal under
You're just joining
702
us. Coops on the
to
phone.
target any U.S. person. There are several other sections within FISA that speak to some of the civil liberties reforms that you all passed in last year's legislation.
So let me finish with this. 702 in its current form stays in effect for the next year. You would agree that there were reforms made which fixed a number of the items that you had a problem with in the first place. Is that correct?
It's correct, Senator, and some of those reforms that you enacted were a specific to some of the legislation that I introduced back when I was in Congress, such as prohibiting the abouts collection as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Round. Senator Gillibrand.
Oh God,
Mr.
not
Chairman,
her.
thank you,
Not
Ms.
her.
Gabbard, for your
She's a cunt. Not
service,
her.
both
Oh,
in
she's the
Congress
screechiest cunt there is.
and in our
Good
U.S.
Lord
military.
Almighty.
I want to talk to you a little bit
This is
about
gonna be-
your
this is gonna be hard to
perspectives
get
on
through.
China. How do you view China in your national
Oh,
security
this
role?
fucking bitch.
Gillibrand,
Our
Oh.
yeah.
relationship with China is
Yeah.
one that is complex, given how closely our economies are linked. There are a
Screeching
number of
Karen.
challenges and threats that need to be navigated with respect
Is
to
she
China,
gonna raise her
some of
voice
which
like
have
that
come up
clown
most
did?
recently.
Oh, you know she
with this very
will.
serious cyber exploitation and Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon that seemingly took us by surprise in the compromising of our major telecom companies and an area of significant and great concern.
By the way, Phil,
So
I did
some of
watch
your
the
past
the
statements
White
that
House press briefing,
that are
the first time
relevant to
with the first
China
one.
are
I never felt
concerning
more happy.
because
I'm just like eating
I don't
popcorn,
think it
watching
fully
the mainstream
Right.
get their ass handed.
Yeah.
I'm like, see, this is now I'm gonna tune into this every day. I'm
like her.
tuning in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tune in because you know what?
I like McEnany when she was doing it too. But
Mhm.
yeah, this chick's got it going on. They're already well, they're already gonna go wag. She's a white woman. That's already enough for them. But fucking, but yeah,
Oh,
she's not afraid to tell them to fuck
how this
off.
feel on
That's
TikTok?
fine with me.
The position that I previously made,
Yeah, I'm
obviously not
definitely
as a
gonna be
member of
keeping an eye on
Congress,
the
as you
press
consider the
briefings
TikTok
and just sit there and
legislation
eat popcorn.
were centered
I'm just
around
thank
the
God
protection
that
of
dumb bitch
Americans'
is out of
First
here.
Amendment
Therese
rights,
Jean,
and the
I'm the
lack
first
of
black
data
lesbian.
privacy
Nobody cares. Let it be
legislation,
that you're
frankly,
stupid.
that would apply
You're a
to
liar.
TikTok, Facebook,
It also felt
X,
great to
all
hear
of these different
answers, like
social
full
media
on
applications
answers
that
be
collect
told. It's like,
on us
yay.
as users
Yeah.
of these applications.
She has
There were
to,
other
she don't have to
there
flip
were
through
other
notes to
provisions
fucking
within
find
that
them either.
legislation that granted very vague and grandiose authorities to the
So far, this is the
president
most
on
calm I've ever
deciding
heard
which
Kristen
private
Gillibrand.
companies
Yeah,
are
this
or are
it's
not
scary.
Maybe because it's a
national
woman up
security
there and
So
not,
let's talk
because she
about
hates
China
men.
specifically, because this is where I want to make sure you understand what's at stake. We've had concerns over many years that when China owns infrastructure, it
She's
can
a carpet
manipulate that
licker, so I think she might
infrastructure.
be
It can
cutting
use
the
it for
woman a little
spying.
slack.
It could use it, turn it on or off. And you've
Probably think she's
actually
hot.
addressed some of the most recent cyber attacks that we believe China had relevant participation. The challenge is if China owns TikTok, it means they can spy on the United States, on the American people. It can take all the data from our children. It can change the narrative about what people are talking about through their
Yeah,
algorithms.
to your
If it
favor.
wants to create
That's all it's
misinformation
been
or
doing.
malign foreign influence, it's very easy. So can you understand why it's so important that we require domestic ownership of TikTok?
I understand the concern, Senator. I would just reiterate some of my concerns that I stated in the past about how
She knows it's all.
this
She knows it's
really
all
is an
lefty
issue about
propaganda
data.
on there now, doesn't she?
Yeah. So the federal government is pissed off because someone else is collecting your data and doesn't have to ask the government for it.
Right.
So this is literally what this amounts to.
Yep.
I mean, because China is still buying all our data from third-party sources. They're getting their data from all sorts of free, access stuff on the net.
Yeah, I've never seen so
And
many
our-
Temu ads all over the place. Holy shit.
Yeah. And our government's just worried that China's going to collect our data and they're not going to fucking get it.
Yeah, that's our job. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. Yeah, who's the fucking, let's go to your own goddamn playground.
Yeah, we're gonna spy on our citizens, not you.
Yeah, that's literally what this amounts to.
Misinformation.
What's your saying?
Misinformation.
Privacy because so much of what is collected by all of these, even U.S.-owned
Understood. I'm
companies,
just
can be
concerned
sold
about
to any
adversaries.
country.
I get it. And that is a bigger issue for Congress to wrestle. And I am all in for that conversation. But I want you to appreciate China.
All in for
What
it.
is your view with regard to Taiwan? Do you think it is
Taiwan
something
is a
that,
fucking country. I don't care what anyone
your
says.
intelligence efforts
China
will
can
understand
ban me
how
all they
important
want.
our relationship is with Taiwan, specifically on chips manufacturing? I think President Trump has most
I
recently
believe we
decided to have
shouldn't be as
100%
dependent
tariff
on
on all
other
chips from
countries to make
Taiwan.
our own
And your
shit.
statements, particularly about the bill we passed, the CHIPS Act, to make sure that domestic production is invested in, and so that we have that supply chain, and so we have that national.
And we're dealing with some of that CHIPS Act stuff here in Alabama right now. They're supposed to be investing in factories here in Alabama that will make chips. My argument is why haven't we been doing this from the fucking start?
Right.
It's mind-blowing.
Because they wanted the cheapest labor possible, and
Yeah.
it wasn't going to be here.
The thing is,
Which is why they flew in all the illegal aliens for the same reason.
Yeah. Which is,
we'll
if
build
you
it here,
keep
but
the
then we'll fly in
dollar
the labor.
strong, yeah. If you keep the dollar strong, that economy is going to support itself. We can do all that manufacturing here. Instead, you listen to the freaking damn environmentalist groups, which shuts
Yeah.
down a bunch of different projects.
The Wahhabyists and the lobbyists.
Yeah.
Why do you think we throw them out every now and
And
then?
all the libbies that say there's too many white people. We need diversity.
Well, I'm sorry. I know I look
manufacturing.
white, but I can get a really good fucking tan due to my Native American blood and my Jewish
I'm
blood.
all for manufacturing coming back to the States, because remember, we were very prosperous back in the late 90s when we still had the big three, and Motorola was a powerhouse
Before
here.
NAFTA.
Oh God. God, NAFTA.
The North American
NAFTA.
Free Trade. Yeah, we were, which basically ensured
We got
we were all
suckered
short
into
jobs.
that was crap.
Well, it's
I'm
like
glad
everything else.
I'm
They
glad
told you.
we're getting out of I'm glad we got out of the Paris Accord. That thing was a joke.
Here's the deal with the government. It's
And
like
the
it's
WHO.
like a joke I heard years ago. Little Timmy's out. He's trying to figure his stuff out. He's getting to be a man. He's starting to feel his oats. And he's talking to this. He heard about hookers. He's talking to this hooker. And he's negotiating price. She's like, it's so much for this, it's so much for that. And he said, well, I've only got $4. Well, she finally got down to the point. Well, she said, that's about an inch. And little Johnny said, okay, pay for an inch. And he rammed it in her all the way. And she went, that's not an inch. He said, I only paid for the bottom inch. What government does to us every single fucking day. And for those of you who want family friendly stream, you're in the wrong place. Just wanted to let you know.
If we had that, I'd be in the wrong place.
This is true.
National security, but your public statements about the CHIPS Act have been very negative and don't seem to appreciate how
Pay for
important
it.
that independence is for our national security, to be beholden to China, to be beholden to Taiwan, to be in a place where we can't do our own national intelligence.
Yes, Senator, I fully support the investment in building and strengthening our own domestic capabilities. If I recall, that legislation had a lot of other provisions in it that had nothing to do with the production of our own capability.
Yeah,
and
like
I
full
felt
of woke
were a
crap.
distraction away from and a potential obstacle
change shit.
towards achieving that.
I
So
mean,
you will
DEI
recommend to
hires
the
did you have
president
now?
that we continue to invest in the semiconductor industry in the United States for our own independence as well as our own national security.
Yes, Senator, and I would base my recommendations on a number of all of these issues, if confirmed as D&I, based on the full assessment of the intelligence picture, so the
But she
president
said DNI,
understands the
not DEI.
ramifications and the potential cost towards any one of these policy positions that he will make and all of you will make.
And last, I want to return to the Soleimani strike. At the time, you said it was
Yeah,
illegal.
this is the
that
least
President Trump did
screechy
was
I've ever
illegal
heard
and
again,
caused,
because I think
very
she's
significant
a
problems down
lesbo
the
and she's
line.
she's
What is your
questioning a
position on
woman.
that
If there was a
strike,
man up
and
there,
will
it'd
you
be
be
another story.
advise the president in future issues with regard to national security?
Well,
Those
she had a
broader
foot
issues
loop
that I
there.
raised with regard to war powers, I have been consistent on. I didn't have access to all of the information
Maybe she was
behind that
drooling
strike
a whole lot.
at the time, and my concerns were
Yeah,
that
I think
may
she
be
has
an
the hots for her, is
escalatory
what it is. And
action.
it's like,
President
Miss
Trump
Hillary,
was right.
Miss
Good
Gilliver,
thing.
There
what are you
was no
doing? What are you doing after
escalation
the
beyond
hearing?
that, and his
I'm a
policies
lowly old
towards
spinster.
Iran
Please help.
turned out to be very effective for our own national security.
Do you
Thank you,
disagree?
Senator Gillibrand.
Can I just, do you disagree with the president taking away the protection for those who are now being targeted in retaliation?
Isn't that
of
your
the Soleimani
time?
strikes,
She
such
said
as
he said
previous
thank you.
Secretary
That means
Pompeo?
shut up.
Senator, I
No
can't
more.
answer
Done.
that without being able to look at the intelligence assessment and the threat assessment for that or other decisions.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Young.
Tulsi, good to see you. We had a nice visit in the office.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here today.
Had a
It
really
was
nice
clear
visit
from that
in the office.
visit in the office that we share a lot of concerns about ill-advised foreign regime change interventions, about the weaponization in certain instances of our domestic law enforcement and intel authorities. Let me talk about
That's why my wife
something,
can't read
Edward
them out.
Snowden,
Yes.
on which we may not agree.
Doesn't scale out right.
Not to
Didn't
scale.
recognize he fled overseas with the numbers 1.5 million classified documents. He shared them with the
Not
press. He
to scale.
absconded to China and
Objects in
Russia.
mirror may be closer than they appear.
Do you have any response to the bipartisan findings of the House Intel Committee?
That's
which
only on the
stated that,
mirrors.
quote, Snowden caused tremendous damage
Funhouse
to
mirror
national security,
notwithstanding.
unquote, including, to military, defense,
Well, that's what I used to
and
look skinny.
intelligence programs
Yeah.
of great interest to America's adversaries. I'll give you an opportunity to respond, hopefully briefly.
Thank you, Senator. As I've said before, Edward Snowden broke the law, and I do not agree with how he chose to
goddamn, this
release
shit again.
information and the extent of the information and intelligence that he released. It's my focus on the future, and I think we can all agree
about
that
the
we do
gas that
not
I
want to have
released?
another Snowden-type leak, and I've laid out specific
telling you,
actions
earlier
if
today in
confirmed
the
as
grocery
DNI to
store,
do that.
Okay.
anybody that
But
was walking
it's
behind me, I'm
notable you
sorry.
didn't say, yes, he clearly
They knew what they were getting into.
They were
in
getting
various ways
crop
our
dusted
national
the whole
security.
way.
It's
The
good
same
for 'em.
House
Keeps them
committee
on their
also
toes.
reported that based on DoD assessments, should
Hey,
the
if they had
Chinese
COVID
or
masks,
Russians
they couldn't
access
smell it,
certain
couldn't
documents
smell it.
relating to DoD
Yeah, right.
capabilities
Maybe.
that we know Snowden stole,
You can.
quote,
They could.
American troops will be at greater
And I
risk
saw-
in any
as soon
future
as I stopped at the
conflict,
store tonight,
unquote. Do you have any reflection
or
on
this
this assessment?
afternoon,
I would
parked
be
the
very
truck, I go to
concerned
walk
about
in the
that. I
store,
have not had
it's
access to
walking
the
in with
information
masks.
or intelligence that led to
Yeah.
that assessment.
Even over
But
there. huh?
anything that puts our men and women in uniform unnecessarily at
brainwashed.
risk
Yep.
should be a grave concern.
I share that sentiment as a former Marine Corps intelligence officer. When we find that Americans, whether
I'm
private
sorry, isn't
citizens
Marine Corps
or
intelligence an oxymoron?
contractors or
Much like
uniform
Army
personnel
intelligence or
have
Navy
shared
intelligence.
sensitive designs about military technology or plans to a
Those
foreign
are shit
government.
that don't belong in the same sentence.
However,
And the Central
well-intentioned,
Intelligence Agency.
we rightfully
Naval
throw the book
Intelligence
at
there.
them.
Yeah.
Snowden did just that. Yet you have argued and many times that he should be pardoned. You introduced legislation, as has been discussed here. He's Assad of being a so-called whistleblower, but he likely, as the leader of the intelligence,
He could come-
endangered
he could
American
come-
lives. The politicians that put them in those.
How would you
He
think
could
you
blow
would
my
be
whistle.
received based on some of these past actions to support or even to pardon
This guy
Edward
would get
Snowden?
rear-ended and back up twice.
Rank and
Senator-
file intelligence analysts and intelligence professionals. How do you think it'll be received?
I'm grateful, Senator, to have received letters of
If
endorsement
there
and
was
support
flavored bubble
from
gum,
many
I bet
current
you we
and
would
former
blow bubbles.
individuals who've worked within the intelligence community, those who've worked or are still
Do
working.
they still have the
within
log cabin
military,
Republicans?
Because I believe they
I don't know.
trust that my goal, my sole goal and interest is in our nation's security and upholding our oath to the Constitution. And they trust that if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will take the very specific steps that I have laid out in informing every single person within the intelligence community about the legal pathways they have to blow the
Gabby
whistle
should
or
have walked in
to
there, her
bring
workout
any
outfit, and just
concerns
sat
to the
down with a
forefront, to
bottle of
include
water
coming
and been like,
directly to
"Okay,
members
bitches,
of
hey, let's go."
Congress to limit access so that we don't have
Leave the
people who are
foundation at home,
E3s or
all the other
E4s
shit,
or
just-
people in any
All right.
situation taking it upon themselves to release classified information, giving them a direct line to
fucking
me to
hand on
once
my
again make sure that we are all fulfilling our responsibility to national
Yes.
security and uphold our Constitution.
Thank you. Tulsi, was Edward Snowden false to an obligation or false to a duty?
I don't understand what you're saying. False?
He had, yes. Did he betray a duty? Did he
You're a
betray the
bastard.
trust
All right,
of the
fucking
American
Smeagol.
people? Which is, according to Merriam-Webster, that's the definition.
Everybody betrayed me. I'm fed up with this
Edward
world.
Snowden broke the law and he released this information in a way that he should not have.
Does she have a fucking
He
secret
also
powerful
acknowledged
brain that
and
won't
exposed
all the other ones?
information that was unconstitutional, which drove a lot
You
of the
throw a rip.
reforms that this body has made
already
over the
did.
years to make sure that Americans' constitutional rights are protected.
For what it's worth,
How
Mr.
long is your
Snowden
favorite
watching these
vibrator?
proceedings. He's posted on social media even, indicating that Tulsi Gabbard should indicate that I harmed national security. This may be the rare instance in which I agree with Mr. Snowden. I think it would befit you and be helpful to the way you are
What would
perceived by
befit
members of
her
the
is
intelligence
sexy ass
community if you would at
lingerie.
least acknowledge that the greatest whistleblower in American history,
The
so-called,
same way I fit small animals up
harmed
my
national
rectum.
security by breaking the laws of the
Ron
land
Wayne,
around our
what's up, my
intel
brother?
authorities. So thank you for being here.
winks. Lemmy winks. Lemmy
Thanks,
winks.
Senator Young. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, I want to first say thank you for your service to this country.
Likewise.
In Congress and in the Army. And thank you for meeting with me a couple of weeks ago. And thank you for being here today.
She wanted to order me
You're
around.
nominated to
There's a
lead
good chance
and
I'd follow.
coordinate across the intelligence community's numerous sources of collection and analytic capabilities. In a few sentences,
Ron
can you
Wayne,
describe
everybody
how
else
you make
has. So
assessments
you're,
and how you're going to
analyzing
sift
that. Thanks,
through
brother.
all this intelligence and make careful and thoughtful conclusions?
Yes, Senator, there are great
Forcefully.
professionals who
Now we
work
got
within the
Gifford.
intelligence community. I will build a strong team around me as they present the intelligence reporting to provide to the president through the president's daily brief and to respond to issues and concerns that this body has. I will welcome dissenting voices to be able to make sure that this information and intelligence is thoroughly vetted prior to presenting it, and make sure that the truth is reported, whether that truth is convenient or not.
Well, thank you, Ms.
Put your
Ms.
channel
Colonel
out in the
Gabbard.
chat, Ron.
And I appreciate that. The president and others are going to rely on that. I want to discuss such
Sign
an
language
assessment
for you, but
made
everybody
by the
thinks we're
IC.
like gang talk.
For years, the U.S. analyzed evidence of numerous chemical
I get
weapons attacks
accused of
in Syria.
racism for
Eventually, we were able to assess that Bashar
Wow.
al-Assad was responsible for a number of these attacks that slaughtered his own civilians. Do you accept the conclusion broadly that Assad used chemical weapons against Syrians?
Yes, and I'm on the record for
I
years
want
of
Assad
agreeing
out
with
of
that
there.
process.
Thank you. Among the attacks the U.S. assessed Assad was responsible for two that occurred in
Damn,
Douma
cool. You're
and
checking in right
Khan
now. I need
in
to leave.
Syria. As a member of Congress and as a presidential candidate, and as recently as this month, in your written responses to this committee, you have cast doubt on the assessment that Assad is culpable in these two attacks. Is that still your position?
Senator, I raised those questions.
My position is
given,
reverse cowgirl.
conflicting information and evidence that was presented at that time.
What?
You
What's that,
mean
Mark?
to say-
What's that, Mark Kelly?
Yeah, it is. It is. Mark
Oh
Kelly.
God!
Yeah, there's Mark.
Oh
That's,
I'm sure you're.
different.
I'm sure you're
Yeah.
proud in Arizona.
no, I'm not. I'm not proud of him or Gallego. I'm not proud of either of them, nor our governor
To-
here.
To Gifford's point, to question whether or not our government might have done something really fucking shady to throw the shade on somebody else, I think it's a really valid question because we've seen them do it
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
many times.
Yep, they threw shade on. They threw shade, and it's like, well, it's like, I want Assad out of there when Assad had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
What is Condoleezza Rice crying about? I want that man Assad out of there. I want him out of Syria. we had no business being in there to begin with.
Dude,
We had
Well,
no
after-
business.
if you completely accept the story of 9/11, which I have come around and I ain't accepting it, but if you did completely accept the story of 9/11, okay, within the first few weeks of Delta being over in Afghanistan, that shit was done. We took out the motherfuckers need to be taken out. We were just waiting on maybe catching Osama bin Laden, and we had him cordoned in. We could have been through in a couple months. Instead, our government decides, hey, instead of just having these pinpoint guys over there who are doing the job, we want the entire fucking green machine over there. And then, by the way, we're going to move into Iraq, which has jack shit to do with what happened over there. And then you had generals talk about, well, they wanted like, what was it, 6 or 7 countries toppled in like 6 years or some shit. That was the plan in the Middle East, and it was all by the plan. Wait a second, wait a second, motherfucker. To think that our government is above killing Americans, to set something like that in motion.
Fuck no, they do it every day.
Not realize who our government is. And you definitely don't need to be in this goddamn conversation.
Yep.
And now we're talking about,
And,
well,
and,
did this person use this or that?
it's like that because on paper you're sitting there and you're going through. I mean, after the 9/11 thing, and it's like, okay, who do we go attack? Oh, the main people behind it. Okay, we have everything ready. Wait, we have this completely fraudulent and completely disputed evidence that Iraq had anything to do with it. Here's the evidence they were involved. Oh, so we're gonna go. Why are we attacking Iraq? There's no concrete evidence. Why are we going there? Shouldn't we be going
Right.
to should we be going to Saudi or Iran or Afghanistan? No, attack Iraq first. Attack Iraq first. They did it. They did it.
Night Strike, what's up, brother? Hey, the chat's open, man. If you wanted to bounce in. Now, here's the screwy thing about Iraq. So we went through what 90, 91, did the whole first Gulf War, all that shit, told Saddam he couldn't have these weapons. I know people that I believe 100% that were over there and were literally moving around barrels of yellow cake uranium, which is only good for making nuclear weapons. So it's 100% Saddam had that issue. He wanted a bomb. He wanted multiple bombs. Had he got them yet? No. Should we have even went there yet? No. Our guys had the shit squashed. Basically, if they would have done it right, we had that shit squashed in Afghanistan with very few guys on the ground, and we should have kicked ass, dropped bombs, got the dude, and walked the fuck out and been like, deuces, bitches. I mean, if you do it again, we're going to hit you the same way. Versus a 20 goddamn year campaign getting thousands of Americans fucked up. It is, and the defense contractors, they're making bank off this shit. Why do you think they're pushing Ukraine? They're making bank off Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ukraine doesn't filter out. Well, then there's going to be some shit break off in Africa, which we're already over in Africa in multiple countries, and they'll just keep feeding that until we're finally back around in the Middle East, and then we work our way back around to Europe. If it wasn't for lying sacks of shit, we could have very peaceful times.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we have a overabundance of lying sacks of shit. So,
And an overabundance of people that eat up the bullshit.
oh yeah,
Sounds good to me.
Like someone laying underneath the soft serve shit at fucking McDonald's, just open it up and
Well, thank you. So to help inform the public, the Trump administration released
saw a
declassified
video of that the other day. I'll
intelligence in
have to find it.
2017 and again in 2018, showing how experts analyze
That
multiple
is
types of
so
evidence,
dramatic. There's
satellite
other videos
imagery,
I've seen.
medical experts' witnesses, describing sources and showing the reasoning used to determine Assad's culpability in using these chemical
kiddos are
weapons,
home.
including in Duma and Khan Sheikhoun in these attacks, the ones that you questioned. I have two documents I want to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize
Were
for the
you aware
bald
of the
douchebag
declassified assessments?
called a
the one on
senator
record?
from Arizona.
I was.
I
And as a member of the
apologize.
House Armed Services
We
Committee and
we
the Foreign
had
Affairs
better
Committee,
people
did you take
qualified for
time to
this.
review these?
Way better.
Yes.
I'm
Thank-
sorry that this
thank
man
you,
is up
and
there right now. I
Can you
apologize.
explain to me then why you
We really got
doubted the
fucked these last
intelligence community's
four
conclusions
elections
in these two
for
cases,
state
Duma
governor and
and Khan
senator.
Sheikhoun, but not
I
the others? And please be specific.
These two cases were being looked at as to be used as a pretext for major military movement. And my fear was a repeat of the deployment of another 500,000 soldiers like we saw in Iraq towards what was the Obama administration's goal, which was regime change in Syria. The question specifically that I raised around these two came about because there were two reasons. One, that assessment was made with high confidence and low information. The information that they had came from those on the ground in an al-Qaeda controlled area, and therefore were al-Qaeda linked sources. And there was conflicting information that came from the UN's Office on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons Inspectors, as well as an MIT professor, Ted Postel,
So I
who
want to
looked
talk
at
about him
these
for a second.
extensively.
So did you look into his credentials, yes or no?
Yes.
And were you aware of his appearances on Russian Today, which is used by the Russians to disseminate government-approved messages?
No. No.
People relied on a chemistry student with a record of defending the Assad regime.
At that time, I was not. I have been made aware since.
Do you consider this person or these two individuals now, do you consider them a better source for the chemistry of sarin gas than the U.S. intelligence community?
Consider a lot of
I
sources
assess
more reliable than
that,
the American government.
at the time, the information, I don't know the second person you're referring to, but MIT professor Ted Postel
Exactly,
and the
Mark Kelly. Who
inspectors of
are
the
you referring
OPCW
to, you
provided
dumb-
some credible
you dumb
questions that
son of a
deserved
bitch?
examination.
Okay, thank you. Did you attempt to weigh Postal's claims against the significant evidence and assessments
Playing
already
Jackson
conducted
Mall?
by the IC?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So here's my concern here, Colonel. When we began this, we
All right,
described
hold
a
on,
thoughtful
Perks.
approach to analyzing intelligence and reaching
Well,
conclusions.
when listening to
is
this, I
what we
just heard
expect
about something else
of
we
our
got to look up.
professionals. But we just kind of walked through how you came to question
Breaking
Assad's
news,
use of
kids.
chemical
Breaking
weapons
news.
in these two cases with a different approach. And I don't reject
With my
seeking out
slow-ass damn
differing
connection.
viewpoints. We need to do that. But you
I gotta get
started
a
from a
fucking
place
ass
of
or a
doubting the
hamster.
conclusions of the U.S. intelligence
And
community.
no, Phil, I
and
don't
then
run
you
turbos.
sought out information that confirmed your
I was
view.
going to ask.
That led you to embrace the opinions of two individuals that I think we disagree on this. You think they had expertise, I do not, and others do not. But these individuals
me
were
at least a little
sympathetic to
credit.
Russia and the
These
Assad
some bitches
regime.
are fucking
It
guinea
also led you to minimize or discount the overwhelmingly information.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm
that
sorry that,
contradicted your
that
viewpoints,
this guy is on the
including the
Senate
expert
thing.
assessments.
I'm
My wife was
sorry.
telling me there was a
Arizona
plane
had
crash to
their
a mall,
chance.
and that's what I'm
And
looking up.
they don't get it right 100% of the time. I
Another
get that.
Soros
But
plant?
what I have
Is he?
seen makes it clear that at the same time that you were skeptical of our intelligence community's assessments, you would not apply the same skepticism to information that came from sympathizers of Russia and Assad. And I think
All right, Kelly, shut the fuck up, dude. I'd rather be in the plane crash. So hold on, let me do this right because I'm going to stop that. Apparently, there was a plane crash into a mall.
Another one?
Yeah, apparently this just happened a couple minutes ago.
Small
My wife
plane,
told me
small
about
plane
it.
crashes in Northeast Philadelphia. Is it that one?
And crash in Philadelphia. So this could be a simple pilot error.
Yeah, small plane. Then usually the dudes are stupid. They can't tell one plane from another.
Fire
Say,
department ambulance is leaving, and it's also a gruesome
but you know,
scene.
the news media is going to blow everything way the fuck out of proportion as they always do.
For our safety.
Yeah, the news is going to blow it out of proportion. as always.
Where Trump? Where Trump? Where Trump? Where Trump?
And,
Yeah,
they
here
police
it
and the
comes.
fire department doesn't even know the extent of everything that happened just yet because
We have
Yeah,
small.
Ron,
We have,
apparently into a mall, dude. This is the first time hearing about it.
shit, we have small plane crashes here almost every fucking day.
Evening rush hour on a Friday.
All right, Steve Keeley, get to
Apparently, this
safety,
one
and
is
as soon
big
as you
enough.
have
You
more
got a
information,
hell of
we
a
will
lot of
check back
goddamn
in
fire
with
engines
you.
and cops there.
You are doing an awesome
Yeah.
job out there.
And I was going to ask Steve about injuries. He obviously has no information on that, but I mean, objective one for first responders is to find anybody on the ground who needs medical attention.
Print mine
And
out online.
I don't know if you can hear me, Steve, but have you seen
Well, I got that, but
patients
I'm
being
not sure
loaded
that's
onto
the
gurneys,
W-2. I got
people
another
being
thing for taxes
scooped
and
up
I'm that.
by ambulance or
But I can
police
print mine
officers
out
in
online.
need of medical attention, anything like that?
This is eerily similar to that, to the
Fluid for him.
that plane crash a while back.
As you mentioned earlier, Dawn,
a
Governor
huge
Josh
jumbo
Shapiro,
airliner that
is
crashed
the
into
one who
that
really helped
neighborhood,
shed some light on this plane,
and
the
that
occupants, the
that
6
who
people on
killed the
board, a
one
medical
woman
flight.
tied
And the governor also saying that
to the
the plane
Watergate
crashed
whole
about 30
thing.
seconds
Yeah, they're saying
after it took off.
they're saying
leading to the
6
scene that
people
we
on
saw
board
here,
on board on this. So
right
this
near
was a
Roosevelt
small
Mall in the
plane.
parking lot into stores, into homes, fire crews trying to put out those fires. And in these two live
Yeah, this
shots,
was
the
a
one on
small
the right is
went
live, I
down.
believe, the
More
one
than
on the
like
left is
pilot
not.
error.
But
Yeah.
there may
Small
very
plane
well,
as in
in fact,
a
still be
caravan or a
fires
Cessna, or
burning
small plane as
as
in a
crews
small
try to
business
shut
jet.
off gas lines that are underground.
'Cause I don't think
Well,
I don't think I don't think
by
I don't
this
think a prop
flame
plane
that
would
fell
cause
from
that
the
much of a
sky.
fireball.
This,
there.
if you're
Yeah.
joining us
No.
right now,
This
That
had to be
fireball
something like
was
a Gulf
shortly
Stream.
after 6
Yeah,
o'clock tonight.
or a little citation or
we're
something, a little small business jet.
Yeah.
That fireball was
Yeah,
way
by the
too
looks of
huge.
this, I need to make another screen or do another layout where I can make that bigger. But yeah, this looks, by the way the mall's burning. This was they said six people on board. I'm thinking a private
Well,
jet.
it crashed
Gulfstream,
in the
one of the
vicinity of a
large
shopping mall. It
Gulfstreams.
doesn't say it crashed into a shopping mall. It looks like one of those outdoor one, like with just a Verizon store. I don't, that one of those outlet kind of places or something.
So, I mean, it will be interesting to see who all went down with it, and if there's any questions about that. But,
well,
I'm
5
still
minutes.
kinda
So
wondering if there were
in 5
any-
minutes, the media will blame Trump because that's what they do.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt about that. It'd be Trump. Just, hey,
and all
this
the
federal cut never really took effect.
yeah, and all the the dopes online who get all their information from the mainstream news. Oh my God, panic fear. It's not safe to fly because the orange man bad.
It's just like you said, man,
read
small
headlines
planes
and
go
freak
down
the
all
fuck out.
time.
Yeah, fuck, here in Southern California, we have we have airports everywhere. There's always some little plane that fucks up and it goes down. You don't even hear about it most of the time.
Yeah, and well, the only thing with some crashes is who was on the plane and what was their experience level. Well, it was this person who was doing these things with a million years experience in planes, and then all of a sudden, and it's like, well, what did he do the day before? Well, he testified in Congress. And yeah, I might have an issue with that one. now, Fred, who just got his license,
or how the FAA turned away 900 candidates because they were white, and only because they were white.
So I'm still wondering if I could eke in under that, because I got kind of the white thing going, but I'm still wondering.
And also they fight all the ones.
Blood.
Yeah, and all the ones that didn't get the jab, they got fired, and they never got replaced. So
yeah, by the blue-haired freaking
Remember how bad all the flight delays and cancellations were last couple of years? There's bad weather every fucking winter. We've never had cancellations that bad in the last couple of years like that.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since you had a fruity booty fucking Pete butt plug there who took maternity leave off for 6 months for what that kid come out of him? Fucking bullshit.
Dude, I couldn't take 6 months off when my wife had our kid. I took a couple. I think I took 2-3 weeks, somewhere around there. It's about the most I could take. Now, granted, the kid didn't come out of me; it came out of her, and I tried to be awful helpful to her. But here's 2 gay guys who didn't have anything come out of them besides a turd, and take 6 months off. I could have done that the other day. You should have seen the I dropped.
Right.
Should have measured it. It'd been like a world record. All right, on with that. Let's get back to here because
it's gonna be nothing but it's gonna be nothing but speculation about that crash, and that they still have the other one down yet.
That we should all be concerned about.
You ever think one might be done and throw a little shade off the
I want
other?
to recognize and welcome to the committee our newest member, Senator Budd, although we all regret Rubio's departure.
Did you say similar Senator Budd?
99-0 vote that he is now the Secretary
Butt plug,
of State.
yeah. Pete Buttigieg. Or the last transportation secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for your leadership here as well.
Grateful for your
Colonel
leadership.
Gabbard, great to see you again. I enjoyed meeting you in the office a while back, and I've enjoyed our friendship and our time serving together in the U.S. House. So as you know, Section
I've enjoyed our
3023 of
friendship.
Title 50 states any individual nominated for appointment as DNI shall have extensive national security expertise. You served 4 terms as a member of the House of Representatives, which is a constitutional office. And throughout your tenure, you were a member of the Armed Services
She
Committee
served
and
4
the
terms.
Foreign
I didn't think
Affairs
she
Committee, is
served
that
that
correct?
long.
Yes, Senator.
You also served over 2 decades in the U.S. Army, including holding commands at multiple levels. and
Republican
served
North
through
Carolina.
administrations of both
We'll see.
political parties. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Throughout your time in the U.S. House and in the Army, you've been both a consumer of intelligence and a policymaker. How important is it for the intelligence
Consumer of
community to provide
intelligence.
timely, relevant, factual, and objective intelligence to policymakers?
Senator, it is nothing less than a matter of our national security. Too often in the multitude of intelligence
consume
failures that our
intelligence. They eat
country has
intelligence
seen,
down to the fucking
that
nub.
objective has not been met. Now, CIA Director Ratcliffe talked about in his testimony before this committee how the CIA's own internal metrics have shown that analytic objectivity has gone down within that organization. This is the very kind of thing that I would seek to address if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is ensuring that politics, biases, or personal views are checked at the door. I would lead by example
good luck with
by
that.
doing it myself and ensuring that that intelligence analysis and reporting meets the objective that the president and Congress requires, which is
Nice try, man. If
no
you're still up,
politics,
doors open,
no
come on in.
personal abuses, and making sure that that objectivity in a timely, relevant fashion is brought to the president so that we can get ahead of problems in ensuring our national security rather than being caught on our heels and being forced to respond to them.
Thank you for that. I think it's clear from your background and experience that you more than meet the statutory requirements for this position. I want to switch gears a little bit. There's been a lot of discussion today. I think it's a necessary discussion about your position on 702, Section 702 of FISA. So I've personally had concerns, and I think we even talked about this when we served in the House together, and I actually voted against its reauthorization when I was in the House. However, I recently voted to reauthorize Section 702 with additional safeguards to end the politicization of the tool and to ensure privacy and civil liberties that they're protected. So, Ms. Gabbard, tell us, how has your thinking on Section 702 developed over time and why? And if confirmed, what will you do to ensure that this new statutory safeguards, that they're fully implemented?
Well, Senator, as you pointed out, many of the concerns that we raised when we served in the House of Representatives were centered around the lack of safeguards to protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties as it pertains to searching of U.S. persons with that incidental collection that occurs under 702.
Collection.
You and I both know and agree that the national security capability that is provided by Section 702 that enables this foreign surveillance on non-U.S. persons overseas is critical, period. My commitment is to make sure that our national security tools are maintained to fulfill that requirement while also protecting Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and protection against unlawful search and seizure. There are a number of those reforms that you referenced, such as the prohibition of abouts collection, which we brought up when we served in the House, making sure that 100% of U.S. persons by the FBI on this incidental collection are reviewed by the Attorney General herself. There are a number of other reforms that I believe strengthen significantly those safeguards, a number of them that I had worked to try to bring into place when I was in the House of Representatives.
Right.
I look forward, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to overseeing and assessing the implementation of these reforms and reporting back to you as you begin to consider next year's reauthorization and meeting that mark of ensuring our security and upholding Americans' Fourth Amendment protections.
You like a set of crap.
Switching gears a little bit, talk briefly, if you will, about the dual task of simultaneously protecting whistleblowers and protecting classified information.
Senator, there are more than sufficient legally protected routes for whistleblowers to come forward should they have concerns on any actions occurring within the intelligence community. I've spoken about the additional protections that I personally will put in place if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, understanding the seriousness of protecting our nation's secrets and one that I hold
She's gonna get into
personally.
making spoons into
Thank you.
rings.
Thank you, Senator Budd. I will recognize Senator Wicker, an ex officio member of our committee, which is Latin for so powerful a man, he can go to any committee he wants and ask questions anytime.
I look at it differently, Mr. Chairman. I think what you're saying is that I'm the only non-voting member of this committee that's here at this hearing, and I've been at an Armed Services Committee hearing most of the morning. Let me ask about something that happened a long time ago, and something about something's happening right now.
Camp.
Colonel Gabbard, I was a member of the House of Representatives on 9/11, 2001. As a matter of fact, I was at the Pentagon that very morning when the attacks happened. Where were you?
Yeah,
when
the
9/11?
attacks.
We all remember where we were.
Yes, I was in Hawaii. It was 5 or 6 hour time difference. And so when I woke up that morning, it was several hours, and
Okay, here's the thing. Do all of us remember where we were at on 9/11/2021?
Yep.
Or 2001?
Yep.
I remember where I was at. I was getting ready for it. I was listening to the Bob and Sherry show on, was it 106.7? I know it was a Bob and Sherry show. I was listening to them getting ready for work. They talked about the first plane hitting. Everybody thought it was a joke. It was a little plane, some doofus in a Cessna, and all of a sudden the second plane hit. Or no, I walked to the living room before the second plane hit because my dad had the news on. I was staying with him at the time. Walked into the living room. He had to turn the news on, and we saw the second plane hit. So yeah, I remember exactly where I was. I can tell you the fucking address of the house I was in. I can also tell you now that the people who fucking designed this shit are a bunch of lying sacks of shit.
Yep, and yep.
And if they weren't on the initial hit, they were damn sure behind a lot of the stupid shit that went on after it.
Looked awfully like the implosion of your average Vegas casino. Same
Yeah,
kind of explosion.
I remember the first thing I saw in waking up was that horrific footage of those airplanes attacking the Twin Towers in New York City.
And I think
Keep the narrative alive.
you obviously have read a lot about it during the 24 plus years since that, and most Americans have. There's a general consensus that there was a massive intelligence failure that's caught us all by surprise, even though the World Trade Center had been attacked earlier. Do you think stovepiping was a problem?
Stovepipe stuffing?
Is a problem.
There's no question about it, Senator.
Stovepipe stuffing. I used to eat that shit.
Oh, okay. Well,
My wife was
stovetop. That's right.
Based on your
something like that.
reading. Okay, could you elaborate just a
Yes,
little? Yeah.
absolutely, Senator. When we looked back at the post 9/11 reporting and the post assessments that were made, it was very clear that there was stovepiping of information and intelligence that occurred at many levels, at the highest, but also at the lowest levels, where information that was collected by the FBI, information that was collected by the CIA was not being shared. There was almost ships passing in the night, where if there was an integration of those intelligence elements and information being shared, it is highly likely that that horrific attack could have been prevented.
And that's the reason really your position was created. There's been some discussion this morning. I have not been able to listen in, but I understand there's been some discussion about reforming the Office of DNI to eliminate redundancy and increase effectiveness. Do you worry that in doing so, we might be getting back to the same problem that we had in 2001?
The problem that we had in 2001, Senator, remains at the forefront of my mind. And as you said, this is exactly why the ODNI was created. Given my limited vantage point not being in this seat, I am concerned that there are still problems with stovepiping that need to be addressed. And in some cases, my concern would be that unnecessary bureaucratic layers may be contributing to that problem. This is where coming in and being able to really take a fresh look, given my experience and my background, will be essential.
Phil, anime. Let's play a little game. Okay. Anime, you're where? What state?
Yes.
No, what state are you in?
Oh, I'm in Arizona.
You're in Arizona. All right. Phil, you're in California, right?
California, yep.
I'm in Alabama. So let's play a game. We're all intelligence organizations. And something happens in my state. Something happens in Alabama. And I get word it could happen in Arizona. I know Arizona. All I have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Arizona, hey, here's my evidence. You guys be on the lookout for this. Or if it's happening in California, I call California. Or if it happens in California, they call Arizona, or vice versa. You know, it's the way it works. Everybody, you know, looking out for the homies.
Right.
Why do we need the Department of Homeland Security? Or the
just to make government bigger and to be more intrusive. Why do we need the TSA and anything else, everything else that came up after 9/11? We don't. The whole thing was designed to spy on Americans. And as an excuse to go to war as well.
When we flew back from Germany in like 91, I'm a teenager. In my little teenage bag, I had a set of Smith & Wesson handcuffs. I had some sort of little blade. I had a pack of cigarettes. I had a lighter. All kinds of shit. Never had a problem with anybody.
Right.
I wish there was one dude, it was a Polizei, who wanted me to trade my Smith & Wesson handcuffs for his police issue handcuffs. And I didn't do it. And I swear to God, I hate myself. I should have done it. That was the only issue I had on the flight.
Right.
And that and trying to figure out how to sneak away from my parents when that no smoking sign went off so that I could go grab a smoke. That was it.
Now, you know, we're talking way back when you remember smoking and non-smoking on the airplane. Yeah. God damn.
Now you got to go in there, take your boots off, take your belt off.
Take your boots off, take your laptop out, take your belt, belt, everything. Your pants are sagging. No toothpaste, no fucking liquids. Fucking.
This is no
can't bring a water on the fucking plane with you.
The only place I have been inspected more going into is when I was locked up in prison and I had to strip down butthole naked and show someone my freaking nutsack, bend over and show them my asshole. That's what a TSA screening is going to become if these fucking people don't wake up.
Right. Basically, well, another reason too, it's becoming more intrusive because it's becoming more intrusive because they don't want you flying everywhere. I mean, they already want to tax us on mileage and shit like that. They just don't want you traveling. They don't want you doing anything. They want you, sitting up in your fucking, your apartment city, which they're building in all the burned down areas, which is why they burned them out.
Get in your pod, eat your bugs, and shut up.
Yeah, you will own nothing, eat the bugs. Yeah. As a matter of fact, when I was actually anime, when I was playing Jack 2 yesterday, when you go by those little spots, and when you cruise by the vehicles, and they're talking about you will own nothing. It's like those announcements would come. I was like, holy shit, this game was made 20 years ago, and it's exactly what's going on now.
You'll be happy.
That's really the only positive came out of that game, because that game sucks otherwise.
Sorry. It's so freaking ridiculous, man. And it's sad for me to see, especially a bunch of younger people who are growing up in this now.
Yeah.
And we remember your parents kicked you out of the house at daylight. Don't come back home till the street lights come on.
Right. And you get your ass kicked if you came home too late. Like not 9:01, 9, or whatever.
Yeah. It's now these little fuckers, they can't.
To making sure that the ODNI is accomplishing the reason why it was created in the first place.
Okay, and
damn,
I have a lot of suggestions about how to make the Department of Defense more efficient. Also, I would simply caution you before I move on to my other quick question. that as we are trying to eliminate overlaps, that we avoid getting back to the thing that created your agency to start with. Now, let me just ask about anomalous health incidents. And I know you're not in the intelligence community yet, but having read, as most of us have, about these Havana syndrome incidents, what is your understanding of that now, and what are your plans?
Yeah, Senator, thank you for this question. It's been deeply concerning throughout this period, from the first time this was discovered so long ago to where we are today, that the intelligence community still has failed to identify the source and the cause for Havana syndrome, as it's commonly known, even as many people who are in service are suffering the consequences of it. I look forward, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to addressing this, of course, making sure that those who have been impacted are getting the care that they need and deserve, but getting to the truth behind how and why this has occurred.
Are you saying that we're not any closer to understanding where these came from?
Based on my understanding, there has not been any definitive reporting from the intelligence community on the source and the cause for these anomalous health incidents.
Okay, well, perhaps you'd like to, I could follow up on the record.
I'd look forward to that.
I think there's some more public information that is recent about that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Wicker. As I acknowledged at the outset, is the custom
easy
of this
question,
committee to
easy
allow a
answer. Why
follow-up
can't it just
question
be like
for
this from the
senators
get-go?
who remain present at the end of the regular 5-minute round of questions. I remember everyone, this is a
How has
follow-up
nobody had to go to the
question, not a
bathroom
5-minute
yet? That's what I
round.
was
We
wondering.
will have Ms. Gabbard in a closed session where each of
They
us
all,
will have
maybe they have a
yet
hole
another
they all sit
5-minute
on. They
round
just
of
shit right in
questioning.
the
Is there any
seat.
senator who wishes to be recognized for a follow-up question? Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gabbard, there was an
Oh,
area
not this
that
jack
I
off
believe
again.
is still uncertain.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done
Earlier
yet.
this week, the administration-
Is he?
This fucking bitch.
The bad thing about this is Ron Wyden agrees with Tulsi on a lot of things only because Ron Wyden wants to protect BLM and Antifa and all the other leftist groups. That's the only reason why.
Right.
So that's why he agrees with Tulsi on the collection of data and everything, because he wants to protect the leftist groups so they can meet in the middle. As long as you don't spy on my little shitheads. And that's where Wyden's at. And I still want him to say suffer and I had a dude in classes years ago. I would have paid $100 to say suffer and succotash, and I couldn't get him to do it.
Damn.
I wish Ron Wyden would. My wife sitting behind me knows exactly who I'm talking about.
I'll do it for $5.
Illegally attempted to withhold federal funds from a broad range of organizations. I'm interested in knowing what you would do if President Trump told you to withhold congressionally approved funds from the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So my question is, if President Trump orders you to withhold appropriated funds from the Inspector General, will you refuse that illegal order?
How much of a
I don't
list
believe
does
for
he
a
plan on
second
getting?
President Trump would ask me to do something that would break the law.
Wednesday was
That's not what I'm
interesting.
asking. I'm asking if you are asked
Spit all
about
over
an
that
illegal
microphone.
order, what will you do? You can say,
Just like you
oh,
would
it'll
spit on a
never
dick.
happen. What will you do if you're dealing with an illegal order?
My commitment has been and will be, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence.
It's coming
to
from
comply with
Trump.
the
it
law.
has to be illegal.
Are there,
Where?
Senator Wyden,
Where?
Senator Wyden,
Yeah.
you've actually asked 2 questions already.
Wyden, shut up.
You've asked 2
Wyden, shut up, you
questions.
fag. Shut up.
There's 1 question
Shut up.
allowed. Are there
Shut
other
up.
senators who would like to follow up?
Shut up.
Question? Senator King.
They need to just
I'd like to
say,
follow up
shut
on that
up,
line of
shut the
questioning
fuck up. Act like
Edward
adults, for
Snowden
fuck's sake.
and understand how you
Not like we're in a school
analyze
play.
Fluffy, there's
you know what I
no
mean?
way this
facts
guy can
leading
say
up to
that
your
without
2020
fucking
bill,
lisping the shit out of it.
providing
There's
him with
no
a
way.
pardon.
Oh,
was
it's
the
Ted
House
Turner's turn
Committee
again.
report, which
Yeah, we're
granted
back.
was redacted.
Jane
but
Fonda
under
had the
heading,
driest
"What
pussy ever."
damage did it cause?"
Fucking
with
hippie
5.5
bitch.
pages of redacted
That's when
material.
KY
I would have
was
thought that
invented,
would
didn't
raise
it?
Bitch had
a
cobwebs
question
in
your
there.
mind Secondly, Edward Snowden, there are about 20 countries that don't
Got that
have
shit out of one of the
extradition
first
treaties.
wells
with
there.
Russia.
So,
He chose to go
Valley
to Russia,
both
become a
teeth
Russian
out by the
citizen. Given that
seashore.
information, how did you decide to introduce a bill providing him with a pardon? Introducing a bill in the United States Congress is not the same as a tweet or a commentary on a podcast.
Well, I come up with a bill. Well, I sat down.
I'm
More
concerned
people listen to
about
podcasts than the fucking mainstream
your
radio.
apparent
and I wrote the
lack of
bill,
interest in the
and I
scope of Edward
submitted.
Snowden's traitorous
I came up with it.
activities.
Senator, I've answered this.
God, we got to do
some
that.
version of
What
this
is their
question
hard
many
on
times in
with
this
this
hearing
fucking
already.
line of
My
questioning over and
foremost
over again?
concern
It's the
has been,
decorum of the
remains, and will
hearing.
continue to be
It's just-
in upholding my oath to the Constitution
They have
to
nothing
support
else
and
to
defend
do.
Americans' Fourth Amendment
Like I'm talking about
constitutional
the
rights.
Howard
If confirmed
Hall,
as Director of National Intelligence,
Capitol.
I'm committed to ensure
I,
that
I,
the
I would rather
operations
know about the
secrets
topic she
by
prefers on
implementing a
pizza
number
and
of actions I've
hamburgers.
outlined so
This
that
crap
those
over
who
I
here.
would
have
rather know what-
concerns about
Yeah, very
programs
much.
I want to know her
within our
favorite
intelligence
sexual
community,
position.
that we
you
don't
know,
have
what she
another
uses.
Snowden-like leak,
Huh?
and they are able to raise those
What
concerns
kind of
either directly
what
with
kind of
Congress or
batteries
through
are
any
fucking
one
toys
of
take?
the number of
Anything else
legal
but this
paths
fucking
that are
tired
available.
shit over
Hold
and
I
on.
think it's
I
also
gotta
important
stop.
and in
I
line
gotta
with many of
stop
the
the
bipartisan.
whole fucking boat right now. It's bad when I say I'm sorry. I'll shut up. My wife in the background goes, "That'll be the fucking day." I'm gonna fuck my hand up. But she's right. She ain't wrong. She usually ain't wrong.
And concerns I've heard from this committee in
Fluffy, right?
security
Top or bottom? Yeah,
classification-
ask the
security
hard-hitting
clearance and
questions.
classification
Literally.
reform in narrowing severely those who have access to the most
Do you like cream
sensitive and
pies, ma'am?
compartmentalized intelligence reporting and capabilities.
Senator Bacon wants to know.
Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chairman, in letting us have a second question. Thank you again for hanging in there with this discussion.
Eric Swalwell does.
Colonel Gabbard.
Hey, he swallows well.
The House
Oh, yeah.
Intelligence Committee review of the Snowden disclosures found not only that he had was
You ever figured that Adam Schiff's head and neck are just the right size for
he
swallows
has
well?
had and continues to have
just hit
contact with Russian intelligence services. You can see the
He
deep
looks like
concern on
he
both
looks
sides
like
of
he
the
looks
aisle
like
here.
a
You had
mushroom
in
growing out of your
opening
yard.
statement all kinds of
Yeah, he does.
complaints about officials in the
Don't
intelligence
complain, my brother.
agencies,
Take it easy.
the
Don't
United
let Misty
States
be too
press,
hard on you,
the
man.
journalists, the media, Democrats
Learn
suggested
to
that
duck.
you weren't being treated fairly when you're
Always
coming
keep your
here.
hands up.
No condemnation at all for this, which leads me to wonder why it is so hard for
thing
you
in the background
to
there.
say
What is that?
Edward Snowden was
I
a
have not
traitor
figured it out
to our
yet.
country.
I gotta
And
put
the
that on a
question I
bigger
guess
screen.
I know it's
is,
pissed that Trump's making him
Howard, you
not
can't
use
say
it says you can't
you
use
feel
pronouns
that
in your government emails anymore.
that the
Man,
concerns
last
that
time
this
I saw a
committee
chick that
has, that
looked
we
like
need
that, a house
somebody
landed
here
on her and the
who will
slippers rolled
actually
up.
honor their oath, as you said. Maybe I should make
That
it easy.
bitch looks kind of
Edwin
tall.
Snowden did not honor his oath to the
Stockings rolled up, not her
Constitution,
slippers.
which is what you just said was the most
There's a house
important duty,
dog
most
and
important
stockings rolled up.
obligation that you have in this role.
Either that or was that chick's meth freaking
Why is he being treated like a folk hero by you instead of the traitor that he was?
Everybody
Senator,
wants
as
to
I
call him a
said, my
traitor.
focus and what should be of relevance to
Senator,
all
you're a
of you and
fucking
everyone
retard. That
watching
question
is
sucks.
what I will
Moving
do as
on.
Director of National Intelligence to work with you to make sure there's not another Snowden-like leak,
That
given the
should
paramount
be a
importance of
complete
our
answer to
national
that
security
question.
and
Yeah,
keeping
let's
our
have
nation's
some real
Sorry,
truth.
Senator, you
I've
don't
laid out a
get
number
hit
of
on
ways that I
MSNBC
intend to do
and you
that
can eat a
Yeah.
dick.
if confirmed in fulfilling my responsibility. in
Senator,
this
we
role.
we know what's on your hard drive. You might want to lighten up.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman. I just wanted to continue
It
along
would
with
make Hunter
regard to
Biden. It
China.
would make Hunter
This is
Biden
such an
blush.
important part of your portfolio. And I know on armed services, you've had hearings
All
over
I'm
the
saying is that
last
donkey
15
was
years about
over 18.
their architecture.
Oh,
and
it's
how
Kristen. Well,
they're
let's see if
building
she
up
can
space
remain as calm as
capabilities,
she
sea
was the first time.
capabilities, Air Force capabilities, every type of capability they possibly could. And that aligned with their malign foreign influence and with their ambition with regard to Taiwan, it just creates a very dangerous scenario and concerning one. And so I wanted to ask you about Japan, because recently, about a year and a half ago, 13 months ago, you said that you
There's
didn't
not
think it
enough
was
black
wise
people there.
to allow Japan to build up their own defense architecture. And you thought it was short-sighted. Can you speak a little bit about that? Because our alliance with Japan is so important in our ability to defend against malign activities of China, not only geographically.
Oh, you just noticed the Philly crash live life? Yeah, my wife just told me about it a couple
that
minutes
we
ago.
rely on. We share intelligence, we share operations. They are a great ally.
Get to the
What was
point,
your
Hag.
concern about? And, have you had any
Yes, you
views
knew
that have
Trump got
shifted in
shot
that
before
regard?
me. You knew about the
Thank
Philly
you for the
crash
question,
before me.
Senator. I agree. Japan
You
has
know
been
some things
a strong
before me.
ally of the United States
Who do you
in a
call
different
questions about the
capacity as a
ATF?
member of the Hawaii National
It's funny.
Guard. I've gone and
Gillibrand's been
conducted
the
training missions
easiest
in
honor.
Japan
You
with
know
the
what I mean?
Japanese
I think she has.
self-defense
I think she has
force.
a hot for it.
Their
It's gotta be it.
forces and their constitution has been primarily focused on self-defense.
Because usually she's
The concerns that I had raised
not
previously
today.
had
She
to
either
do with
either
really looking
she's
at
a lot
the
of
bigger
value,
picture of the
Valium going on,
context
or
of
she's got the
the
hots for it.
history with Japan and China.
I
and
think she put. I think
recognizing,
she put
the
on her
implications of what
Friday clothes,
how
like her
this
good
kind of
Friday
shift
clothes.
from a
I
self-defense
got
posture that
positive
Japan has
today.
had
Let's
constitutionally
get
to
to
a more
this.
offensive posture could result in
Well, they got to go to those
escalation. And
weekend.
given the
Gabby was
history,
just trying
we need
just trying
to
to show she's not on the
acknowledge
rat.
what the
She's wearing all-
Yeah, they're all got to
ramifications
get
could
out of
be
here and
to
go to
our own
those
security
freaky ditty
interests.
parties. They
And that's
all
something
go
that
to.
I am looking forward to being able
Allegedly.
to provide to all of you and to the president, if
Look,
confirmed as
there's a
Director of
lot of
National
baby oil that's
Intelligence,
going to have to be
is
replenished
that
now that Diddy's in
in-depth
jail and all that.
analysis and assessment so that various policies or actions
Yeah,
Baby
Johnson
oil is
John,
back
that
there.
Johnson
you
and
all,
Johnson
the president,
stock's
are
got to be shooting through the
considering are
roof.
fully thought through, given that broader context of nuance of history and
telling you,
the
the bladders of
complexities
these
that
people
exist
through
within the
this whole
Asia
2
Pacific
hours is
region. Having
amazing.
grown
None of
up
them
there, I'm
stood up
very
to
familiar
go.
with.
But you
Right.
do want,
Senator Gillibrand.
I can't
Senator
imagine
Kelly.
the state of
Thank you,
their
Mr. Chairman.
kidneys right now.
Colonel Gabbard,
They're probably the
when
kidneys
Russia
are
was
screaming
denying
in pain,
Assad's use of chemical
like
weapons,
kicking.
they
I love
accused the US
somebody
of
just to run
supporting
out. I gotta take a
terrorists.
shit.
This is a line that Putin used frequently
Oh
during
God,
the
bald-headed
Syrian Civil
faggot
War
again.
as he
Don't say
supported Assad.
Putin.
Syrian officials made similar comments. They did it repeatedly. They did it in public.
Again,
They did
ladies
it
and
at the
gentlemen,
United
sorry, this guy's
Nations.
representing
In
Arizona. We're ashamed of
2016,
it.
you gave an
Your head
interview
looks like a
in
dick.
which you said, and this is a quote, the U.S.
You
is
dickhead.
providing direct and indirect support to terrorist groups in order to overthrow
Phil,
the
you
Syrian
have a
government.
clear
Don't talk
bald
about my
head. You have
forehead like
shinier,
that. At least I
you have
got
Democratic
shinier and
presidential
everything.
debate stage.
You have
Yeah.
a shinier
said of
head and it looks
President
way
Trump,
more better.
This is a quote.
How it's
This
supposed to be.
current president is continuing to betray us.
Oh, I'm as bald as that guy.
We
But I
were
shave my
supposed
head
to be
because
going after Al
otherwise I
Qaeda,
grow that toilet
but over
seat
years
fucking hair,
now,
and I don't want that shit.
not only have we not gone
Oh,
after Al
God.
Qaeda, our
I saw
president
somebody with
is
that
supporting
yesterday, and I'm
Al-Qaeda.
like,
Yeah,
So
no,
I
it's
could
terrible.
see,
I'm
I
interested
could
to
see
hear
why
what
Phil
was your
shaves his
goal
head.
It looks like
in
those
saying
old
these
those
things.
old
Did you
public bathroom
consider,
toilet seats with the
before
black
saying
seat on the
them,
white bowl.
the
You know what I'm
motives
saying?
Oh
of
God, I
Iran and
remember
Russia?
those.
Yeah.
What their
Holy
motives
That's what they
might
look
have
like.
been
Toilet
for
seat. It
making
looks
these
like Jason
claims.
Alexander's head.
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of Al Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs
find
that
ammo
he
in places
had
it shouldn't
begun
be.
really to overthrow the regime of Syria and
Those
being
bastards
willing
are
to,
breeding.
through
They
the
need to figure out the
CIA's
Harry Potter
Timber
magic for
Sycamore
this.
program that has now been made public of working with and arming and equipping Al Qaeda in an effort to overthrow that regime, starting yet
means
another
we are
regime
feeding
change
our
war
enemies.
in the Middle East. DoD train and equip program,
How
again,
many
begun under President
millions,
Obama,
billions of
is
dollars did
widely
Biden
been
leave
known,
on the
looked at
ground
and
for Al
studied, that
Qaeda to have?
ultimately resulted in over $500 million
Never mind what
being
he sent to the
used
Ukraine.
to train
Yeah,
who they
our
called
enemies
moderate
don't
rebels,
have
but were
knives.
actually fighters working
Yeah,
with
dude.
and aligned with Al-Qaeda's affiliate on the ground in Syria, all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has
Tattoos, all that
unfortunately
shit. Yep.
borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, while these are all dictators, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like Al-Qaeda taking power.
Now, I will say this: there were a bunch of troops, airmen, some other guys who were playing heads-up ball during the fall of Kabul, because there were a bunch of guys, and they talked about it. They pulled the oil plug on a lot of this equipment and started it up. They let that bitch run till the pistons burned out. So they couldn't have MRAPs. They couldn't have some of our Humvees. They couldn't have some of our other equipment, the Rhinos and stuff like that. They were playing heads up ball. They knew what was going on. But for the most part, Biden gift wrapped billions of dollars worth of American technology and just gave it to Al Qaeda. And now we're funding them to the tune of $1 million a week. What good is going to come of this? If you don't follow Sean Ryan, he's a dude. I don't buy into all of his stuff. I think I won't say he's kind of starstruck with some guys, but I think he's maybe a little bit naive about some of the lies some people tell about their combat stories. Tim Kennedy. But yeah, because and it took me a little while to figure out, well, how are we funding the Taliban? How are we funding Al Qaeda? Well, they started up a bunch of NGOs, non-government organizations in the Middle East, and we donate millions and millions of dollars to these non-government organizations, and they just funnel it right to Al Qaeda, right to Taliban, and those guys are alive and well today and growing.
Terrific.
And a lot of them, guess what? In the last 4 years, have walked right across our open border and are sitting right in the United States.
Yep. What a deal.
Hey. And I talked about on some streams before with some guys. I think if Harris had won, nothing really bad would have happened in the next 4 years. They would have just kept building up money. They would have kept building up soldiers. They would have kept building up materials, and they would have kept building up organizations and command and control, basically. With Trump actually winning, that cuts their timetable down because the money's going to get shut off. So now it's not, we get to spend another 4 years sucking off the government tit. Now we got to make some shit happen so that we can get other countries to fund us because we are making big moves. And I would say this to anybody, anywhere. Try to do better than I do and have a good mood about some things. And
yeah, that's all you could do. Don't let the fucking
onslaught
of news fuck your brain. Everybody's panicking, flipping out over headlines. Like, fuck, just go out the fuck outside. Live your goddamn life.
And I'm not.
There's nothing you're gonna do about it.
Yeah, I'm not on the panic end of it, but I'm on that kind of apprehensive, I guess you could say, end of it where.
Yeah. Because I'm not worried about so much what Trump will do as what his opposition will do. You know what I mean? The libtards, the crybabies, the media.
They're
already doing it.
It's like being strapped to a wall and fucking Rocky from Rocky 3 standing in front of you, and he's gonna hit you in the face. You can't react. You know he's gonna hit you in the face, but you're just waiting on him to do it.
Yeah, or you're just standing against the wall and you got 20 different people throwing shit at you, and you have to duck and dodge, and and sooner or later you're gonna get hit with the shit.
Sooner or later, it's gonna catch.
Yep.
And that's kind of where we're at right now. So we'll see where some of the stupid shit goes for sure. I mean,
Yeah,
we're gonna fucking find out.
Yeah, I mean the globalist Europeans that can't stand America have done the best they could to just make us destroy ourselves from the inside. You know, they've divided everybody. The bullfuck virus. I mean, all their little plans that they've carried out, and all the other Western countries they fucked up. But now they got a little bit of a wrench in their plans in the name of Trump. So, of course, we have that little Alex Soros running around here, you know, taking selfies with all the Democratic politicians that ran last year. That little fuck. So when old George finally goes, you still have Alex around, you still have Klaus Schwab around, and Bill Gates, and all the usual evil fucks.
Oh, and plenty of others that are family names that have been known for decades who have amassed power.
Yeah, what's the BlackRock? What's the BlackRock guy's name? Fink, right?
Maybe I haven't dug all the way into that. And I just haven't, man. I got my irons in the fire normally about firearms rights and shit like that.
Yeah.
And then government bullshit like what we're watching right now. So I depend on a bunch of other guys for all the stuff with the families and all the horse shit.
No tears for the fall of the Assad regime. But
it
today
does. They
we
do
have an
drive a lot.
Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria, as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand
why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It shouldn't
is
be.
certainly
And I
not in our
understand, and
interests.
I appreciate your answer and thank you. My concern,
I appreciate you
has to
answering the
do
same damn
with
question 15 times.
the tendency to repeat Russian and Syrian, and even in some cases, I think we'll get into in the closed session, Iranian information, and to discount what comes from our intelligence community.
Senator, every American deserves to know that people in our own government were providing support to our sworn enemy, Al-Qaeda. That should not be acceptable by anyone.
Thank you, Senator Kelly, Ms. Gabbard. In conclusion, Senator Warner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
God. One of the things I love about this committee, and I know folks who are here from Ms. Gabbard may not fully realize, but this has always been a bipartisan committee. And my friend Richard Burr who said we always kind of followed the truth. One of the things I was always proud of the very challenging Russian investigation was,
again.
People would come in.
Sounds like he did. He sounds like he did another line of coke before he started this one.
Because we were all looking out for I support and commend you for your service. But we have heard this morning,
see that? Watch how many times he does this
taking
shit. Fucking cokehead.
some individuals' advice on chemical attacks, not taking American intelligence
He
community.
just had a chemical
as we
attack.
subsequently discovered, had iffy ties, not enough due diligence. We've heard this morning on your trip to Lebanon.
Granny glasses.
You weren't fully aware that the folks who originally paid for the trip had these relations and ties to the Syrian party. I know I've asked you, and I understand on the trip that you said you met with Shia religious figures and you didn't know.
This guy's a
who they
crackhead.
were. I can understand
Christ.
that, although I can't imagine Shia religious figures that in the Bekaa Valley that didn't
What the fuck
have
are you
ties
talking about?
to Hezbollah. And we can have a difference of opinion on TikTok. Chairman and I feel very strongly that
There he goes again.
He's a
Take a shot every
national
time he fucking wipes his nose because he just did
on
some
702,
blow.
I'm candidly confused. I thought you answered Senator Wyden. You're in favor of a warrant. Senator Cornyn, I'm thought you backed off of that. And then on Edward Snowden, you won't back off of Brave. You won't back off of your legislation. You won't call him a traitor. And
There's three.
I think again about
He totally
it's
did
being
some
watched
fucking
by
blow.
our allies around the world. I think even RT's been
He's
tweeting
trying to
about
work
today,
through that bingo card, man.
blasting me.
Yeah, he's done the coke
And
nose
men and
wipe
women
3
of the
times
intelligence
already in
community,
the
I don't
last
know
minute.
how they're going to have confidence.
Oh, 'cause W used to
Some
do the
under
same
your
fucking
leadership, if
thing.
Somebody else stepped out.
From guys I know
and
who
take
were in
the
there,
same
you just
position
gotta
that you've not walked
suck
away from
back
on
them
Mr.
sinuses
Snowden. So I
a
guess
little
my
bit
last
and,
question, this was one I think
get yourself a
was
little
in
extra bump.
some of the press, and I believe you and your husband took a trip to Rome last summer. And
I usually
you know,
snort it
I'm
off a
not
little
talking about
boy's
the
ass,
conference.
but we have to conduct this
I
business
think
here.
you didn't ask who paid for the trip. I just want to get
Allegedly.
this off the record right now. Not if you and your husband reimbursed, but did you pay for the trip in the outset, or?
I
There
give
was
him a
a
lollipop
nonprofit
afterwards.
organization that was coordinating with the Vatican to set up this meeting that was centered around peace and security interests in the Western
I'm not
Hemisphere.
going to go into,
that
I
paid
just
for
want
the
to just
trip.
make sure, so you didn't understand your trip was paid for by a gentleman named Pierre Louvarier and the Clementi Foundation?
There's 4.
The nonprofit,
Okay,
my
I just say,
understanding,
this-
was
there is
paid for,
extensive records of-
paid for the trip.
Mr. Louvarier has enormous ties to Konstantin Malovov. I'm mispronouncing his name, but who is somebody that America has sanctioned. I imagine we can get into this
W
in
wants
the
his coke
classified
back.
hearing, but again, the due diligence that's required before you take these trips or make these assumptions is something that I find very troubling. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator
Find
Warner.
you
I would also
troubling,
note
you
that
fucking
same New York
coke
Times story
fiend.
reported there's no indication that Ms. Gabbard did anything wrong on that trip. Ms. Gabbard, thank you for your time and for your testimony. Thank you most importantly for your service to our nation. As I said at the outset, it's no secret that this nomination has generated more attention and interest than most nominees before this committee. We have received a large number of statements, letters, and
They're
other
all gonna
such
go
materials
overflow the
in
toilet.
support of and in opposition to Ms. Gabbard's nomination. I will submit all of those for the record. For the benefit of senators, it is also my intention to hold a committee vote on Ms. Gabbard's nomination as soon as possible. Therefore, for planning purposes, any senator who wishes to submit questions for the record after today's hearing, please do so by close of business tomorrow. That is Friday, January 31st, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, let me explain what will happen next. Committee security and Mrs. Gabbard's security
wife done
will
robbed my
escort
chair.
her and her immediate party out of this
What are you
room
gonna do?
through the door behind me. Everyone else will remain seated in this room. The Capitol Police will secure that door so no
Rob
one
my
else
chair, look through my
leaves this
tools.
room until Ms. Gabbard has reached her break room in preparation for the closed
Are
session.
you just trying to cut that?
We will convene in that closed session
You
in
got it?
approximately 30 minutes at 1:10 p.m. This open session is adjourned.
What are you gonna do?
I ain't gonna do nothing. You'll beat my ass.
Oh wow, this is the first time they actually they stand up and everything.
They're all running to the can
yeah.
right now.
Yeah, they're like, oh, thank God. I bet their kidneys are probably hurting right now. They're
Yeah,
like, my kidneys.
they're gonna plug up the bowl.
Possibly could be your
It's like that
advantage.
Family Guy episode. The
Now, whether or not the
multiverse,
battery's
like,
good is a whole other issue.
it's like, we're in the universe where everybody all over the world has to go poop right just about now, and the whole business board is like hopping up and down, like, I do have your papers. Good, Tom, you know where my office is, right? Yes, I. Oh my God, it's coming. Yes, I do. I'll meet you there soon. Oh my God, I feel
Yeah, you know the sad thing behind that is they're still gonna wipe their ass with that shitty ass government toilet paper. This like John Wayne, it's rough and tough and won't take shit off nobody, and they're gonna be stuck with shit ass the whole rest of their day.
They like it.
That's the way their day is gonna go.
They like it rough in the ass.
Well, they do. Apparently they think we do with all the taxes we pay.
Oh, I just got my W-2, so I'm looking forward to how this one's gonna go.
Oof.
Yeah.
Because last year I nearly came close to owing the bullies over there at the IRS. I came close.
Yeah, we got to figure ours out.
I made my tax person tell me like I didn't leave that I didn't leave the H&R Block building until I got an answer. I'm like, okay, how close was I to owing the money on a level? She's like, you were, and she
half
was
a sandwich and a blowjob.
She was scared because I was like, I told her I'm not leaving this cubicle until I get a straight answer. Because I want to know, I'm an American. I'm doing this shit and everything. She told me I was $2 away from owing the IRS.
Oh, damn.
I'm like, oh, that's got to change.
It don't take much.
That's going to change. And we sat there and got that and we got that fixed. So hopefully now I'll see some money coming back, but I'm pretty sure next year's gonna be a lot better. Just sit there
Yeah,
and look.
we got some stuff on our taxes we got to get squared this year that we're
Thank
supposed
God
to
they
be
got
squared
rid of
last
that.
year.
They got rid of that Medicare penalty though. Thank God they got rid of that.
Oh yeah, the Obamacare, the health fucking
Yeah,
benefit.
that was bullshit. I was screwed. I had $1,200 coming in, Coop, when I filed my taxes for the first time. $1,200. But I was truthful. I said I did not have health insurance and everything. I was truthful. Did not want to lie. And they're like, "Oh, we're gonna
got boned."
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, they literally took that train and ran me the fuck over with it.
Dude, no
This
shit.
is what happens when you tell the truth, ladies and gentlemen. They take a fucking train and run you over.
Oh
with it.
yeah, I'm taking one right now. We're telling the truth on some things, but yeah, back then. So let's say me and the wife got together in 2012, 2013. Yeah, we got married in 2013. So when before Obamacare went in, I was paying for health care for my back and anything I needed. I was paying cash. I was making enough to where I could afford to do it. It wasn't anything just super bad. I mean, I could call a doctor up and was like, "Hey, I need an MRI." Well, if you pay $400 a day, MRI is done. We're through, and I could do that. I could literally do that. When Obamacare went in, they cut my hours from 40 hours a week down to 19 hours a week, and I couldn't afford that. So looked at Obamacare. I'm like, okay, me and the wife are just getting together. What would it be for me and the wife to, get Obamacare? The closest plan or the plan where I could find a doctor that was in our town was more than I was making for a month. So it fucked us sideways. And the only thing that really made things really kind of even things out is right at that time, I got a job with where I've been working for the last almost 10 years now. Got our health insurance with them, and then we were able to deal with it. But yeah, Obamacare, fuck them. Because they not only did they cut my hours down, how much money I actually made, but they also took my health care and threw it through the roof for any doctor I could see within a 90-mile radius.
Wow. Yeah, that needs to be repealed. That needs to be repealed. That needs to be repealed.
Yeah, like my wife said, I got into this job in the nick of time because it was right after I signed and went to this job that we figured out she was pregnant. So we were able to go right to. Matter of fact, the first month we knew she was pregnant. The first time we went to see anybody when we thought she was pregnant was a crisis. Well, not a crisis pregnancy center, but
it was
kind of.
pregnancy center,
But it was a place called Sound Choices, and they were an organization that would try to help you with pregnancy if you couldn't afford it or anything else. And my wife taking the pregnancy test and was like, okay, we need to figure out whether this is, real or not, whether it's happening. And we went down there, and it was funny as fuck. They separated me from my wife and took my wife back. And I guess they asked my wife, hey, are you this? Are you that? Are you being abused? Is this dude doing this? Is this dude doing that? They did ultrasound on her, showed her my daughter, which she almost ended up with the name Gummy Bear because she looked like a fucking gummy bear at that point. And then after all that, they finally talked to me and were like, okay, I guess you're not a fucking rapist molester.
they didn't do like stuff before you got back there. But that damn old lady almost got her teeth knocked out.
My wife she bitches about that one old lady was there. But anyway, the next month we were on insurance, and then it was Dr. Reese, and Dr. Reese was a fucking stone cold fat ass for a damn OB. And then, now we got two kiddos running around. But yeah, Obamacare completely fucked me over sideways. Which anytime you give the government control over something, and it's
Yeah.
doing it now.
They don't know how to do
It's doing it
anything.
now. So I'll give you a story just from this week. So I've been on pain management. I finally got back on pain management a couple months ago, taking 10 milligram hydrocodones a month. It barely touches my back pain, barely. And then I had half carpal tunnel surgery. So the doctor wrote me for 7 days worth of 7.5 hydrocodones for my hand. And that was last Friday. I go to see the other doctor today, and they're like, no, you can't fill this prescription for 7 days because you had 7 days of the medication. They don't take into account the increased pain. They don't take into account the surgery, nothing like that. They're like, nope, fuck it. Can't do it. If I was back being physically dependent on that medication, I'd have punched a fucking fat kid at that point. But instead, I know they got me over a barrel. I got to roll out. I'll go get shit filled later. Ain't no problem. I'll just eat the shit for next 7 days. It's fucking ridiculous. Now you went from pill mills where people were getting a bunch of pills very easily. People are getting addicted. You went from that to 140 something thousand people dying a year because of fentanyl.
Right.
Or is it over 200,000? I mean, I can't remember the number right now.
I'm sure it won't tell us the real number.
No, fuck no. My insurance agent, and I won't say who I'm with, he's one of the realest dudes I talked to in the last few years. Because me and him, we walked outside. We were having to do some shit for the house and trucks. We walked outside. He wanted to smoke a cigarette, and I was like, fuck it, I'll smoke a cigarette with you. And he told me his story about the addictions and the fentanyl and all that shit. And man, we went into it. And just a couple minutes. Sometimes people got to let it out. He's a real dude ever. If you had left things at the so-called pill mills in the United States and then treated people for addiction and locked the border down, you wouldn't have this many people dying from fentanyl at all. It wouldn't even be close. But here we are.
Yep. All by design, too. None of this shit's by coincidence.
It is by design. It's absolutely by design.
You got all the illegal aliens. Hey, kill off a bunch of Americans with we'll pay them to slang some drugs out there.
Well, how do you feel about this, Phil? So President Trump fell into the trap and he started calling the cartels terrorist organizations, declared them as terrorist organizations. That gives him a bunch of war powers to put troops in play that he wouldn't have had otherwise. And then now we're going to go down that fucking rabbit hole. Versus if we just lock down the border, did a little bit of fucking diplomacy.
Yeah. Well, how about
the issue?
How about we figure out who's paying for this operation? Who's flying all the who's flying them in, who's driving them in, who's busting them in, who's boating them in?
Yeah.
They're not just asylum seekers just walking across with their families.
No.
It was all young men, most of them.
Well, they already know which so-called government or other government organizations, the NGOs, were putting together apps on cell phones to lead them from one source of water to another source of water, tell them where to cross the border. They already know all that. They've already collected all that data. They've admitted that in many hearings already. So why can't we go over the people, or can't go after the people who are actually facilitating all that?
Oh, yeah. Well, then some folks within our own government, many of which at that hearing will probably have to go hide.
This is going to require math. You're doing circles. 3.14.
Right.
Times whatever let you know the diameter of a circle, right?
I need to know, like, circumference of my finger.
Yes, you need the circumference of your finger.
I'm gonna have to account for the thickness of the material.
Give that about 1/8 inch.
Circumference plus the thickness multiplied by 3.14. That should give me.
Wife's planning on making. Hold on, let me see one of your spoons. So the wife bought this apparatus because she decided she is making rings out of spoons
Because I have ADHD and I saw it and it looked like fun and now I've got to do it.
because it's my wife, and I really need some of your medication. So now we're figuring out math, circumference, diameter, thickness,
Width, girth.
girth. Girth is another good term. I don't have it. Girth is another good term.
Oh, Michaela said thank you for lunch. She was doing homework.
Okay. Yeah, and I bought the wife in the shop once today.
Hey Coop, I got to hey Coop, I got to break on out of here, man. It's time to
yeah.
When you came in,
get on up.
me off.
Appreciate
that. Come on here, brother.
Yeah, great show. Anime,
Great
nice seeing
show.
you, man.
You too.
I'll see you both soon. All right.
Hey
All
Phil,
right.
before you get
Yo.
out, make sure you post
Yo.
your channel.
Okay, we'll do. Stand by.
Yeah. Oh, Coop, I
Anime, same
appreciate.
thing.
Coop, I appreciate you coming on by to the streams lately. I appreciate you.
Dude, I mean, I have a blast with you guys' streams. Thank you for coming by mine, brother.
Yeah,
you guys
yeah,
are
yeah.
always welcome. And make sure you post your
I made
streams.
it a personal goal of mine to get on the main other people's channels as best as I can. Because I'm like, I need to expand a lot more.
Dude, earlier today, a lot of guys, you open up a YouTube, you set your stuff, you don't even have a video posted, but you got the channel. So earlier today, we bounced through a bunch of guys that don't even have a video posted, and we went through subbing everybody. Because fucking why not? I mean,
Yeah.
if the guys start a channel later, rock and roll, man. We'll be
Right,
there.
right. Or sometimes they have to scrub everything and fucking start over because YouTube is
Yeah.
ass.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you got to scrub your ass.
That helps too.
Same.
Well, Coop, I will catch you. I'll catch you later, Coop.
All right.
Bill, see you
Yeah,
later.
You guys
Peace.
bounce, man. I love you guys to death. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, yeah.
The only what person you know? Sadist person? Yeah, sadist. I'm absolutely a sadist person. When it comes to looking at this shit, whether watching that Dallas County Sheriff tonight or watching this hearing tonight, yeah, you can definitely chalk that up as being a fucking. Is it a sadist or a masochist? Does it to other people, right? And sadists are the ones that take it. Am I remembering that right? I'm dyslexic. I get them confused. And then running a stream, I don't know which one I am. Am I the sadist? Am I the masochist? Am I the fucking sadist that just like masochism? Because I share this kind of shit out. It's definitely different. Do I have a what handy? A pen. Close I got. It's one of yours. So let me do this because in case anybody's hanging out that has not freaking hung around with us, absolute animals for a while. And what you got to understand is these some cats I follow. It is Friday. 280U goes live on Friday nights, right? Am I losing my mind? And I know Bacon will be going live at about what, 10:45, 11 tonight. So let's do this. I'll copy this because I don't see his stuff posted yet. But anyway, I know 280U should be going live tonight. That's a good guy to follow. And let me find Brother Bacon real fast. And Bacon is a good hangout, fucking absolute train wreck show. Bacon's where you run into Joe Morris. You're running into me some nights. And it's a good hangout for a train wreck. It really is. It's a bunch of good, blow steam off and focus on something other than the dumb shit we normally focus on. So anyway, saying that, I am going to get out of here, guys. Fluffy, fucking everybody else that is here, I love you guys. Ron checked out earlier. Gabriel, if you're still here, brother, I love you. Mike McClune, Chessboard, Night Strike, Ron Wayne, Joe Morris, Tactical Fud, if you were still hanging around listening to this freaking clown show. I love all you guys to death. Get some rest. We will see you guys in another stream sometime shortly. If you don't see me after a while, we'll definitely see you guys, at least if I am awake. I will say that. Hold on. Let me look up one of those. Well, let me look up two others real fast. So, well, here's his main channel. So, DLD After Dark. I only miss his streams if I absolutely am just worn out. Dude, I need to throw so many out. Just being honest, but I follow so many freaking cool people, man. The Tactical Turkeys. Now that we got done with Tactical Turkeys, we got to get to Brother Muffin Top. Oh, damn it. I did not mean to click on Tactical Music. What the hell is Tactical Music? Is this just like, I don't know. I can't even go there right now. So Brother Tactical Muffin Top. So that's just some guys to get anybody rolling. It's not all the guys that we're normally hanging with. It is just a handful of them. I'll throw Flying Rich out there if I can find his channel in under fucking 3 hours, because the dude his channel name matches with is the airplane pilot that, well, him and another guy you don't want to research. And finally, what are we going to do tonight? We'll do John Crump. How about that? Because that'll get you there to Rich too. And Brother Crumpy is on it and doing articles for Ammo Land and a few other places, and actually doing journalism on firearms issues. The ATF don't like him, which makes me like him that much more. Yeah. So anyway, guys, I'm going to let you perps out of here. We'll do this like old school. You perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all time. And unless something off my top shelf falls and hit me in the face and kills me, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bacon! Bacon, you missed everything, damn it. Everything. You missed it. But I did post your channel up here, brother, so maybe a few more will come over and we'll hang out tonight. So I love you. I am killing this one. We'll catch you guys after a while. Later.